Chapter 1. The pitiful villain in the capital. Rain fell like a curtain. In the western suburbs, within a vast estate, a distinguished young man sat on the luxurious sofa in the living room. Yet, his expression was far from pleasant. Surrounding him, several servants held their breath, fearful of provoking the esteemed young master Chu Ming. How did I become the villain in a city-based cultivation novel? And the greatest one at that? Chu Ming felt a tumult of emotions within him. He had initially believed he was merely dreaming, but upon pinching his own face, he was met with excruciating pain. This was no dream. This was real. He had traversed worlds. Moreover, he had transmigrated into the formidable antagonist of Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King, a fact that left Chu Ming in a state of dismay. Previously, he had read this book multiple times, having memorized numerous plot points. This was due to the absurdly clicked storyline crafted by the author. The villain, also named Chu Ming, was a young master from a prestigious family in the capital. Although he appeared imposing and was the family's eldest grandson, he was, in essence, a complete fool. In the original narrative, the protagonist was the son of Chu Ming's fourth uncle. Chu Ming's fourth uncle and his family possessed rather mediocre talents, and many years prior, he had married a woman from a small town. This decision led to the entire family being expelled from the clan. Then, the melodrama unfolded. In order to assert his dominance, this villain personally humiliated the protagonist on the very day of the incident, subsequently banishing his family. Thus, the enmity was forged. Coincidentally, the protagonist inexplicably ventured into the immortal realm, and upon returning, after a year of cultivation, he stormed into the capital and swiftly eliminated the incompetent young master Chu Ming. When I read this book before, it was immensely satisfying, a classic tale of revenge. Chu Ming lamented, and now, the one destined for vengeance has become me, and am about to be cuckolded? No. I cannot sit idly and await my demise. Now that I am aware of the plot, such a fate shall not befall me. With gritted teeth, Chu Ming slammed his fist onto the sofa. Though his strength was not considerable, this sudden action startled the servants around him. Tell me, what is today's date? Chu Ming inquired, lifting his head. Young Master Ming, today is September 6th, a maid promptly replied. This girl was named Tang Lin, a loyal aide trained by the Chu family's elite. Later, she would suffer grave injuries at the hands of the protagonist and endure disfigurement as well. In the original tale, Tang Lin's fate was equally tragic. September 6th? Does that not mean that the fellow will be reborn in 3 days? Chu Ming inhaled deeply, his expression darkening to an extreme. Just as he was brooding, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. With a perplexed expression, Chu Ming retrieved it, noticing a single line of text. Do you wish to defy fate? Of course. Chu Ming nearly retorted in frustration. Congratulations. The Urban Cultivation app has been successfully downloaded, granting you the eternal underworld scripture. Please study it at your leisure. The app will monitor your cultivation progress in real time. Note: the cultivation content has been uploaded to your device. Please swipe to read. Staring at the words on his phone, Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. The eternal underworld scripture was the core cultivation technique of the protagonist. Having read the novel, Chu Ming recalled how the protagonist utilized this technique to cultivate overnight by harnessing the spiritual energy from an artificial lake, achieving an impressive level of power as if he were under the influence of a cheat. If I can cultivate the protagonist's core technique, perhaps I can find a way to eliminate him? Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. This could be quite intriguing. Let me see. Following the instructions, Chu Ming swiped on his phone. The mysterious text displayed on the screen seemed to imprint itself instantaneously into Chu Ming's mind, allowing him to grasp its meaning with sudden clarity. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a fierce punch, he struck the sofa, creating a substantial dent in the cushion. So this is the protagonist's technique? Indeed, it is formidable. Chu Ming was exhilarated. However, This display of strength caused the servants to hastily kneel before him. "Young Master Ming, please calm your anger. We will find a way to resolve the issue regarding the bill from the young lady of the Su family," Tang Lin spoke, her tone laced with unease. "What bill from the young lady of the Su family?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ming furrowed his brows. "It pertains to Miss Su Mingfei. She is your fiancée and currently residing in our household." Tang Lin hesitated before explaining. "She recently charged 10 million huaxia coins to your card for jewelry, and your current balance is somewhat insufficient." Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback, but then a flicker of cold fury ignited in his eyes. He recalled the details. In the original storyline, Su Mingfei was indeed the fiancée of this villain. This woman, relying on the alliance between the Chu and Su families, exploited Chu Ming's finances, frequently using his card for extravagant purchases. In just half a year, the Chu family had lost over 100 million in assets. What infuriated Chu Ming even more was that Su Mingfei pretended to be aloof before him, claiming she could only be touched once they were married. Later, when the protagonist stormed into the capital, Su Mingfei fell head over heels for him, even going so far as to tear up her engagement with the Chu family to be with the protagonist. With the full backing of the Su family, the protagonist's power swiftly grew. Meanwhile, Su Mingfei secretly pilfered the Chu family's secrets, presenting them to the protagonist. Ultimately, the two conspired together, and during a family meeting, the protagonist made a powerful return, directly eliminating Chu Ming. It could be said that Chu Ming's defeat at the hands of the protagonist was partly due to Su Mingfei. From beginning to end, Chu Ming was merely a pawn, a victim of betrayal. What kind of nonsensical plot did that wretched author contrive? The mere thought of Su Mingfei soured Chu Ming's mood considerably. With a darkened expression, he commanded Tang Lin, "Issue a decree for Su Mingfei to leave the Chu family." Upon hearing this, not only Tang Lin but all the servants present were left in shock. "Young master, is that truly appropriate?" Tang Lin stammered. "Miss Su is your fiancée." She was concerned that the elderly patriarch of the Chu family would blame Chu Ming, resulting in dire consequences for him. After all, the Chu family was currently in a weakened position and needed to ally with the Su family to maintain their status. If Chu Ming proceeded with such an action, the alliance with the Su family would likely fall apart. Not appropriate?
Chu Ming let out a cold smile, gazing intently at Tang Lin as he commanded, "Go and sort out the bill, and inform Su Mingfei. If not, she shall repay with both principal and interest. Otherwise, send the bill to the Su family and let her leave directly." The moment these words left Chu Ming's lips, a wave of shock washed over everyone present. What could have transpired to provoke the usually composed young Master Chu to seek to expel Su Mingfei? "This is unacceptable, Ming Xiao." Tang Lin hastily knelt, imploring, "If you proceed with this, the family head will—" "I will explain it to my grandfather." Chu Ming's eyes glinted with coldness. "The woman has been indulging at our Chu family's expense for far too long. It is high time she learned some manners, Ming Xiao." This, Tang Lin hesitated. "What? Do you have a different opinion?" Chu Ming's gaze fell upon her. Tang Lin's complexion turned pale, and she quickly replied, "No, I dare not." "Very well. Carry out my orders that if anything arises, I shall bear the responsibility." "Understood." Tang Lin exited the living room, filled with confusion and trepidation. The Chu family's Shangyun Pavilion, a residence constructed specifically for Su Mingfei. Chu Ming had previously utilized a portion of the family resources to adorn the path with exquisite jade, ensuring the flower beds remained vibrant year-round, all in an effort to please her. This moment, a torrential downpour ensued that Su Mingfei had just finished admiring the extravagant jewels she had purchased and was preparing to call her friends to boast. However, the sound of raucous conversation outside the pavilion interrupted her. Furrowing her brows, she turned to a servant beside her, asking, "What is happening?" "Miss Su, it's bad news. Ming Xiao's men just arrived, claiming they wish to see you." "Chu Ming's men? They wish to see me." Su Mingfei paused momentarily before waving her hand nonchalantly. "Fine, I understand. Let them in. Very well." Soon after, Tang Lin entered through the main entrance, accompanied by a dozen burly men in black. The atmosphere shifted palpably, becoming considerably tensed. "So it's you, Tang Lin. What does Chu Ming want with me?" Su Mingfei inquired coolly, though a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes at the mention of his name. "Miss Su, I come bearing Ming Xiao's orders." Tang Lin produced a document from her bosom and placed it before Su Mingfei. Disinterested, she casually picked up the file, barely skimming its contents before discarding it. "What did Chu Ming say?" she asked impatiently. "Ming Xiao requests that you clear the outstanding debts on the bill, and then vacate the Chu residence." Tang Lin's words resounded clearly in the living room. "What did you say?" Su Mingfei's brows knitted tightly, disbelief etched across her features. Did he truly say that? "Indeed," Tang Lin nodded. "How absurd. I suspect you, his subordinate, have taken liberties. You have been by Chu Ming's side for quite some time now. Are you hoping to become the young mistress of the Chu family?" Su Mingfei scoffed, refusing to believe that Chu Ming would dare to expel her. For years, he had played the role of a willing benefactor, covering her extravagant expenses, as the Chu family had relied on the Su family. "Miss Su, such words." Tang Lin seemed to anticipate Su Mingfei's reaction, replying calmly. "Ming Xiao's intentions are quite clear, that if you refuse to cooperate, then—" She gestured, and the men in black stepped forward. The intense aura they exuded drained the color from Su Mingfei's face. Tang Lin maintained her composure, continuing, "I will have my men forcibly remove you, and I fear you may not leave with your dignity intact." "You!" Su Mingfei erupted in fury, slamming her palm on the table. "I will confront Chu Ming myself. You all may leave." She could not fathom that this could be a command from Chu Ming, whom she considered a sycophant. Chapter 2. Breaking the engagement. So what? Outside, the rain poured relentlessly. Chu Ming sat at his desk, meticulously jotting down the plot he was familiar with. The protagonist would be reborn in 3 days and would likely utilize the Jua Lake in Linzhou City for cultivation. Subsequently, the protagonist would encounter an elderly man and heal his ailment. That MY objective is to prevent their meeting and then locate the protagonist, taking advantage of his weakness to eliminate him prematurely. Chu Ming nodded, feeling a sense of urgency. However, as long as he arranged everything before the protagonist's rebirth, he still had time. Just as he contemplated this, the door to his room was flung open that Su Mingfei stormed in, her fury palpable. "Chu Ming, your subordinates came to my place, threatening to kick me out. Are you going to do anything about it?" Chu Ming looked up and noticed that Su Mingfei indeed possessed a certain allure. Her slanted eyes and raised brows endowed her with an innate charm. It was no wonder he had been captivated by such a woman before. "Chu Ming, speak." Su Mingfei demanded icily that in response to her inquiry. Chu Ming merely asked, "Did she truly say that?" "What else? Your subordinate is quite audacious, daring to lay hands on me," Su Mingfei retorted, her gaze filled with contempt. "You must provide an explanation for this." The engagement was a pact made by the elders of both families, yet Su Mingfei found herself vehemently opposed to it. She harbored no affection for the seemingly useless young Master Chu. Despite his willingness to indulge her whims over the years, her attitude remained unchanged. That an explanation. "What sort of explanation do you seek?" Chu Ming calmly countered. Su Mingfei scoffed, her anger flaring. "That I want that wretched Tang Lin punished and cast out. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest." "How intriguing," Chu Ming replied with a faint smile, retrieving a document from his drawer. "Since you demand an explanation, I shall provide you one." He placed the document on the table, sliding it towards Su Mingfei. "What is this?" she asked, frowning at a notice of cancellation of our engagement. Chu Ming stated evenly, "I, Chu Ming, hereby formally announce the dissolution of our engagement. Su Mingfei, you are given 3 days to repay all that you have consumed at the expense of the Chu family and to depart from our residence. Otherwise, I will take further action." Upon hearing his words, Su Mingfei was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. Just 3 days prior, he had showered her with gifts, behaving like a devoted servant. Why the sudden change in demeanor? What could Chu Ming possibly be contemplating? Are you suggesting that the Chu family intends to sever ties with the Su family? She asked incredulously. Chu Ming remained silent, merely regarding her with an enigmatic smile. The Chu family's previous attempts to curry favor with the Su family stemmed from a significant loss 3 years prior, when their ancestral figure had failed in a crucial endeavor, leaving them vulnerable. This engagement had been a strategic alliance. However, Chu Ming recognized the potential to reverse this situation, that as for Su Mingfei. It would be best for her to vacate the Chu residence before she became a liability. And what if I don't? Su Mingfei challenged, her defiance unyielding. Then I shall take action, Chu Ming declared coldly, summoning Tang Lin. Immediately, Tang Lin entered with her entourage. Ming Xiao, I am here, she affirmed. Remove this woman from my sight, and send a bill to the Su family for her debts. Chu Ming was well versed in the unfolding narrative. He had already devised a plan. Even if he refrained from taking action today, it would soon become apparent that Su Mingfei's betrayal would lead the Su family to side with the original protagonist, in that case. The Su family would inevitably sever ties with the Chu family. Understood, Tang Lin replied with a solemn bow. Her gaze sharpened as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Ever since Su Mingfei had entered the Chu family, her disdain for Chu Ming had turned Tang Lin into a target for her ire. The tables were now turning, and she relished the prospect of witnessing Su Mingfei's downfall. Miss Su, I apologize, Tang Lin stated coolly. With a wave of her hand, 2 burly men in black surged forward, positioning themselves beside Su Mingfei. Chu Ming, what do you intend to do? Are you declaring enmity with the Su family? She exclaimed, panic setting in. You are not in a position to voice such sentiments. Chu Ming replied indifferently. Proceed. The 2 men tightened their grips on Su Mingfei, rendering her struggles futile. Chu Ming, release me. You scoundrel, Su Mingfei cried out, her face flushed with rage, the daughter of the Su family. She had never been treated so roughly. The room filled with her shouts, drawing the attention of curious servants outside. Silence her, Chu Ming commanded coldly. Tang Lin understood immediately, stepping forward to deliver a sharp slap across Su Mingfei's face. The resounding crack echoed throughout the office. Stunned, Su Mingfei felt a searing pain radiate from her cheek, causing her to tremble involuntarily. She slowly turned her head, her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at Chu Ming. Do you dare to let that wretched woman strike me? Observing the disheveled Su Mingfei, Chu Ming's eyes were icy with disdain. This woman had been living off the Chu family for far too long, not only mistreating the servants, but also frequently berating him, the eldest son. While the previous heir might have fawned over Su Mingfei, Chu Ming was resolute in his stance. What of it if I strike you? He approached her, gripping her chin firmly. What I want to convey is that this is the Chu family, and you bear the surname Su. Chu Ming, you have some nerve, ignoring the pain on her face. Su Mingfei glared at Chu Ming with venomous eyes. Just wait, we have all the time in the world. All the time in the world. You think you're worthy? Chu Ming replied coldly, tossing the letter of annulment on Su Mingfei's face. Take her away, and let her leave with the documents and bills. Su Mingfei trembled, about to shout in protest, but 2 burly men in black swiftly gagged her and dragged her out of the Chu family estate. Watching her in such a pitiful state, Chu Ming felt no shred of pity for Su Mingfei. In the original story, she had actively seduced the protagonist and had done everything to ingratiate herself with him. Chu Ming had no intention of granting her any opportunities. Merely 3 minutes later, Chu Ming's phone vibrated violently. You have a message from the Urban Cultivation app, please check. Chu Ming was taken aback, quickly retrieving his phone from his pocket and opening the app. Congratulations on successfully altering the original storyline. Narrative points 5. Reward. 9-turn heart returning pill 1. Relevant items have been dispatched to your user account. Please swipe to collect. Note: accumulating 66 narrative points will unlock the points redemption feature. Please remember to save. Was there a reward for reversing the plot? Chu Ming's eyes lit up as he checked the items in his account through the app. As expected, a white pill bottle was nestled in his account's storage. 9-turn heart-returning pill, capable of healing most chronic ailments, an excellent remedy for the elderly. Note: consuming it by a lake rich in spiritual energy yields optimal effects. Gazing at the white pill bottle, Chu Ming fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, he lifted his head. "Tang Lin, at your service." Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, "Make arrangements. I am heading to Linzhou City." "To Linzhou City?" Tang Lin was suddenly taken aback. Did the young master wish to avoid the storm? No need to worry. Chu Ming seemed to see through Tang Lin's thoughts. "I am merely attending to some personal matters." Matters Concerning Destiny, Chapter 3. Linzhou City, Yi Family. Linzhou City, Chiyue Lake. The helicopter smoothly descended onto a nearby square. Chu Ming, accompanied by Tang Lin, stepped down from the helicopter. A welcoming party was already present at the square. "Mr. Chu, I have been waiting here for quite some time." Chu Ming looked up to find a young woman in formal attire standing before him. She was strikingly beautiful, embodying the soft elegance typical of Jiangnan women. "You must be Yi Shui?" Chu Ming inquired calmly. "Yes, that's me." Yi Shui nodded, shyly responding, "My grandfather instructed me to come here to welcome you." Yi Wenden indeed had such a beautiful granddaughter. It was quite fortunate. Chu Ming smiled faintly. Her words caused Yi Shui's face to flush. "Mr. Chu, you are too kind. My grandfather has prepared a banquet by Chiyue Lake. I kindly invite you to join us." Chu Ming nodded. He had some recollection of this girl, and the original plot. The protagonist healed Yi Wenden's injuries, utilizing the Yi family's Chiyue Lake for cultivation, and thereafter leveraged his status as a master to confront various antagonists in Linzhou City. Yi Shui, being Yi Wenden's granddaughter, was often placed by the protagonist's side. Although she harbored affections for him, the protagonist maintained an ambiguous distance, clearly toying with her emotions. Yi Shui was indeed a pitiable figure. Chu Ming mused. His purpose in coming here was to resolve Yi Wenden's issues before the protagonist's rebirth, ensuring that upon the protagonist's return, he would find no path to follow, should he succeed concerning Chiyue Lake. Perhaps Yi Shui's fate might also be altered. "Please follow me, Mr. Chu." Yi Shui's gentle voice echoed as she led Chu Ming and Tang Lin towards Chiyue Lake. This lake, not far from West Lake, was the most spiritually vibrant location in Linzhou City. As the narrative progressed, Chiyue Lake would become the protagonist's stronghold. However, this time, Chu Ming was destined to claim this place for himself. "Miss Yi, how is your grandfather's health?" Chu Ming casually inquired along the way. Yet his words caused Yi Shui's delicate frame to tremble, but he's still quite vigorous. "Thank you for your concern." Yi Shui mastered unease with a smile towards Chu Ming. Though her expression did not escape his keen observation, it seemed that, like the original plot, the head of the Yi family was afflicted with an incurable ailment. Chu Ming understood well that the Yi family likely wished to keep this matter under wraps. Concerned for their standing, he subtly nodded, refraining from further questioning. The trio soon arrived at the shores of Chiyue Lake. As anticipated, the picturesque scenery, as described in the original story, instantly calmed the mind that a white-clad elder sat in a pavilion by the lake. Rising promptly upon Chu Ming's arrival, "Young Master Chu, I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." Head of the Yi family, Chu Ming replied politely, his gaze fixed on Yi Wenden. The technique of the Eternal Darkness Path quietly circulated, enabling Mo Chun to perceive the abnormalities within Yi Wenden at a glance. Indeed, the author's portrayal held true. Yi Wenden was merely a paper tiger, a present that you've come to my Yi family unexpectedly. "There must be significant matters at hand," Yi Wenden inquired with a smile. "Since the head of the Yi family is being forthright, I shall be direct as well." Chu Ming seated himself, lifting his gaze. "I have two objectives in Linzhou City. Firstly, I wish to acquire Chiyue Lake and all surrounding properties." As soon as Chu Ming's words fell, the smile on Yi Wenden's face froze. Acquiring Chiyue Lake. What a jest! This was his most vital private territory. Relinquishing it would render his chances of recovery non-existent. "Young Master Chu, We of the Yi family cannot comply with such a request. Yi Wenden's expression grew somber. Were it the elder of the Chu family himself discussing matters with him, perhaps Yi Wenden would consider relocating for treatment. But Chu Ming? He was not deemed worthy. Rest assured, Heji, I have a second purpose. Chu Ming smiled, fixing his gaze on Yi Wenden, speaking each word deliberately, that in addition to acquiring Chiua Lake, I will personally heal your ailments. The atmosphere in the pavilion abruptly chilled upon Chu Ming's declaration. Not only Yi Shui and Yi Wenden, but even Tang Lin, who stood nearby, was taken aback. Having followed Chu Ming for many years, she knew him as a carefree playboy, one who hadn't even completed the training mandated by their family. To say he possessed medical expertise was utterly implausible. Mr. Chu, Yi Shui interjected, unable to hold back. This is the most confidential matter of our Yi family. How did you come by this information? Shui. Before Yi Shui could finish, Yi Wenden abruptly interjected. Realizing something, Yi Shui fell silent, stepping back and becoming mute. However, her gaze towards Chu Ming shifted from reverence to suspicion. Chu Ming had sent people to investigate the Yi family and unearth their most guarded secrets. This was already crossing the line. Young Master Chu, Yi Wenden gazed coldly at Chu Ming. My affliction has been long-standing, and I have sought numerous renowned physicians, yet none could offer a remedy. That I must ask. What gives you the confidence to travel such a distance to my Yi family and proclaim such claims? At this moment, Yi Wenden began to suspect that the Chu family had set their sights on Chiua Lake. For the sake of Chiua Lake, the Chu family would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. Chu Ming might very well be a probe sent by the elder of the Chu family. I understand what the head of the Yi family is thinking. Chu Ming smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the attitudes towards the Yi family's ancestors and descendants. That he then produced a white pill bottle from his coat. This was the 9-turn heart-returning pill rewarded to him by the Urban Cultivation app. This is a spiritual pill I personally refined. As long as you consume it, all chronic ailments will improve. Chu Ming placed the pill bottle squarely before Yi Wenden. Yi Wenden and Yi Shui exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. What was Chu Ming up to now? Young Master Chu, please take your item back. I am not so foolish as to accept this. Yi Wenden's expression was tinged with anger. This was a condition that numerous famous doctors in Huaxia could not remedy. How could a mere pill suffice? Chu family, do not take me for a fool. In the face of Yi Wenden's fury, Chu Ming remained composed. The author had indeed written that Yi Wenden was exceedingly arrogant, and upon meeting him, it became evident that I shall leave this here. Whether you choose to consume, it is entirely up to you. Chu Ming stood up, looking at Yi Wenden. I will remain in Linzhou City for half a day. If the Yi family has not made a decision by then, I shall take my leave immediately. Tang Lin, let us depart. Chu Ming concluded, turning on his heel to leave. Tang Lin was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining her composure and following closely behind Chu Ming. In a solitary moment, only Yi Shui remained, alongside an untouched banquet table and a contemplative Yi Wenden. Chapter 4. The Marvelous Elixir. After Chu Ming departed, Yi Wenden gazed at the table laden with dishes, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. Xiao Shui, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yi Wenden inquired in a low voice. Chu Ming is truly overstepping his bounds. Yi Shui retorted angrily that if he were not the esteemed heir of the Chu family in the capital, he would certainly not be able to leave Chiua Lake so freely today. You are still viewing the situation too superficially, Yi Wenden replied, his gaze profound. You genuinely believe that Chu Ming came here to purchase Chiua Lake? No, he is merely a pawn dispatched by the Chu family. This indicates that the influence of the Chu family in the capital seeks to infiltrate Linzhou City. Grandfather, what should we do? Yi Shui asked, momentarily taken aback. That fool Chu Ming is not to be feared. I have investigated him. He is merely a wasteful heir, acting brazenly without any substance. Yi Wenden stated coldly, gently lifting a vial from the table. As for this elixir, the Chu family must have tampered with it, attempting to deceive me into consuming it. How ludicrous! With that, Yi went and exerted force with his right hand, crushing the neck of the white elixir vial. The vial fell from midair, and as it touched the ground, it shattered, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance that instantly permeated the AI. Our Dawai Shui was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting as she inhaled the aroma. Grandfather, this elixir. Yi Wenin also trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. How can this elixir possess such a potent fragrance? Yi Wenin was astounded, and he instinctively picked up the elixir once more. It was a vibrant green, faintly glowing with an ethereal light. The quality was at least superior grade or higher, surpassing even the elixirs auctioned by the medicine god pavilion. Taking a deep breath, Yi Wenin's face reflected his confusion. Why is this so? Grandfather, I recall that the superior elixir auctioned by the medicine god pavilion fetched a staggering 700 million. Yi Shui's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment that if this elixir is indeed of better quality, it could be worth at least 1 billion. Yi Wenin's demeanor grew serious as he recalled Chu Ming's earlier attitude, pondering, could it be that what Chu Ming said is true, grandfather? Surely not. Chu Ming is just a debauched heir. Would he really present such a fine gift to us? The total value of Chiyue Lake is barely 400 to 500 million, Yi Shui argued. Both found themselves perplexed by the situation. Perhaps we should try it, Yi Shui suggested hesitantly, that Yi Wenin remained silent, clearly tempted. His injuries had persisted for 20 years, and despite the spiritual aura of Chiyue Lake, he could not fully heal. Now a miraculous elixir lay before him. To gamble or not to gamble? The usually decisive Yi Wenin began to waver. Grandfather, if the elixir is not stored in the vial, its efficacy may diminish, Yi Shui promptly reminded. Resolute, Yi Wenin swallowed the elixir whole, disregarding the potential tampering by the Chu family. The moment the elixir entered his mouth, its potent energy surged through him. What? Yi Wenin was astonished to feel his old wounds steadily mending. His former strength was gradually returning. In merely 10 minutes, Yi Wenin's body quaked, a surge of vigor coursing through him. That I'm healed. He was taken aback, thoroughly examining his body and finding no adverse effects. Grandfather, did the elixir work? Yi Shui asked in confusion. Not only has it worked, but this elixir has not only healed my injuries, it has also significantly enhanced my strength. Could it be that Chu Ming genuinely seeks to befriend our Yi family? Yi Shui exclaimed in disbelief, sensing the profound change in Yi Wenin after consuming the elixir. Enough chatter. Quickly, we must invite him back. Yi Wenin urged fervently that we must extend the highest level of hospitality from our Yi family. We cannot afford to offend him again. Yi Shui was initially taken aback by his words, but soon hurriedly dashed away. On the other side, Chu Ming sat leisurely by Chiyue Lake, fishing as twilight descended. The streetlights illuminated the area, their orderly reflections shimmering upon the water. The night in Linzhou seems to arrive slower than I anticipated, Chu Ming mused, casting a glance at the picturesque scenery. Young Master Ming, are you certain it's wise to remain here? Tang Lin asked anxiously, noticing Yi Wenin's demeanor, fearing he might take action against them. What of it? Chu Ming replied calmly. What if he comes seeking my assistance? Seeking your assistance? Tang Lin was taken aback. She mused internally, wondering what had possessed this Chu Ming to speak such audacious words. This was not the Chu family in the capital, but the Yi family in Linzhou. Surely this was implausible. Yi Wenin appeared quite cautious. Tang Lin forced a smile. The more cautious a person is, the more they desire to take risks when faced with something of great importance. Much like these large fish, Chu Ming stated, reeling in his line, baiting the hook once more. What we must do is wait for them to bite. Tang Lin remained silent, feeling that Chu Ming seemed like a different person entirely. His profound words hardly resembled those of a wasteful heir. Nonetheless, she felt a pang of unease. Although trained professionally, escaping the Yi family's territory with Chu Ming was nothing but a dream. Just minutes later, footsteps echoed along the lakeside path. Oh no! Tang Lin exclaimed in alarm. Young Master Ming, We must leave. The Yi family has sent someone over. Why panic? The fish just bit. We cannot leave now, Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Smiling at this moment, patience is key. Young Master Ming. Tang Lin was nearly in tears that if we don't leave now, we may never escape. Listening to the footsteps, it was clear that at least a dozen individuals were approaching. Were they not there to capture Chu Ming? It seemed the Yi family had grown suspicious of him and intended to detain him. Suddenly, the water's surface rippled. Ha! I've got a fish! Chu Ming ignored Tang Lin's urgency and smoothly pulled up the line, expertly reeling in the hooked fish. Mere seconds later, over a dozen figures clad in black appeared around him, elite members hired by the Yi family. What do you intend to do? Tang Lin's face paled as she surveyed the group. Already strategizing how to help Chu Ming escape. Miss Tang, you are mistaken. Yi Shue stepped forward from behind the others. We are not here to trouble Mr. Chu. We have come on the orders of the family head to invite Mr. Chu for a discussion regarding Chiyue Lake. Why Yi Shue's respectful demeanor caught Tang Lin off guard. What did you say? Chapter 5. Master Chu. From Yi Shue's words, it seemed the Yi family wished to befriend Chu Ming. What was going on? Truly a significant catch. Chu Ming reeled in the line, tossing the fish into a bucket, a smile adorning his face as he organized the fishing line. His calm demeanor left Tang Lin momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Chu, we apologize for our previous disregard. Please allow us to host you at Chiyue Pavilion, where we have arranged a banquet in your honor. Yi Shue respectfully proposed. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming finally turned to face Yi Shue. He replied coolly, have your grandfather come to meet me himself, that I am busy fishing and have no time. The moment Chu Ming's words fell, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically for Yi Wen, the family head, to personally meet him. This young man was exceedingly arrogant. Tang Lin's expression darkened further. Just when the Yi family was willing to reconcile with Chu Ming, he chose to act with such disdain. My young master, do clarify. This is not the Chu family in the capital, but the Yi family's Chiyue Lake. Yi Shue stepped forward. Just as everyone expected her to reprimand Chu Ming, she instead bowed respectfully to him. Xiao Shui understands that I will promptly inform my grandfather and ask Mr. Chu to wait a moment. Yi Shue's reaction astonished everyone. She could agree to such a thing. Then hurry. I'll catch one more fish before I leave. Chu Ming said casually, not turning back as he calmly cast his line again. All right. Yi Shue nodded and pushed through the crowd, racing off into the distance. Witnessing this scene, Tang Lin found herself at a loss for words. What had possessed Yi Shue to so readily accommodate Chu Ming? Was there some pressure from the Chu family on the Yi family? Just a few minutes later, Yi Wen arrived in a hurry. Master Chu. The very first words from Yi Wen left Tang Lin utterly astonished. I sincerely apologize for our previous actions and would be grateful if you would graciously discuss matters regarding Chiyue Lake with us. Chu Ming sat by the lakeside, gazing at the now darkened water, and coolly replied, It seems the elixir has indeed worked. Yi Wen paused, then smiled wryly. Yes, it has indeed proven effective. Good, Chu Ming smiled, laying out his terms. I will purchase the entirety of Chiyue Lake for 3 billion, to be paid in full within 6 months. Additionally, I will personally gift you a technique from our Chu family. Thus, how could it be? Upon hearing this condition, Yi Wen took a deep breath. Setting aside the previously mentioned exquisite elixir worth at least 1 billion. Even the terms currently proposed by Chu Ming could be deemed exceedingly generous. The martial arts techniques preserved by the Chu family in the capital would fetch a starting price of at least 1 billion in the black market. Of course, I accept. Yi Wen immediately concurred. Fearing that Chu Ming might retract his offer, in exchange, our Yi family will fully cooperate with Master Chu's endeavors. The Yi family head truly is a straightforward individual. I appreciate that, Chu Ming thought with a smile. As long as he obtained control over the Chiyue Lake, he could disrupt its spiritual energy. Even if the protagonist were to be reborn, he would find it impossible to cultivate in this place. Not at all. Master Chu is the true paragon of excellence. It is our Yi family's honor to collaborate with you. Yi went and adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware of the significance of the previous elixir. By the way, could you assist me in locating someone in Linzhou City? Chu Ming retrieved a pre-prepared document from his pocket. The individual is named Chu Kuang, and all the pertinent information is contained herein. Please inform me promptly if you have any news. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi went and accepted it. This is a trivial matter. Our Yi family will notify Master Chu as soon as we receive any information. Chu Ming smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, that in his memory. The protagonist family had departed from the capital approximately 5 or 6 years ago, at which time the protagonist Chu Kuang was merely a teenager. Now, 5 or 6 years later, the protagonist had matured, and his appearance would undoubtedly have changed. However, the Yi family, being the overlords of Linzhou City, had their own information network, ensuring that Chu Ming's search for the protagonist would be remarkably efficient. Consequently, Chu Ming would be able to locate and eliminate the protagonist swiftly, thereby averting any future troubles. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Should Master Chu have any further instructions, do not hesitate to inform me. Yi Wen was quite astute. He recognized that Chu Ming, having come here to fish, would certainly prefer not to be disturbed again, having already offended Chu Ming once. He was determined not to do so a second time. Very well. Chu Ming cast his fishing line anew, responding with a nonchalant tone. Observing Chu Ming's reaction, Yi went and left, satisfied, accompanied by his entourage. Merely 3 minutes later, Chu Ming's phone vibrated. Congratulations! You have successfully altered the original plot, earning 5 plot points. Reward: Extreme Bloodblade X1. Relevant items have been credited to the user account. Please swipe to retrieve. Extreme Bloodblade? Chu Ming clicked on the description. Extreme Bloodblade, an artifact wielded by the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Hongdao, during the National Defense War to slay foreign invaders, forged with the combined efforts of 9 renowned Chinese craftsmen. It is said to possess the power to shake the very foundations of China. Note: lost for many years, returning it to the head of the Qin family will yield substantial rewards. Chu Ming's memory sparked. This item was indeed the gift that the protagonist had presented to the head of the Qin family. His eyes brightened. Chu Ming recalled that the inept author had once arranged a segment in which the protagonist fortuitously acquired such an item. The protagonist later gifted it to the head of the Qin family, gaining their unwavering support. Subsequently, when the protagonist confronted the Chu family, the Qin family stood firmly behind him, becoming his most formidable ally. I never anticipated I would also obtain this item. Gazing at the image on his phone, Chu Ming's lips curled into a slow smile. With the Chun family's backing, he could stabilize the situation among the 9 prominent families in the capital. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Instinctively, Chu Ming pressed the answer button. Then on the other end of the line came a furious voice. Chu Ming, you little rascal, what have you done in my absence? Hearing this voice, Chu Ming involuntarily trembled, nearly dropping his phone. Although he had traversed to this world, he retained all of Chu Ming's memories. This was unmistakably his grandfather, Chu Nantian, come to demand an explanation. Speak! Are you mute? The furious voice of Chu Nantian echoed through the phone. Chu Ming collected himself, cleared his throat, and replied, Grandfather, what has happened? How dare you inquire what has happened? Chu Nantian's anger was palpable, and he laughed incredulously. I ask you, did you force the eldest daughter of the Su family to leave? Yes. Chu Ming had no intention of denying it. What on earth were you thinking to drive her away? Chu Nantian thundered. Do you have any idea of the precarious situation our Chu family is in? We require the support of the Su family. And yet, you go and pull a stunt like this. Now the entire Su family is expressing their dissatisfaction with us. I just received news that the 4 core enterprises of our Chu family have had their funding withdrawn by the Su family. And many of our family's younger members employed by Su's company have been demoted or dismissed. In just one afternoon, our Chu family has lost 30 billion on the surface. Chu Ming, are you intent on ruining our Chu family? Upon hearing this barrage from Chu Nantian, Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback that he understood that driving away Su Mingfei would provoke a backlash from the Su family, but he never anticipated it would come so swiftly. "Grandfather, do not call me grandfather." Chu Nantian interrupted him sharply that I do not care where you are or what you are doing. Hurry back to me. Tomorrow, the Su family's elder Su Guqin will bring Su Mingfei here. And you must apologize to me, understand? Su Guqin, upon hearing that name, Chu Ming's eyes lit up that he recalled a peculiar plot point in the original story regarding Su Mingfei's background, that it turned out that Su Mingfei was actually the illegitimate daughter of Su Guqin. A fact known to very few, given that it was a significant scandal for the Su family. Perhaps I can leverage this, Chu Ming pondered thoughtfully. Rascal, are you listening to what I am saying? Chu Nanshan's voice grew increasingly impatient as he received no response from Chu Ming. Yes, I hear you. Chu Ming snapped back to reality, responding helplessly that if you do not show up tomorrow, you can forget about being the eldest grandson of the Chu family. Let your cousins take your place. I will explain everything to your deceased parents. Having uttered this ultimatum, Chu Nantian hung up in a huff. Chu Ming awkwardly put away his phone. That inept author was not mistaken. If Chu Nantian lost his temper, he could easily uproot the entire Chu family. Young Master Ming, is something wrong? Tang Lin, standing nearby, inquired cautiously that it's about Su Mingfei. Chu Ming sighed wryly and shook his head. The Su family is already knocking on our door so soon. Tang Lin was taken aback. That I suppose so. Prepare yourself. We are returning to the capital. Understood. Chapter 6. Are you not surprised? In the capital. At the Chu family estate. Perhaps due to the recent rain, the sky had been overcast since morning that I in the Chu family's reception room. Chu Nantian paced anxiously back and forth. He was an elderly man clad in a brown robe, with gray hair and a square face that commanded a sense of solemnity. Head of the family. The Su family has arrived. A voice called from outside. So soon. Chu Nantian was taken aback and quickly instructed. Hurry, invite them in. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and added, Never mind. I shall go personally. However, just as Chu Nantian stepped out of the reception room, the members of the Su family had already arrived at the courtyard entrance. Brother Chu, how have you been? An elderly man in a white robe led the Su family inside. That Su Mingfei followed closely behind, her expression one of distress. There were also several bodyguards and subordinates from the Su family, totaling more than 10 individuals. This time, the Su family arrived with great force. Grand Elder Su Guqin. Upon seeing the white-robed elder, Chu Nanshan's complexion paled slightly, although Su Guqin was a year or two younger than him. Both his strength and status far surpassed that of Chu Nantian, the head of the Chu family, that he was the primary decision-maker in the relationship between the Su and Chu families. Brother Chu. Su Guqin entered the reception room and took a seat on the sofa, looking at Chu Nantian and stating, You should be aware of my purpose here. Chu Nanshan's expression grew serious as he quickly replied, I am indeed aware. Then I shall not beat around the bush. Su Guqin's robe swayed as he coldly declared, Have that scoundrel Chu Ming come out and explain yesterday's incident, that we demand a satisfactory explanation from the Su family. This, Chu Nanshan's expression darkened, but he could not reveal that Chu Ming had yet to return. What? Are you implying that the Chu family intends to shield him? Su Guqin's brows furrowed, and he sneered, If he does not show up today after humiliating our Su family's eldest daughter yesterday, then let us consider the business dealings between our families concluded. As Su Guqin's words fell, the atmosphere in the reception room turned icy. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Nanshan's forehead. He understood that this matter could not be resolved so simply. The crux of the issue was that the Chu family's power was currently waning, and as the head of the Chu family, his status was inferior to that of Su Guqin, the elder of the Su family. Grandfather Chu, I came to stay with the Chu family because I believed in you, and our 3-year engagement period is approaching. That Su Mingfei, seated beside Su Guqin, spoke with an air of grievance. I never expected that the heartless Chu Ming would treat me this way. Surely, it must be the influence of the women around him. You must seek justice for me. Su Mingfei's demeanor was a stark contrast to her haughty attitude from the previous day. She now appeared like a wronged little wife. Chu Nantian took a deep breath and quickly reassured her. Mingfei, Chu Ming is at fault in this matter. I can assure you that we will thoroughly investigate this issue, that do not worry. Thoroughly investigate. Su Guoqin snorted derisively. Brother Chu, we have yet to see the person in question. How can you conduct an investigation? Is this how the Chu family treats us with such indifference? Faced with the provocation from Su Guoqin, Chu Nantian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a low, cold chuckle echoed from outside the door. The Su family truly puts on quite the show. Could it be that they intend to swallow the Chu family whole and become the foremost family in the capital? Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of those present changed dramatically, and they instinctively turned to look towards the reception room's entrance. Chu Ming strode in, accompanied by Tang Lin. Chu Ming, upon seeing the visitor's face, Su Mingfei could not help but reveal a glimmer of disdain and fury in her eyes. She could not forget the humiliation she endured at Chu Ming's hands yesterday. Never in her life had she experienced such disgrace. Oh, the main character has arrived. Su Guoqin appeared remarkably composed. Sipping his tea, he turned to Chu Nantian. Brother Chu, perhaps you should have him explain yesterday's events. Very well. Chu Nantian's expression grew serious as he immediately addressed Chu Ming. You wretched boy. Was it you who expelled Ming Fei yesterday? It was I. Chu Ming did not deny it. Then you should promptly apologize to the elders of the Su family and to Ming Fei. Chu Nantian glared at him fiercely. Apologize? Do they deserve it? Chu Ming sneered. A young mistress who squanders my family's resources and mistreats our servants? I dare not ask for such a thing. What did you say? Chu Ming's words reverberated throughout the reception room, causing everyone to shudder. Even Chu Nantian's face turned ashen. You little brat, do you have any idea what you're saying? Chu Nantian exploded in fury. Enough, brother Chu. Su Guoqin interjected darkly. I understand your family's stance now. From this day forth, it would be wise for your Chu family to refrain from interfering in our business. Chu Nantian broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied. Elder, please do not be angry. I will have this wretched boy apologize to your Su family at once. No need. Just consider this a day. I never stepped foot here, Su Guoqin declared, setting down his teacup and rising to leave with the Su family. Elder, Chu Nantian panicked. Were they really leaving so soon? However, Chu Ming chuckled. I happen to possess some information regarding you and Su Mingfei. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it. Upon hearing this, Su Guoqin's body stiffened abruptly. He turned to Chu Ming, coldly asking, What do you intend to say? I have no particular agenda. I merely wish to discuss Su Mingfei's lineage, Chu Ming replied, plopping down on the sofa and producing a document from his pocket, slapping it onto the coffee table. Tang Lin, please show this to the elder. Yes, Tang Lin respectfully stepped forward and handed the document to Su Guoqin. Feigning mystery, Su Guoqin took the document, but as soon as he glanced at it, his words faltered. His expression shifted from calm to pale, and then to one of tumultuous emotions. That isn't this quite the surprise? Chu Ming smiled and took a gentle sip of his tea. That I demand an apology from your Su family. Debts must be repaid. Do you have any objections at this declaration? The room erupted in an uproar. Both the Su and Chu families, including Su Mingfei, were taken aback. What gave Chu Ming the audacity to speak in such a manner? You fool! What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Nantian gasped in shock. Chu Ming was clearly aiming to provoke Su Guoqin to the utmost. Chu Ming, have you lost your mind? Su Mingfei scoffed. Do you dare to speak to our Su family in such a tone? Not only Su Mingfei, but the faces of the Su family were filled with mockery. It seemed Chu Ming had truly lost his senses to act so brazenly in such a setting. Alas, it appears the Chu family is doomed. The subordinates of Chu Nantian shook their heads in dismay. Without the collaboration of the Su family, the Chu family's downfall was inevitable. All of this could be attributed to the useless young master. Chu Ming, Su Mingfei cast a disdainful glance at Chu Ming, continuing, "Grandfather Qin, I refuse to marry such a scoundrel. You should swiftly dispose of this slap." Before Su Mingfei could finish, Su Guiqin struck her across the face. The blow was neither too heavy nor too light, but it caused Su Mingfei to stumble back a few steps. When she regained her composure, a red handprint marred her fair cheek. Stunned, Su Mingfei looked around in disbelief. "Grandfather Qin, why did you hit me?" she asked, covering her beautiful face in shock. "Silence," Su Guiqin barked. "From this moment on, you are forbidden to utter a single word." Su Mingfei stared blankly at Su Guiqin, unable to fathom why he treated her thus. Chapter 7. The Ultimate Bloodblade, but only Su Guiqin knew what was inscribed on that document. Su Mingfei was, in fact, his daughter. This secret had been concealed for decades, and if it ever came to light, it would spell scandal for the Su family. Should this information be exposed, not only would Su Guiqin be thrust into the spotlight, but Su Mingfei would also face dire consequences. Yet how did Chu Ming come to know this? "Chu Ming, I can agree to your terms." Su Guiqin's sudden declaration took everyone by surprise. Even Chu Nantian was puzzled by the drastic shift in Su Guiqin's demeanor after seeing whatever it was that Chu Ming had shown him to know. The stakes have just been raised. Chu Ming chuckled, his gaze turning icy. "I demand double repayment from your Su family. You?" Su Guiqin glared furiously at Chu Ming. "Are you mocking me? Whether it was mockery or not, I think you, as the instigator, should be most aware." Chu Ming remained unperturbed, speaking calmly. "Within this document lies a DNA verification report. I wonder, Elder Su, what would happen if its contents were to accidentally leak?" A subtle smile crept onto Chu Ming's face. It was this barely perceptible smile that infused Su Guiqin's eyes with a mix of severity and complexity. "You little wretch, dare you? What do I have to fear? Whether I offend you a little or a lot, the outcome remains the same. Let us play a grand game." Chu Ming retorted with a cold laugh. "What say you, Elder Su?" Having witnessed the unfolding events, Chu Ming was confident that this scandal was indeed real. Thus, he was certain that Su Guiqin feared exposure. "As the elder of the Su family, I stand firm and upright. Such absurd claims, even if they circulate, will not garner much belief." Su Guiqin scoffed. His gaze sharpened. "That's so." Chu Ming's gaze fell upon Su Guiqin's face. "If that is the case, then let us part ways and observe how the people of the capital will judge you." On this matter, Chu Ming was exceedingly confident. Su Guiqin's words were merely an attempt to bluff him. The tension in the reception room was palpable, as everyone held their breath. Even Chu Nantian was unable to believe that the usually timid Chu Ming dared to confront the Su family's elder so boldly. This scene left the head of the Chu family utterly bewildered. Facing the composed Chu Ming, Su Guiqin hesitated for a rare moment, and he could not ascertain the extent of the astonishing information Chu Ming possessed. "What do you want?" Su Guiqin's gaze bore into Chu Ming. "That I have stated my terms. Repay the money Su Mingfei spent and compensate for the losses incurred by our Chu family. Double the amount, and I shall consider this matter settled." Chu Ming smiled faintly, his eyes becoming piercing. "Otherwise, you should be aware of the potential consequences." That Su Guiqin's breath hitched. Under normal circumstances, had a junior spoken to him in such a manner, he would have overturned the Chu family without a second thought. Yet now, Chu Ming had him in a bind, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Su Guiqin scrutinized Chu Ming deeply. "You have guts, but you will come to regret this." With a flick of his sleeve, he addressed the Su family. "Let us depart. Grandfather Qin, are we truly leaving just like this? This affair?" Su Mingfei's eyes widened in disbelief. She had come seeking vengeance, not to leave empty-handed after being slapped. "Silence," Su Guiqin snapped. Feeling he had lost his composure, he continued in a low voice. "Rest assured, this matter with the Chu family is far from over." With that, Su Guiqin gestured for the members of the Su family to follow him out. "Elder Su, please wait." Chu Nantian, regaining his composure, hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, a strong hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Grandfather, Let them go. Chu Ming's voice resonated in his ear. You wretched boy. Do you have any idea how severe the consequences will be if Elder Su steps out that door today? Chu Nan Tian shouted furiously. He strained against the hand on his shoulder, attempting to break free from Chu Ming's grip, but found that the hand felt like a shackle, holding him firmly in place. This left Chu Nan Tian momentarily stunned. Chu Ming had never been fond of martial arts and had always been frail. How could he possess such strength? You. Chu Nan Tian turned in disbelief. They have already left. Do not pursue them. Chu Ming settled back onto the sofa, smiling at Chu Nan Tian. Grandfather, shall we sit down and discuss this? How could I possibly have such a scoundrel for a grandson? Chu Nan Tian slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Chu Ming, how far are you willing to go to ruin the Chu family? Your usual recklessness might be overlooked, especially since you could at least contribute to the family through a union with the Su clan. But are you satisfied with your actions today? Chu Nantian was consumed by fury as he coldly regarded Chu Ming. I hereby announce your expulsion from the position of the Chu family's eldest grandson. From now on, do not even think about claiming any of the family's resources. The moment these words left his lips, the members of the Chu family in the reception room gasped in shock. Master, I implore you to spare the young master this time. Tang Lin immediately knelt down, pleading on Chu Ming's behalf. Indeed, master. The young master merely acted foolishly this time. Please forgive him, if you proceed with this. What will become of the young master? The others followed suit, kneeling before Chu Nantian, advocating for Chu Ming. You still wish to plead for him? I intend to punish him, and you shall share in his punishment. Chu Nanshan's gaze swept across them, his voice seething with anger. None of you shall escape. Today, having offended the Su clan, the Chu family's future will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. After disciplining Chu Ming, Chu Nantian would have to personally visit the Su clan to offer an apology. That it could be said that he, as the head of the Chu family, had been thoroughly humiliated by Chu Ming. Grandfather, please remain calm. Chu Ming, however, was far more composed. I possess something that you might wish to see first. I will not look. Chu Nantian clenched his fists. If it were not for the sake of your deceased parents, I would have long since expelled you from the Chu family. Chu Nantian was presently in a fit of rage, and nothing Chu Ming said could sway him. Yet in the face of the furious Chu Nantian, Chu Ming calmly retrieved a box from behind him. Grandfather, please take a look before we continue. What is this? I said I want to look. Chu Nantian snapped. Chu Ming smiled and opened the box, revealing a dagger that radiated a golden glimmer, resting serenely within. The dagger measured 5 inches in length, its blade sharp, with a faint murderous intent emanating from it. What is this? Upon seeing the dagger, Chu Nanshan's body trembled violently. The extreme blood blade, a weapon lost by the ancestor of the Chun family, Chun Hongdao, during the National Protection War, it is the Chun family's treasured heirloom. Yet the descendants of the Chun family have searched for over 60 years without any trace. Chu Ming spoke in a low voice. Grandfather, what do you think would happen if we were to present this to the head of the Chun family? Chu Nanshan's breathing suddenly became heavy. If this item could be offered to the Chun family, they would undoubtedly provide their protection to that point. If Chu Nantian spoke, the alliance would be entirely achievable. In that moment, all anger and punishment were cast aside by Chu Nantian. Where did you acquire this? Chu Nantian asked in astonishment. You need not concern yourself with that. As long as it is authentic, is that not sufficient? Chu Ming smiled. Grandfather, if we can ally with the Chun family, what would the Su family amount to? Among the 9 great clans of the capital, the top 3 are Chun, Mo, and Shangwan. The middle 3 are Gu, Jiang, and Su. The Chu family ranks among the bottom 3, and is at the very lowest position. There are already some smaller families conspiring to drag the Chu family down. If we can secure the support of the Chun family, then all these issues will be rendered moot. Chapter 8. Dealing with the protagonist. No wonder you rascal, remained so composed. Chu Nantian concealed his anger, picking up the box from the table to examine it closely. Indeed, A faint murderous aura was present. A weapon of destruction. Chu Nantian cautiously closed the box, his eyes brightening. You, lad, have accomplished a great feat. As for the Chu family's eldest grandson, Chu Ming asked with a smile that I retract my previous decision. You shall remain the eldest grandson of the Chu family. Chu Nantian waved his hand, acknowledging that he had not considered the matter properly, and offered his apology. Chu Ming was somewhat speechless. This old man, Chu Nantian, had just scolded him, yet upon seeing the extreme bloodblade, he immediately apologized. Truly, he was a seasoned figure in the underworld. His expressions changed faster than flipping a page. And what about my subordinates? Chu Ming probed at a raise for all, and you shall be granted the status of a second-tier guest elder in the Chu family. How does that sound? Chu Nantian replied without hesitation, "Ha, grandfather, there is no need to be so courteous." It is settled then. Chu Ming laughed. Tang Lin and the others also lifted their heads, their gazes towards Chu Ming filled with excitement. They had just believed they were to be dismissed from the Chu family. Chu Ming shifted the topic. "Grandfather, there is one more thing. That woman has taken quite a bit of money from us over the past 2 years. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chu Nanshan's expression changed somewhat. That it was clear that Chu Ming was using this opportunity to extort him, that he forced a smile. "If you are in need, I can send some funds your way. Although our Chu family has struggled in business these past few years, we still have some money. That would be good." Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. "If the Su family returns the money later, remember to deposit it into my account." Chu Nanshan's expression darkened slightly, but he still agreed. Then he seemed to ponder before asking, "By the way, dear grandson, what does that mysterious document you possess say?" Chu Nantian was genuinely curious about what Chu Ming had provided to Su Guoqin that resulted in such a drastic change in attitude. "There is nothing of significance. I simply informed him that Su Mingfei is his daughter." Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, without any concealment. "What?" Chu Nantian was taken aback. "How dare you spread such rumors? How could Su Guoqin possibly?" Chu Nantian's words trailed off, as if Su Guoqin had not done such a thing. Would he have agreed to Chu Ming's terms? "Dear grandson, is this truly the case?" "Indeed." Chu Ming calmly sipped his tea, that a glimmer of joy appeared on Chu Nanshan's face. With this leverage in hand, he would have greater confidence when confronting the Su family in the future. By the way, is the document you possess genuine? If we truly have a handle on the Su family's elder, it would be immensely beneficial for future negotiations. You mean this? Chu Ming glanced at the document on the table. Yes, that's the one. That Chu Nanshan's gaze was fixed on the document in Chu Ming's hand. It has fake. With a forceful rip, Chu Ming tore the document in half. Fake? Chu Nantian was momentarily stunned. Did you just bluff Su Guoqin? Well, yes and no. Chu Ming smiled. As long as we can use this to threaten Su Guoqin, that old fool wouldn't dare to act against us. What do you mean? Chu Nantian frowned. Grandfather, if you're interested, you could look into this matter. Chu Ming replied coolly. This is our only means of threatening Su Guoqin. As a loyal reader of Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King, Chu Ming was well versed in such matters that he even understood Chu Nanshan's romantic history thoroughly. Investigating this matter would not be difficult. However, Chu Nantian hesitated. As the head of the Chu family, he had to consider many aspects when dealing with the elder of the Su family. At that moment, Chu Ming suddenly received a text message. It was from Yi Wenton of the Yi family in Linzhou. Master Chu, I have located the whereabouts of the person you were looking for, and my men have begun surveilling him. What should we do next? Upon reading the message, Chu Ming's eyes lit up. Excellent. We have finally found the protagonist. Next, as long as Chu Ming eliminates the protagonist, he could rest easy. Grandfather, I shall leave it at that. Take the extreme blood blade and reach out to the Chen family. I have other matters to attend to. Chu Ming swiftly rose, addressing Tang Lin. Let us go. Tang Lin was still in a daze. Suddenly hearing Chu Ming's words, she momentarily failed to react. It was only after Chu Ming exited the door that she hurriedly followed. Chu Ming. Chu Nantian called out loudly, feeling a surge of anger within. I have yet to finish speaking, you rascal. Do you wish to drive me to my grave? Grandfather, we can discuss matters upon my return. Chu Ming waved his hand nonchalantly, boarding the helicopter that awaited in the courtyard. Scoundrel! Chu Nanshan's temper flared to the entire Chu family. Not a single descendant dared to speak to him in such a manner. Master, this young master dares to show you such disrespect. Perhaps you should punish him and strip him of his title as eldest grandson, allowing the other young masters to take his place. A subordinate in dark attire suggested to Chu Nantian. Strip him of his title as eldest grandson. Do you think I do not wish to? Chu Nantian snorted, pulling out the box containing the extreme blood blade. However, this blade is indeed a fine item. Perhaps, once we ally with the Qin family, we can contemplate punishment later, the subordinate in dark attire tentatively inquired. We shall see. Though this lad's demeanor is somewhat presumptuous, his actions have been commendable. Chu Nantian chuckled, stroking the box in his hand. Forming an alliance with the Chun family is something I had never even dared to dream of before. Master, don't you find it strange that this young master, who usually leads a carefree life, has suddenly brought back something like this? What of it? Chu Nantian glanced at him. The subordinate suggested that this matter should be approached with caution. Stripping him of his title as eldest grandson would serve as a warning. And then, before the subordinate could finish his sentence, Chu Nanshan's expression turned icy. Chu Dong, are you getting a bit too close to the second son? Chu Nanshan's sudden words caused the subordinate's face to change dramatically. Master, I have no such intentions. None. Then it is well. Chu Nantian spoke coolly that if Chu Ming's title as eldest grandson were to be stripped, then the sons of the second master would be able to rise to prominence. Chu Nantian understood these subtle machinations all too well. Convey my message to the second master. Internal strife is acceptable, but let it be above board. However, should anyone dare to employ underhanded tactics, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Chu Nantian spoke coldly, adding, moreover, do not lay a hand on that scoundrel Chu Ming. He paused momentarily before continuing in a low voice. At least not at this stage. Upon hearing Chu Nanshan's words, the subordinates in green attire exchanged bitter smiles and nodded in agreement. I am weary. Take care of yourselves, Chu Nantian remarked, casting a glance at the box in his arms. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, he hurriedly made his way towards the inner hall. Chapter 9. The Return of the Underworld King. 6 hours later, in Linzhou City, at Chiua Lake, the water rippled gently. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the surface of the lake, stirring up a flurry of wind-blown debris. A young man clad in a school uniform stood at the water's edge, gazing into the crystalline depths. Time slipped away, millennia of history, to a moment of rebirth. The threads of fate were woven anew. I, Chu Kuang, have ultimately returned. His profound gaze seemed to harbor the weight of countless years that a millennium ago. He had tasted the bittersweet essence of the mortal realm, his soul descending into the netherworld. Yet by a twist of fate, he escaped the cycle of reincarnation, becoming a soul cultivator. Over the ensuing millennia, he unified the underworld, reigning as its sovereign. He is Chu Kuang, the present day, king of the underworld. In this rebirth, I shall rectify the regrets of my past life. Those who once humiliated, deceived, and oppressed me shall vanish forever. Chu Ming, you shall pay in kind for the grievances you have inflicted upon me. Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, in the aerial garden overlooking Chiua Lake, Chu Ming was peering through binoculars, scrutinizing the movements of Chu Kuang. That the protagonist, Chu Kuang. Chu Ming bit down hard on the sandwich in his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the lakeshore. According to the absurd narrative crafted by the author, the protagonist, Chu Kuang, would practice here by Chiua Lake and encounter Yi Wending, the head of the Yi family. Subsequently, the protagonist would heal Yi Wending's injuries. It was a rather kitsch plot. Now that Chu Ming had healed Yi Wending, it effectively rendered that storyline void, that if I can successfully eliminate the protagonist, I, the great antagonist, can rest easy without the constant worry of his retribution. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming asked with a hint of concern, "Tang Lin, are the assassins prepared?" "Young Master Ming, all preparations have been meticulously arranged, and the snipers are in position," Tang Lin replied seriously. "Once you give the order, we shall execute the assassination mission." Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Originally, his plan was to eliminate the protagonist before his rebirth. However, news from the Yi family indicated that several of the protagonist's subordinates sent to monitor him had sustained injuries. Chu Ming immediately understood that the protagonist had already completed his rebirth. Plans seldom align with reality. He must seize the opportunity to eliminate him while he is still vulnerable during this rebirth phase. After pondering for a moment, he directed his gaze toward Chiyue Lake. Chiyue Lake is an artificial lake in Linzhou City, modest in size, yet surrounded by upscale establishments. Chu Ming was also aware that this lake was managed by a descendant of the Yi family named Yi Long. Yi Long navigated both the underworld and the legitimate world with ease, but ultimately became a subordinate to the protagonist. It was uncertain whether the Yi family had granted Chu Ming permission to utilize Chiyue Lake without consulting Yi Long. "Convey the order, eliminate the target," Chu Ming declared coldly. Yes, at the sound of Chu Ming's command, shadows began to shift in the night. Dozens of figures, dark as ink, stealthily surrounded the lakeshore. Two ominous gun barrels were trained on the direction of the lake. Where the protagonist, the underworld king Chu Kuang, was seated at that moment. Chu Kuang was meditating by the lakeside, gazing at the shimmering water with a hint of confusion. Why is the spiritual energy here so weak? I remember there was a large spirit stone beneath Chiyue Lake. Chu Kuang's eyes glimmered with uncertainty. Little did he know that Chu Ming had preemptively moved the spirit stone, leaving only a trace of spiritual energy in the lake. Insufficient for Chu Kuang's cultivation. Impossible. How could this be? Chu Kuang found it hard to believe. Just then, a sniper bullet sliced through the night sky, hurtling towards the back of Chu Kuang's head. The air along its path seemed to ignite. Chu Kuang's body jolted, a dangerous sensation creeping up the back of his neck. In the next instant, he instinctively dodged to the side. The bullet grazed past his neck, and although it did not make contact, the bullet's high velocity effortlessly lacerated his skin, causing blood to pour forth. Had he not instinctively moved away, even if he had evaded it, survival would have been impossible. Someone wishes to kill me. How could this be? Chu Kuang was taken aback in his memories. This period should have been his most tranquil days, which was why he chose to be reborn at this juncture. Why would anyone want to kill him? While the underworld king Chu Kuang was in shock in the aerial garden, Tang Lin closed her tablet and reported to Chu Ming. "Young Master Ming, the first shot missed. What should we do next?" "What to do? Do you need me to spell it out for you?" Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Tang Lin's breath hitched, and she nodded earnestly. She activated her communication watch and spoke in a low tone. "All teams prepare to deploy the assassins. The snipers will strike from the shadows to ensure the completion of the mission." "Yes," as her subordinates responded. Tang Lin continued to monitor the drone's footage. The screen displayed the underworld king Chu Kuang hiding beneath a willow tree by the lakeside. The earthen mound beside the tree obstructing the sniper's line of sight. Who could possibly want me dead? Such an event never transpired in my previous life. Chu Kuang was filled with disbelief. His earlier calm demeanor now replaced by acute anxiety that if he were truly the underworld king, he would not fear these assailants. Yet, having just been reborn, if he were to die now, it would be the end for him. The mighty king of the underworld, now reduced to hiding in such a manner. The humiliation was unbearable. "Zhao Dongsheng, wait until I regain some of my powers. I shall surely take your head." Chu Kuang scoffed coldly, his figure vanishing into the depths of the thicket. 10 minutes later, 3 helicopters hovered above Chiyue Lake. On the ground, numerous members of the Yi family were conducting searches in the aerial garden. "Young Master Ming, the Yi family has sent word that they have not found the person." Chu Ming furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. What utter incompetence! Tang Lin quickly lowered her head, pleading, "Please forgive me." Young Master Ming, did not blame yourself. It is the Yi family that is to blame. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively. It is a pity that the power of the Chu family does not rest in my hands. Otherwise, I would summon the Chu family's guards, and such an incident would surely not have occurred. Chu Ming sighed inwardly, acknowledging that aside from his status as the young master, he possessed little actual power within the family. Thankfully, he had preemptively disrupted the spiritual energy of Chiuel Lake. Otherwise, should the protagonist escape, it would spell significant trouble. He instructed that the Yi family keep a close watch on Chu Kuang's residence. Although he had fled, he would undoubtedly return home. Report immediately if there is any news. Understood. Tang Lin nodded, then inquired, "Young Master Ming, what about Chu Kuang's parents? How should we handle them?" "Do not touch his parents. I only desire Chu Kuang's life," Chu Ming declared firmly, "and those around him should be left unharmed. We cannot harm the innocent." Hearing this, Tang Lin cast a surprised glance at Chu Ming. Was this still the ruthless young master of the Chu family? This time, she had been prepared to eliminate Chu Kuang's entire family in Linzhou, and Chu Ming's sudden pronouncement left her bewildered. "Do you understand?" Chu Ming asked. "Did I understand? I will make arrangements immediately," Tang Lin replied promptly. "Very well." Chu Ming picked up his wine glass and took a gentle sip. Just then, a waiter approached them, politely nodding. "Sir, this venue has been reserved." Upon hearing the waiter's words, Tang Lin, who was about to rise, was taken aback. "Reserved? What nonsense! This is the property of Chiuel Lake, which has been entirely purchased by Chu Ming. It rightfully belongs to him. How can a servant chase away their master? Are you trying to expel us?" Tang Lin retorted. The waiter quickly responded, "The expenses for today will be covered by our hotel, as a distinguished guest is arriving, that we ask for your understanding." "Understanding?" Tang Lin nearly laughed in exasperation. "Do you have any idea?" Tang Lin, Chu Ming suddenly interrupted. Tang Lin immediately fell silent. Chu Ming turned to the waiter. "Who is this distinguished guest you speak of?" "It is said to be Yi Long, the head of Chiuel Lake." The waiter replied in a hushed tone, "You must have heard of his reputation, so I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, should he find you here, not only will I face punishment, but you will also encounter difficulties." "Yi Long?" This is intriguing, that a cold smile crept across Chu Ming's lips, that he indeed recognized this so-called distinguished figure, that Yi Long was sent by the Yi family to oversee Chiuel Lake, being the son of Yi Wentong's eldest child. By all accounts, he should be considered Yi Shui's cousin. According to the usual plot developments, after the protagonist took over Chiuel Lake, Yi Long would come knocking and subsequently be taught a lesson by the protagonist. In that case, he would become the protagonist's subordinate, so that's it. Since the protagonist has fled, this segment of the narrative has changed. Chu Ming pondered for a moment and instructed the waiter. "Have Yi Long come to see me?" The waiter froze at those words. "Sir, you must be joking. Someone of that caliber is not someone I can meet." The waiter's expression darkened slightly, that "If you insist on not leaving, I will have to call security to escort you out." Chu Ming merely regarded him coolly, remaining silent. The waiter clapped his hands, summoning 2 uniformed security guards from the entrance. These 2 refused to leave. The waiter pointed at Chu Ming and Tang Lin, showing no mercy. The 2 guards exchanged glances with Chu Ming. "Who are you to act so brazenly in Yi Long's territory?" They scoffed. "Get lost. When Yi Long arrives, both you and we will be finished." The guards, lacking the decorum of the waiter, cursed openly at Chu Ming, who remained unfazed. One of the guards attempted to grab Tang Lin's arm. But in the next moment, Chu Ming slammed his palm onto the nearby table. Boom! With the power of the Wangu Mingdao Ju, the table shattered into splinters, sending wooden fragments flying and causing the guards to hastily retreat in shock. Chu Ming slowly rose, his gaze icy. "Listen closely. This is my territory. You will summon Yi Long to meet me. Otherwise, this will be your fate." He snorted disdainfully. The young master of the Chu family. He would not be driven out by a mere security guard. Did they think he was one of those brainless protagonists from novels? He was the great antagonist, and a great antagonist must maintain the demeanor of one. Chu Ming's sudden display of power intimidated the guards and the waiter alike. Even the staff present were struck with fear, hesitating to AT that moment. The door leading to the Sky Garden swung open abruptly. "Who dares to cause a ruckus on Yi Long's territory?" A deep, commanding voice thundered. The staff's faces paled in unison. Dozens of men clad in black rushed in, forming a line that a bald man dressed in luxurious attire strode into the room. The surrounding guards and waiters quickly lowered their heads, shouting in unison, "Brother Long." Chu Ming turned to look, his gaze landing on the bald man. "You are Yi Long?" Chu Ming asked calmly. The bald man appeared to be in his 30s, with a vicious scar running along his cheek, giving him a fearsome presence. Indeed, he looked just as the author had depicted, yet his real-life appearance was far more imposing. "How dare you speak to Brother Long like that?" One of Yi Long's underlings shouted. "This is Chiu Lake. You should take a moment to reflect on your own worth before acting so recklessly in front of Brother Long. Brother Long, this brat has offended you. We must break his legs and throw him out." Yi Long's underlings immediately chimed in. Silence. Yi Long frowned. "Brother Long, this kid." One of Yi Long's underlings attempted to speak further, but Yi Long abruptly seized him by the collar. "Did I tell you to shut up? Can't you understand?" The underling wilted instantly, his face pale as he pleaded, "Brother Long, I was wrong. I was wrong." Yi Long snorted, tossing him aside, his gaze sweeping over Chu Ming and Tang Lin. Upon seeing Tang Lin, his eyes momentarily glazed over. Standing at 1.7 meters, Tang Lin possessed a perfect figure and an exquisite face that made him swallow hard. His gaze shifted back to Chu Ming. "You causing trouble on my turf. You must have known this would happen, right?" Chu Ming, hearing this, merely chuckled. "Your turf? Who says this is your turf? If it's not mine, then whose could it possibly be?" Yi Long scoffed, laughing heartily. "Indeed, it is mine." Chu Ming chuckled incredulously. His declaration prompted derisive expressions from the surrounding underlings. Has he lost his mind? He claims Chiu Lake is his. To speak to Brother Long in such a manner? He is as good as dead. What does he think he is? It's utterly laughable. In no time, dozens of black-clad bodyguards surrounded Chu Ming and Tang Lin. What do you intend to do?" Chu Ming scanned the scene, asking calmly. "What do you think?" Yi Long sneered. "Today, I'm in a good mood and might let you off. You can leave, but this pretty girl stays." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. He had thought Yi Long would act as he did in the original storyline and attack directly to his surprise. Yi Long had fixated on Tang Lin's beauty instead. Unfortunately for him, he would soon regret that you know who I am. Chu Ming asked with a smile that bore no humor, "That I don't care who you are. No one has dared to speak to me like this in Chiu Lake." Yi Long sneered, gesturing to his underlings. "Brother Long." The underlings eagerly nodded and bowed. "Go. Grab that girl, that I'm in the mood for a little fun today." "Yes." The underlings immediately set off, encircling Tang Lin, while the other bodyguards kept a watchful eye on Chu Ming to prevent any sudden moves. To their astonishment, however, Chu Ming remained indifferent. In fact, he seemed weary and simply sat down, adopting a spectator's demeanor. This kid stunned into silence. He must be, willing to abandon his girlfriend. What a coward. Yet this was advantageous for them, making it easier to act. Several underlings mocked Chu Ming, and a few had already begun to tug at Tang Lin's clothing. But in the next instant, Tang Lin sprang into action, executing a perfect reversal to pin down the hand of the closest blonde youth. Without hesitation, she leaped and performed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Crash! Tables and chairs flew, and decorative vases shattered everywhere. Before the remaining underlings could react, Tang Lin leapt again, delivering a flurry of punches and sweeping kicks that in mere moments, all the seemingly arrogant underlings lay sprawled on the floor. This scene left Yi Long and his men wide-eyed in shock. Even Yi Long himself was taken aback, struggling to find his voice. This seemingly delicate girl was astonishingly formidable. At that moment, Tang Lin turned and clasped her fist towards Chu Ming, bowing slightly that I took the liberty of acting without young Master Ming's permission. I ask for your forgiveness. Young Master Ming? The title left Yi Long and his companions utterly astonished. Originally, she is not Chu Ming's girlfriend? Chu Ming chuckled softly, turning to scoff. Yi Long, she is far more formidable than I am. If you wish to deal with both of us, you may as well begin with me. His words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Many faces turned peculiar at his audacity. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant that I in the territory of Chiuel Lake. This was the first young man to speak to Yi Long in such a manner. Who do you think you are, daring to address me like that? Yi Long retorted with a rage-fueled smile. Even if you wish to leave today, you won't be able to. Actually, I had no intention of leaving. Chu Ming replied, extending 3 fingers. If you kneel here and bow to me 3 times, I might consider sparing you today. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Then, a wave of uproarious laughter erupted. What did he say? He wants Brother Long to kneel and bow. Truly audacious. Does he have a screw loose? Quickly, get him out of here. He's tarnishing Brother Long's reputation. Yi Long furrowed his brows, glaring coldly at Chu Ming. You're seeking death. Yet Chu Ming clapped his hands, calling toward the entrance, Yi family head. You've been hiding for quite a while. Isn't it time you emerged? The crowd was taken aback, then turned their gaze toward the entrance. Beside the door, an elderly man clad in a white training outfit cleared his throat and stepped forward with an air of authority. Yi Shui supported him as he walked step by step to stand before Yi Long grandfather. Yi Long was taken aback. What brings you here? The operation at Chiuel Lake has concluded. I came to see how you were faring. Yi Wendong spoke in a deep voice. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Chu Ming's face, where he noticed Chu Ming watching him with a playful expression. To why Yi Wendong felt a twinge of guilt. He had indeed been lurking by the door, intending to observe Chu Ming's methods. Little did he know, Chu Ming had already spotted him. Your timing is impeccable. There's a presumptuous young man causing trouble on my turf. Yi Long smiled. I will deal with him immediately and ensure he does not disrupt your operations at Chiuel Lake. Bring him here, Yi Long commanded. Brother Long. A multitude of black-clad bodyguards bowed to Yi Long. Dispose of this brat. Yi Long pointed at Chu Ming. From this day forth, I do not wish to see him again. Did you hear me? Yes, Brother Long. The bodyguards immediately complied. Stop. Let us see who dares. Just as they prepared to act, Yi Wendong thrust his cane down and bellowed sharply. Grandfather? Yi Long looked at him in astonishment. That why Yi Wendong then struck Yi Long's face with a resounding slap. Yi Long's already fierce left cheek instantly swelled. He nearly toppled over. Grandfather, you. Yi Long clutched his face, frozen in place. You insolent fool. This is a distinguished guest of the Yi family. How dare you lay a hand on him? You've gone too far. Yi Wendong's eyes bulged with fury. Our distinguished guest? Yi Long stared in disbelief, realizing that Chu Ming was calmly gazing back at him. Yi Long questioned skeptically. Not only Yi Long, but everyone present wore expressions of shock. Staring at Yi Wendong. Has the old master lost his mind? This kid just brought a girl here for a meal. How does he qualify as a distinguished guest, if he were truly a distinguished guest? Wouldn't he have been arranged a private room? Why is he sitting here? Indeed, the old master must be mistaken. This kid hardly looks like a guest of honor. The murmurs around the room only served to heighten Yi Wendong's ire. This esteemed guest signed a contract with me yesterday and has purchased Chiuel Lake. All the assets of Chiuel Lake now belong to him. Yi Long, are you trying to bring trouble to the Yi family? Yi Wendong's words landed heavily on Yi Long's ears, leaving him in disbelief. Chapter 12. Kneel. Master Chu, please forgive me. This was never my intention. That why Yi Wendong bowed apologetically toward Chu Ming. This declaration left everyone utterly astonished. A profound silence enveloped the venue. Who exactly is this young man, that even the head of the Yi family must address him as Master Chu? Grandfather, you must be mistaken. if he were truly a distinguished guest. Why would he be seated here? Yi Long protested, unable to bear the absurdity of the situation. If Chu Ming were a valued guest of the Yi family, he would have been informed to prepare the most luxurious private room for his arrival. There was no way he would be seated here. You insolent fool! Do you not believe my words? Yu Dong gritted his teeth, stating angrily, "Do you know who our operation today is for?" "For whom?" Yi Long was bewildered. "For the esteemed Master Chu standing before you," Yu Dong exclaimed, exasperated that if he were not here, how could he observe the situation at Chiyue Lake? Upon hearing this, all faces turned pale. Indeed, while ordinary guests could enter this establishment, it was autumn now, and the evening winds were chilly. Few patrons would choose to dine outside. In the entire aerial garden, there were a total of 108 seats, with only 3 occupied. Among them were Chu Ming and Tang Lin. Clearly, this was the optimal vantage point to observe Chiyue Lake. It seems these two truly are esteemed guests of the Yi family. Were it not for your father's reputation, I would have taken it upon myself to cleanse the Yi family today, Yu Dong declared angrily. Now, come over and kneel to apologize. Witnessing Yu Dong's furious expression, Yi Long stood frozen in place. Kneel. Even if I have offended a distinguished guest, there is no need for such a gesture. Grandfather, do not call me grandfather, if you wish to remain a descendant of the Yi family. Come here and kneel. Yu Dong's tone turned. I see why Yi Long hesitated. As the head of Chiyue Lake, how could he simply kneel? Insolent. Seeing Yi Long's demeanor, Yu Dong kicked him sharply in the calf. Thud! In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Long's knees buckled, and he knelt before the ground. Brother Long, he really knelt? This scene cast an eerie silence over the entire aerial garden. Only the chilling winds from outside howled. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, unable to believe what was unfolding before them. Yi Long, who navigated both the underworld and the upper echelons of society, had the entire power structure of Linzhou City bending to his will. Yet here he was, kneeling before Chu Ming. What kind of background does this esteemed guest possess that would compel the family head to bow in such a manner? Everyone found it hard to believe that this scene was indeed real. Chu Ming coldly observed this spectacle, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he looked at Yi Long. This plot mirrored the earlier moments when Yi Long had bullied the protagonist. It seemed that despite altering certain aspects of the story, some elements remained unchanged. I previously stated that you should kneel and bow 3 times, yet it seems you were not very obedient. Chu Ming suddenly laughed. This smile, to the onlookers, bore an icy undertone. Yi family head, you have been watching this drama unfold for quite a while. Surely you owe me an explanation. Yu Dong's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly spoke. Master Chu, today's matter is due to my negligence. Your esteemed identity is of great significance, which is why it was not disclosed. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Chu Ming interrupted Yu Dong, speaking indifferently. You know in your heart how things stand. If this happens again, do not say I did not warn you. Chiyue Lake, or even the entire Yi family, may face repercussions. Yu Dong's breath hitched. Chu Ming had already discerned that Yu Dong intended to use Yi Long to test him. Rumors suggested that the young master of the Chu family was a fool, and Yu Dong likely harbored doubts that if he were to succeed in his intentions, would Chu Ming still be the villain? Listen well. I, Chu Ming, have come with the cooperation of the Chu family. If your Yi family does not wish to collaborate, you may refuse. Chu Ming's gaze swept across the room as he spoke sternly. If we are to cooperate, do not engage in such trivial antics. Do you understand, Yi family head? Yu Dong's face turned pale as he repeatedly agreed. The conditions set forth by Chu Ming were indeed exceedingly generous. This reckless attempt at testing him had been discovered, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. You are the young master of the Chu family from the capital. Yi Long's expression turned terror-stricken upon hearing Chu Ming's identity, his heart racing with anxiety. Soon after, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Offending the young master of the Chu family was akin to inviting catastrophe. when he looked at Chu Ming again. It was as though he were gazing upon a ghost. The surrounding crowd, witnessing Yi Long's transformation, wore expressions of utter shock. Yi Long, trembling in fear. He was the head of Chiyue Lake. This left those who had previously antagonized Chu Ming and Tang Lin feeling profoundly fearful. Especially the waiter and two security guards, whose hands trembled uncontrollably. What had they done? They had dared to force the young master of the Chu family to leave. Should Chu Ming pursue this matter, they would not merely lose their jobs. Please forgive me, Master Chu. This incident is indeed the responsibility of the Yi family. Yi Wendong, aware of his culpability, promptly bowed to Chu Ming. I will immediately send someone to retrieve the documentation for the assets of Chiyue Lake and facilitate the transfer. From now on, the assets of Chiyue Lake and its surroundings will belong to you. Furthermore, our Yi family will contribute 20 million as operational funds. How does that sound? Yi Wendong's demeanor this time was far more accommodating than before. The elixirs that Chu Ming had previously offered had left him astonished and bewildered. He had even conducted a thorough investigation into Chu Ming's identity, confirming that he was indeed the young master of the Chu family. With these two factors combined, it was enough to make him lower his pride. That seems acceptable. Chu Ming let out a cold smile, his gaze fixed upon Yi Long. As for you. Upon hearing these words, Yi Long immediately responded with sycophantic laughter, his demeanor a stark contrast to before. Young Master Chu, it was my blindness that led me to mistake you. This transformation left the onlooking subordinates in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly Yi Long, the formidable figure who navigated both the underworld and the legitimate world with ease? How adept he was at reading the room. Chu Ming scoffed. Then tell me, whose territory is this? Naturally, it belongs to you, Yi Long replied, bowing and scraping as he answered without hesitation. You are quite perceptive. Chu Ming chuckled heartily. I in the original narrative, Yi Long was the first minor antagonist to appear, later becoming a subordinate to the protagonist. The inept author characterized Yi Long as a bully who feared the strong and preyed on the weak, ultimately achieving little of significance. Indeed, as the protagonist traversed the city, executing several grand schemes, Yi Long remained entirely uninvolved. Now, I present you with two choices, Chu Ming declared, grasping a wooden stick from the ground. With a sudden squeeze, he crushed it to dust under the power of the eternal nether path technique. The wood powder scattered through the air, leaving the crowd momentarily breathless. Even Tang Lin, who stood nearby, was taken aback. When had Chu Ming acquired such strength? I am in need of a loyal dog in Linzhou City, and you seem quite suitable. This is your first choice. Chu Ming spoke slowly, rubbing the wood powder in his hands. The second choice is to vanish without a trace, just like this stick. Choose. Chapter 13. Skill Tree Activated. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, the entire venue fell into silence. All eyes fixated on Yi Long. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to glance at Yi Wentong, who averted his gaze. Clearly uninterested in intervening, Yi Long wrestled internally, his face pale with fear. I understand. He stammered, clenching his fists and trembling as he spoke. I, Yi Long, am willing to be young Master Chu's dog. As he uttered these words, Yi Long's heart was a tumult of emotions. Though he was not a major player in Linzhou City, he held some level of standing. This admission left him with no way to recover his dignity. Fear not, since you have chosen to follow me. I shall not treat you poorly. Chu Ming replied with a slow smile, producing a blue-covered scroll from his robe and tossing it before Yi Long. This is the foundational technique of the Chu family. Take it. The scroll landed at Yi Long's feet, and he froze in shock. Picking it up, he looked up in disbelief. Young Master Chu, this technique, the Destiny, Volume 1, can strengthen your body and cultivate your spirit in a short period. Chu Ming stated nonchalantly. This technique should prove useful to you. Individuals like Yi Long, who traversed both the legitimate and underworld realms, were expected to possess some martial prowess. In the narrative of rebirth of the urban underworld king, there existed martial artists from noble families, classified into tiers from the lowest to the highest. Energy warriors. Inner Force experts and martial arts masters. Yi Wendong had already reached the level of Inner Force expert, while Yi Long was close to being an energy warrior. Thus, martial techniques held great significance that why Yi Long's eyes widened as he gazed at the scroll. Utterly captivated. Young Master Chu, from this day forth, I shall heed your every command, Yi Long exclaimed, bowing respectfully to Chu Ming. Previously, he had been forced into submission, but now he was willingly eager to serve Chu Ming. That was the Chu family's technique. Who in the small city of Linzhou could acquire such a treasure? Not only he, but the others present were also filled with envy. Chu Ming's reward had indeed surpassed their expectations. Listen, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Chu Ming stated calmly that if you perform well, you shall not be treated poorly in the future. Thank you, young Master Chu, Yi Long replied, his excitement palpable as he bowed once more. Observing Yi Long's demeanor, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. The carrot and stick approach, a tactic learned from the protagonist that I end the original plot. When Yi Long caused trouble, the protagonist similarly subdued him before offering a morsel of reward. This ensured loyalty. Head of the Yi family, do you have something to say to me? Chu Ming inquired, raising his head to address Yi Wenji. That why Yi Wentong's expression shifted, and he promptly retrieved the documents handed to him by Yi Shui. Master Chu, tonight, the Yi family has indeed made a misstep, and I extend our apologies on behalf of the Yi family. That why Yi Wentong's countenance was grim as he reported. Here is the target's information. We have gathered it thoroughly. Having let Chu Kuang slip away, Yi Wentong's pride was severely bruised at one of the three prominent families in Linzhou City. Failing to handle such a trivial matter only served to invite ridicule. Yi Long, I entrust this matter to you, that I want the target's whereabouts within 3 days. Yi Long was taken aback, swiftly accepting the documents from Yi Wentong. He clasped his hands towards Mo Chan and declared, Young Master Chu, I shall spare no effort. Go now and inform me of any developments, Chu Ming instructed with a wave of his hand. The Yi family members quickly understood and exited the premises. Just 3 minutes later, Chu Ming's black phone vibrated abruptly. You have received a message from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check it. Chu Ming immediately opened it. Congratulations on successfully reversing the original plot. Plot point 60. Reward. Heavenly Zen Sutra. Volume 11. The related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to retrieve. Note: upon reaching the critical point of plot points, the exchange system has been activated. Please click the taskbar below to view. The number of points this time was unexpectedly high. Chu Ming was taken aback that he noted that previously he had altered the original plot, but this time it was a reversal. The difference in wording resulted in a 10-fold increase in rewards. Could it be due to repelling the protagonist? Chu Ming pondered, realizing that he had also claimed the protagonist's first subordinate for himself, which might have contributed to this outcome. The gift of a Buddhist scripture was indeed intriguing. Chu Ming smiled, intrigued by the newly unlocked exchange system, that he explored the app further. Heavenly Zen Sutra, Volume 1, authored by the Buddha of the Netherworld. It encompasses profound truths of Buddhist philosophy. How fascinating! Chu Ming chuckled, eager to see what this exchange system entailed. As he scrolled through his phone, he clicked on the newly appeared exchange section. A vibrant green sapling appeared on the screen. Skill tree. Users may exchange plot points for skill points. Purpose: upgrade the technique Eternal Netherpath Technique. Could this truly allow for the upgrading of Eternal Netherpath Technique? This felt like an unfair advantage. The moment Chu Ming glimpsed this page, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Eternal Netherpath Technique was the technique of the Nether King, Chu Kuang, that I end the original plot. The protagonist wielded this technique to vanquish foes throughout the city, instilling fear in all. Yet even so, mastering Eternal Netherpath Technique required vast resources and spiritual energy. The protagonist had to scavenge for resources to gain strength. When Chu Ming initially read the story, he found it exhilarating, but reflecting on it now, he realized that the protagonist's morals were utterly flawed. He robbed noble families of their spiritual herbs, stole from women during dual cultivation, and even dared to seize from the nation. With this upgrade tree, my technique would undoubtedly progress much faster than Chu Kuang's, making it a simple task to eliminate him. A smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips. He promptly activated 2 levels, spending 30 plot points that he originally had 70 plot points, and to fully cultivate the skill tree, he needed to reach 10 levels. The first level cost 10 points, the second 20. The third 40, the fourth 80. After completing this, Chu Ming felt an exhilarating lightness in his body, as if his blood and energy were in a state of joyous tumult, seizing a metal rod from the ground. He merely squeezed it lightly, leaving several indentations. Indeed, it was effective. Chu Ming laughed heartily. Friendly reminder, upon accumulating plot points 1,000, the exchange mall will be unlocked. Please be mindful of accumulation. The Urban Cultivation app sent Chu Ming a notification. This message prompted him to reconsider further expenditure. He still had 40 points, ample enough to reach the third level, that he estimated that reaching this level would put him on the threshold of becoming an inner force expert. It was worth noting that Tang Lin had trained in martial arts since childhood and had only just crossed into the realm of energy warriors. Inner force experts were already considered powerful among the offspring of noble families. Perhaps it was best to refrain from spending for now and save up to see if he could exchange for valuable items from the mall. Chu Ming set down his phone. Deciding to conserve those 40 points to AT that moment, Tang Lin returned after seeing off the Yi family members and walked in. Young Master Ming, the head of the family, just called. The Su family has compensated us. Chu Ming raised his head casually, asking with mild interest, how much? It seems to be 5 billion. Upon hearing this figure, the wine in Chu Ming's hand nearly spilled. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, how much? Chapter 14. The female lead appears 0.5 billion. Tang Lin reiterated 0.5 billion. Chu Ming was astonished. Simultaneously, he gained a newfound understanding of Su Mingfei's spending habits. For the Su family to compensate him double meant that Su Mingfei had squandered 2.5 billion of the Chu family's wealth over the years. Goodness, it was fortunate that he had expelled this woman from his life. Chu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Had they prolonged her stay any further, he shuddered to think of the financial toll it would have exacted. However, Ming Xiao, do you not fear retaliation from the Su family for our actions? Tang Lin expressed her concerns, aware that Su Guqin was no trifling adversary. And what of it, if he dares to retaliate? We shall both perish in the flames together, Chu Ming retorted nonchalantly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He harbored no fondness for the Su family. As the narrative unfolded, the Su family not only positioned themselves as enemies of the Chu family, but also took to humiliating Chu Ming daily. For now, he merely sought to extinguish any potential threats, denying the Su family any opportunity to strike. That be by the way, keep a watchful eye on Yilong. I shall seize this moment to visit Chiyue Lake. As I have matters to attend to, Chu Ming instructed, taking a sip of red wine. Ming Xiao, might it be somewhat perilous for you to venture alone in this situation? Tang Lin cautioned, apprehensive about the Su family's potential for vengeance. No matter, you shall go, he replied with a hearty laugh. If they dare to send someone, they must be prepared for the consequences. Tang Lin regarded the confident Chu Ming, her words caught in her throat. The strength he had just displayed, reducing wood to powder, left her astonished. In her mind, he was merely a frivolous young master, too lazy to hone his martial skills. How could he possess such capability? Very well, Ming Xiao. She refrained from further comment and rose to leave. The night at Chiyue Lake was tranquil. The willow trees, which had collapsed due to the assassination attempt on Chu Kuang, had been swiftly restored by the Yi family. At that moment, the moonlight cascaded down, casting the reflection of the pavilion upon the lake's surface. The author of that sand sculpture must lack skill, for this lake was far more beautiful than depicted in any book. Chu Ming sat alone by the water, gazing at the shimmering scene before him. For reasons unknown, his spirit seemed to settle into a serene calm. The legendary Chiyue Lake was said to grant wishes on nights of the full moon. If one made a wish here, it would come true, Chu Ming murmured to himself, then chuckled softly. Surely, the sand sculpture's creator must have penned that in jest. It could not possibly be so miraculous. The lights along the lakeside cast shadows that danced among the trees, and Chu Ming could even discern fish leaping within those shadows. At last, I have found you, that a delicate voice floated from behind him. Chu Ming was taken aback, turning to find a young girl standing there, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black, that he promptly rose, brushing off his trousers to remove the clinging grass. He regarded the young girl, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Chu Kuang. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've changed your clothes?" The young girl scoffed coldly. Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. Chu Kuang? He was aware of their blood relation and acknowledged their resemblance. Yet it was absurd to be mistaken for him. "Guards," the young girl sneered, her voice dropping to a menacing tone. The black-clad bodyguards surged forward, encircling Chu Ming with a formidable intent to prevent his escape. "Who might you be?" Chu Ming scrutinized the young girl, his brow furrowed. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, dressed stylishly in designer attire. Unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy family, that if she were one of the affluent young ladies from the book Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King. There were countless such individuals. Even if Chu Ming sought them out individually, he would struggle to identify this one. Listen closely. I am Zhao Nianer, and Xiao Mingyue is my close friend. The young girl glared at Chu Ming, asserting, "I know what you said to Xiao Mingyue this morning. Do not think I am unaware." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming recalled. So she was the female protagonist's confidant. Now that he recognized her identity, he felt considerably more at ease. Zhao Nianer was the daughter of Zhao Dongcheng, head of the Zhao group and a close friend of the protagonist Xiao Mingyue. This evening, Chu Ming awaited none other than Xiao Mingyue herself. In the original narrative, the protagonist Chu Kuang was destined to encounter Xiao Mingyue at Chiyue Lake and gift her a Buddhist scripture, thus winning her affection. However, he had not anticipated meeting Zhao Nianer before Xiao Mingyue. "Very well. What do you intend to do?" Chu Ming surveyed the encircling bodyguards with a calm demeanor, inquiring coolly. Seeing Chu Ming's fearless attitude, Zhao Nianer felt a surge of anger. "Chu Kuang, heed my words," she threatened. "Xiao Mingyue is not someone you can involve yourself with. Keep your distance from her. Do you understand?" This was rather amusing. Chu Ming let out a hearty laugh, stepping forward with a casual stance. Locking eyes with Zhao Nianer as he declared, "Does my course of action require your approval?" If he were to heed Zhao Nianer's warnings, it would indeed be a laughable matter, for he was the very antagonist. "You, a mere pauper daring to call himself this young master? I would say you are quite delusional." Zhao Nianer retorted coldly, her gaze growing increasingly hostile. She had conducted her research and discovered that Chu Kuang was merely a student boarding with others, lacking both wealth and influence. She possessed ample means to teach him a lesson. To mistake me for Chu Kuang is quite absurd. Chu Ming sighed, extending a finger. "I shall grant you 1 minute. If you have any sense, leave now, and I shall not harm you." Upon hearing this, not only was Zhao Nianer taken aback, but the surrounding bodyguards were equally stunned, before erupting into laughter. This fool truly believed he could speak thus. Offending the Zhao group would render him unwelcome throughout the entire Linzhou city. If it were me, I would have begged for mercy long ago. Yet here he is, boasting shamelessly. The bodyguards exchanged derisive glances, viewing Chu Ming's words as nothing more than a farce. "You are merely inviting punishment." Zhao Nianer looked down upon Chu Ming with disdain, abruptly signaling to the bodyguards to advance menacingly, just as Chu Ming prepared to unleash his power from the Eternal Dark Path technique. A hurried voice suddenly pierced the air. "Halt!" Everyone turned to see a girl in a yellow dress, her features delicate, sprinting toward them from the lakeside, clutching a Buddhist scripture. "Mingyue?" Zhao Nianer was taken aback. "What brings you here?" "I went to your home looking for you. The butler informed me you were seeking Chu Kuang, that I was worried you might act rashly," Xiao Mingyue explained, her breathing rapid and complexion pale, as if she were unwell. Chapter 15. You dare to humiliate me with money. You visited my home. Zhao Nianer paused, then continued, "No matter, your arrival is timely that I was just about to deal with that insolent boy from this morning." Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue cast a glance at Chu Ming. She questioned, "Yinner, are you mistaken? He is not Chu Kuang." As classmates of Chu Kuang, she may not have had a profound impression of him, but she could easily discern the differences between Chu Ming and Chu Kuang. "Mistaken? Impossible!" Zhao Yinner exclaimed, pointing at Chu Ming. "He is none other than Chu Kuang. I have investigated. He is merely a penniless student boarding with others, similar in appearance, yet not quite." Xiao Mingyue shook her head. "Chu Kuang is much more flamboyant, perhaps 4 or 5 years younger. He appears to have aged." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's countenance darkened. After all, he and the protagonist Chu Kuang were of the same lineage, which was to be expected. Yet, Xiao Mingyue's words were quite irksome. What does she mean by appears to have aged? He is merely 23. Zhao Yinner furrowed her brow. She understood that Xiao Mingyue would not lie. Could it be that this person was truly not the Chu Kuang she sought? "Young lady, what should we do now?" The bodyguards, equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, inquired. "Forget it." Zhao Yinner felt somewhat dejected. She had not anticipated her search to be in vain. She scrutinized Chu Ming once more, then waved her hand dismissively, stating, "You are no longer a concern. Be gone." Zhao Yinner's arrogant demeanor elicited a chuckle from Chu Ming. "You initiated the confrontation. Now you wish for me to leave." Chu Ming's gaze turned icy. "Do you believe I can be so easily dismissed?" Zhao Yinner frowned. She retrieved a check from her designer handbag, hastily writing a sum of 20 to 30,000, and tossed it before Chu Ming. "This is a check from the Zhao Group. Enough of this nonsense. Take the money and leave at once." Zhao Yinner was aware of her own culpability, yet that did not imply she would apologize to Chu Ming. After all, she was the daughter of the Zhao Group. Would she lower herself to apologize to a mere passerby who bore a resemblance to Chu Kuang? Chu Ming picked up the check at his feet, examining it closely. Indeed, it was authentic and issued by the Zhao Group, that he understood that presenting this check at a bank would yield cash. Alas, he was not in need of such funds. "That to offer me money as a means of humiliation. Ha ha." Chu Ming erupted into laughter, methodically tearing the check into shreds. This display caused Zhao Yinner's expression to darken considerably. "Do you find the amount insufficient? Very well." Zhao Yinner rummaged through her small bag once more, producing a pristine check for 100,000 to you. Just as she was about to speak again, Chu Ming withdrew a check from his own pocket, pinching it between his fingers, and coolly stated, "This is for 10 million. I shall not depart until you apologize." Chu Ming's declaration left all present momentarily speechless. 10 million. Is it the sort of money that a normal person could casually produce? Even Zhao Yinner was taken aback by Chu Ming's audacity, although she was the esteemed daughter of the Zhao family. Producing 10 million directly posed quite a challenge. The noble families of Linzhou were not on par with those of the capital. "What? Are you going to speak?" Chu Ming scoffed, tossing the check before Zhao Yinner. "The money is here. You can take it away with a mere apology." Zhao Yinner's countenance shifted from displeasure to indignation. "How do you think I would be intimidated by a piece of worthless paper?" She retorted coldly, "I don't know what kind of fraud you are, but if this is your game, then you shall not leave here unscathed." Guards, several bodyguards clad in black, immediately responded, "Miss, take action, regardless of whether he is Chu Kuang or not." "Teach him a lesson," Zhao Yinner commanded imperiously, asserting that in Linzhou, no one could humiliate her with money. Among the 3 major families in Linzhou, the Zhao Group, to which Zhao Yinner belonged, possessed the most formidable financial power. To humiliate her with money, that would be courting death. As the black-clad bodyguards closed in, Chu Ming maintained a calm demeanor, smiling faintly that if you wish to resolve this with force, then so be it. The Wangu Mingdao Ju instantly activated, and Chu Ming's veins bulged as a surge of immense power erupted forth. He delivered a punch to the chest of the nearest bodyguard, sending the man hurtling 7 or 8 meters away. Crashing down by the lake, what? This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Those were the elite bodyguards selected by the Zhao Group, each possessing strength close to that of a martial artist. How could they be so easily vanquished by this seemingly frail young man? How is this possible? Come on, keep coming. Chu Ming taunted. What's the matter, afraid? The remaining bodyguards exchanged glances, uncertain of Chu Ming's true strength, and hesitated to charge forward, fearing they might meet the same fate as their comrade. Yuri not going to act? Then I will. A grin spread across Chu Ming's face as he took 2 steps forward. The bodyguards recoiled in fear that he advanced another 2 steps, and they retreated once more. Chu Ming then lunged forward several steps, causing the black-clad guards to turn tail and flee. Ah! Chu Ming laughed heartily, turning to Zhao Nianer. Is this the lot you said would teach me a lesson? They appear rather incompetent. Zhao Nianer's face flushed from pale to mortified, then contorted with rage. She had never experienced such humiliation. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Zhao Nianer stamped her foot in frustration that if they had been defeated in battle, it might have been excusable, but to be scared off by a single punch from Chu Ming was utterly disgraceful. What other tricks do you have? Chu Ming's smile faded, his gaze growing icy. In that instant, Zhao Nianer felt a shiver of trepidation. Just you wait. I will call my brother to come and teach you a lesson. Zhao Nianer gritted her teeth, asserting that this Chiyuel Lake was his territory, and he would not let you off for causing trouble here. Oh, this is getting interesting. Chu Ming replied with a smirk. You may certainly try to go ahead and try. Zhao Nianer declared triumphantly. Just don't leave. I won't leave. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, hands in pockets. I will wait right here. Zhao Nianer bit her silver teeth, glaring at Chu Ming, and took out her phone at Nianer. Let it go. It was our fault to begin with. Xiao Mingyue interjected, urging her not to escalate matters further. I refuse. Today, I must reclaim my dignity, or I will no longer bear the Zhao surname. Zhao Nianer insisted stubbornly. Mingyue, stay aside and watch. I will make this scoundrel regret it. Zhao Nianer's gaze was fixed on Chu Ming, feeling more aggrieved than she had ever felt in her life. She was determined to force Chu Ming to apologize, otherwise she would not rest. Chapter 16. 30 sets of exam papers. Chu Ming's attitude and actions had thoroughly enraged Zhao Nianer. As the daughter of the Zhao family, it was intolerable for her to be bullied like this in public. It would ruin her reputation. You will come to regret this. Zhao Nianer huffed coldly, unlocking her phone and dialing a number. The call went through. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Sorry, busy on the line? Zhao Nianer's expression changed. Why did it have to be at this moment? Is this the number you intended to call? Chu Ming extended his hand, presenting the phone to Zhao Nianer. The screen displayed the name Yi Long clearly. Through the speaker, Zhao Nianer could distinctly hear Yi Long's voice. Young Master Ming, what has happened? Do you need me to come over, Ming? Young Master Ming? Zhao Nianer was dumbfounded. Not only her, but also the surrounding black-clad bodyguards and Xiao Mingyue were equally bewildered. They knew this person was not Chu Kuang, but why would Yi Long, the Lord of Chiyuel Lake, address him as young master? How could this be possible? Are you trying to fool me? Zhao Nianer's expression turned anxious, yet she forced herself to speak. That am I fooling you? Just listen for yourself. Chu Ming replied with a faint smile, turning up the volume. The Yi Long's voice came through coldly. Zhao Nianer, is that you? This voice drained the color from Zhao Nianer's face. She was well acquainted with Yi Long and recognized his tone. Long, Brother Long. Zhao Nianer hesitated to speak. Her previous commanding demeanor vanished completely. Where are you now? Yi Long inquired, his tone laced with anger. That'd be why the lakeside of Chu. Listen, I don't care what your reasons are. Apologize to young Master Ming immediately. Yi Long commanded sternly, without room for negotiation. That if you trust me, heed my words. Brother Long, he asked. Just silence, speak less. Yi Long snapped. Zhao Nianer, we have shared a long-standing friendship between our families. Do you think I would deceive you? Zhao Nianer found herself at a loss for words. Her heart trembled as she gazed at Chu Ming, her expression frozen in shock. Did you hear that? Chu Ming observed her with a smirk. I am not the Chu Kuang you speak of. I am not now. nor will I ever be to act arrogantly in front of me, is simply out of the question. Even if Zhao Yin'er were to be stubborn, she lowered her head at this moment. Clenching her fists only to release them, she realized that Yi Long was someone she could not afford to offend. How could she afford to offend someone like Chu Ming? Today, she had truly kicked a steel plate, and a particularly hard one at that. "What do you want?" Zhao Yin'er asked softly, her expression a mix of complexity and fear. "Look up at me," Chu Ming instructed calmly. Zhao Yin'er hesitated, but acknowledging Chu Ming's mysterious identity, she gritted her teeth and slowly raised her head. "What a lovely girl! Why mimic the behavior of ruffians?" Chu Ming remarked, gazing at Zhao Yin'er's delicate features. "Listen, high school students should conduct themselves like high school students. Otherwise, if you choose to wander down the wrong path, you will inevitably pay the price. Do you understand?" Zhao Yin'er felt a jolt in her heart, momentarily bewildered, then nodded slowly. She had expected Chu Ming to react harshly, but perhaps he was not as bad as she had imagined. Perhaps this person was actually quite amiable. "Now that you understand, things will be much simpler." A smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips as he picked up the phone, addressing Yi Long. "Yi Long, are you still listening?" Yes, Yi Long replied hastily. "Tomorrow, procure 30 sets of exam papers for the past 5 years' college entrance examinations and ensure she completes them. Within 5 days, I want to see a video of her doing them herself." Chu Ming's voice was firm. This request left both Zhao Yin'er and Yi Long on the line in stunned silence. Young Master Ming, what did you say?" Yi Long questioned incredulously. "You want me to buy college entrance exam practice papers? What is this for?" "I want to repeat myself. You should understand now, correct?" Chu Ming's tone grew colder, but on the other end, Yi Long held his breath. "Yes, 30 sets of exam papers for the past 5 years. I will procure them immediately, and they will be delivered to the Zhao family tonight." Yi Long responded promptly, terrified by the earlier incident, fearing he might provoke Chu Ming's ire again. Internally, he cursed Zhao Yin'er for picking a fight with someone like Chu Ming, a person even he could not afford to offend. "Very well. If you perform well, I will reward you." After finishing this statement, Chu Ming ended the call. When he turned back to Zhao Yin'er, her complexion had shifted from pale to distressed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She had believed Chu Ming would let her off easily, but instead, he had been merciless, demanding she complete the exam papers. This was something she had never anticipated. "How cruel! It seems you were somewhat prepared." Chu Ming laughed heartily. "Did you think I would let you off so easily?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin'er gritted her silver teeth, her expression one of fury. She had just thought Chu Ming was easygoing, but it now appeared to be quite the opposite. If looks could kill, Zhao Yin'er would have slain Chu Ming countless times. Yet, Chu Ming merely scoffed, unfazed that if he were to let Zhao Yin'er off without consequence, he would hardly deserve to be called a formidable villain. A true villain ought to be somewhat arrogant, unlike other villains who resort to murder or cunning plots. He was merely advising a high school student to focus on her studies, a refreshing departure from the norm. Chu Ming considered himself a benevolent individual, deserving of an honorary medal for his virtuous deeds. Having grasped the situation, he suggested returning to the task at hand, advising against lingering aimlessly. With a smile, he remarked that the 30 sets of examination papers would surely occupy her for quite some time. Zhao Yin'er clenched her fists, her teeth itching with resentment. She turned and kicked one of the black-clad bodyguards lying nearby, exclaiming, "Useless, go back!" The bodyguard, grimacing in pain, struggled to rise at Yin'er. Xiao Mingyue began to speak but hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. Zhao Yin'er gave her a complex glance, assuring, "Mingyue, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. Actually, you needn't trouble Chu Kuang. He merely—" Xiao Mingyue's words were interrupted by Chu Ming's sudden voice. "By the way, Zhao Yin'er, have you forgotten something? For instance, an apology?" Zhao Yin'er's face instantly flushed with rage. This scoundrel was far from finished. "No. Zhao Yin'er gritted her teeth, forcing the words out as if they were being squeezed from between her clenched jaws. Haha, it's quite all right, I don't mind. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Chapter 17. A gift of a Buddhist scripture. Chu Ming's nonchalant demeanor infuriated Zhao Yin to the point of smoke emitting from her ears. If it weren't for Chu Ming's meddling, she would have left long ago, thus avoiding a scolding from Yi Long. Speaking of which, who exactly was this young man referred to as Ming Xiao by Yi Long? In Zhao Yin's memory, it seemed there was no family in Linzhou known by that name. She resolved to inquire with Long Gu upon her return. If he turned out to be a mere minor character, she would surely make him regret it. With a cold snort, she made her decision that a wave of her hand sent the pale-faced bodyguards trailing behind her. Xiao Mingyue cast a curious glance at Chu Ming, bowed slightly, and prepared to follow Zhao Yin'er out. Just then, Chu Ming called out, "You are Xiao Mingyue, aren't you?" Xiao Mingyue halted abruptly. Zhao Yin'er, who had been walking ahead, turned back at the sound, her brow furrowed, uncertain of Chu Ming's intentions. "Yes," Xiao Mingyue replied, nodding obediently. This polite demeanor stood in stark contrast to the brazen Zhao Yin'er, as if they were two extremes. Dressed simply in a white school uniform from Linzhou High School, she wore a string of prayer beads on her wrist. In terms of beauty, she was even more striking than Zhao Yin'er, yet exuded an air of innocence and meekness. Indeed, it resembled the portrayal by that ridiculous author. "If I am not mistaken, you are the orphan rescued by the monks of Longyin Temple, your master being Xuanji, and what you hold is the Chong, a Han Jing, correct?" Chu Ming's gaze settled on Xiao Mingyue. As the female protagonist of Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King, he was well acquainted with her backstory. "How do you know that?" Xiao Mingyue was taken aback. Only a few close individuals were aware of her origins. How could this youth, who bore a resemblance to Chu Kuang, know such intimate details? "You needn't concern yourself with how I know." Chu Ming chuckled, producing a Buddhist scripture from within his robes. "This is the Tian Shan Sutra, Volume 1. I obtained it as a reward through altering the protagonist's storyline. Consider it a gift for you." Xiao Mingyue looked bewildered as she took the scripture from Chu Ming. The cover was yellowed, inscribed with just 2 characters. "Tian Shan Chu Kuang must have promised to give you a Buddhist scripture, right?" Chu Ming smiled. "Mine is better than his." Having read the book, he knew that later on, the underworld king Chu Kuang would gift the female protagonist a scripture he had penned himself, leading her to develop feelings for him. A rather kitsch plotline. Hence, Chu Ming's aim today at Chiuel Lake was to nip such predictable developments in the bud. "Are you done yet?" Zhao Yin'er could no longer contain herself. "Today, I admit my fault." "Why are you bullying Mingyue?" "We don't want your gift." Though Zhao Yin'er yielded to Yulong's authority when it came to matters concerning Xiao Mingyue, she could not hold back her fear. "Mingyue, give me the book," she demanded, placing her hand on the scripture. Yet she did not pull it away, realizing that Xiao Mingyue was holding it tightly against the ground. "Mingyue," Zhao Yin'er was taken aback. Xiao Mingyue's gaze seemed transfixed on the scripture, utterly absorbed. Zhao Yin'er was astonished. It had been a long time since she had seen Xiao Mingyue display such an expression. After a long pause, Xiao Mingyue finally looked up at Chu Ming, her eyes brimming with delight. "You are giving me this scripture." Zhao Yin'er was momentarily speechless. "Yes, it's for you," Chu Ming replied with a smile. "I really like it," Xiao Mingyue beamed, pulling out a string of wooden prayer beads from her pocket and offering them to Chu Ming. "That I made these myself. Consider it a return gift. I hope you like it too." Chu Ming accepted the prayer beads, feeling intrigued as the original story did not include this particular subplot. The beads felt light in his hand, clearly not ordinary. "All right, I shall accept them," he nodded agreeably. "I won't disturb you further with your scripture." Chu Ming nodded and turned to leave. "You, of all people." Zhao Yin'er glared at Chu Ming's retreating figure, grinding her teeth in frustration. Xiao Mingyue had never gifted her prayer beads. Yet she bestowed them upon a complete stranger. Moreover, this youth did not appear to be a good person. "Mingyue, you are being foolish. What if he discards the prayer beads after receiving them? My master said that all beings are bound by cause and effect. He gives me the scripture as the cause, and I gift him the prayer beads as the effect." Xiao Mingyue gazed at Chu Ming's gradually fading silhouette, softly speaking, "If I owe him a debt, I cannot sever this cause and effect." "But who exactly is he?" Xiao Mingyue murmured, a sense of foreboding washing over her, as if she had unwittingly altered the course of fate. Meanwhile, 3 minutes after emerging from Chiyue Lake, Chu Ming's phone in his pocket vibrated abruptly that he eagerly retrieved it. "Congratulations. You have successfully altered the original storyline. Storyline points 10. Reward. Underworld King's Doctrine. Level 1. Related items have been credited to your user account. Please swipe to retrieve." Indeed, encountering the female protagonist yielded rewards for altering the storyline, though it felt somewhat insufficient. Chu Ming pondered as he gazed at the glowing screen of his phone. Could it be that his connection to the protagonist was too tenuous? Or was something essential missing? As he contemplated, he grew increasingly convinced that the rewards provided by the app were linked to specific elements. Regardless, he decided to check the rewards. Chu Ming opened the app's item section. Underworld King's Doctrine. Level 1. A legendary manual of the doctrine of the Underworld King. Mastering this manual can instill fear in the hearts and souls of others. The Underworld King's Doctrine? Wasn't that Chu Kuang's? Chu Ming's eyes widened. As a devoted reader of the book, he was well aware of the immense power this doctrine possessed that in the original narrative. The protagonist Chu Kuang relied on this so-called doctrine to dominate rivals of equal standing. Besides instilling fear, it could also perceive the strength and condition of others that was an extraordinarily formidable ability. If this were indeed the case, he would be in good fortune. Chu Ming laughed heartily, but within mere seconds his smile faltered. Why was there a level 1 suffix? This peculiar addition left him utterly baffled. Could it be that he could only utilize a fraction of the Underworld King's Doctrine? Chu Ming's head spun with confusion. What use was that? He sighed, realizing that the complete version was likely with the protagonist Chu Kuang. If they were to clash, he would surely be crushed to dust. He had anticipated that altering the female protagonist's storyline would yield some remarkable rewards, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation. Just as he prepared to close the app, another notification popped up. "Congratulations. Through your relentless efforts, you have advanced the storyline progress. Current storyline progress. 1 additional reward. Storyline points to Chapter 18. A target on Chu Ming." Storyline progress? Chu Ming's interest peaked, and he quickly clicked on the notification page. He discovered that the previously 0 progress had risen to 1, that if I can push the storyline to 100, what will happen? Chu Ming squinted, pondering deeply. Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King narrates the tale of the Underworld King returning from the Netherworld to seek vengeance in the city. Unfortunately, the foolish author had yet to finish writing it, and the protagonist was destined to ascend to the Netherworld in the end. Therefore, if I advance the storyline to 100, will I also ascend to the Netherworld? This is intriguing. Chu Ming dismissed the Urban Immortal Cultivation app and slowly raised his head. Regardless of the outcome, this encounter with the female protagonist was not in vain. That he smiled, tucking his phone back into his pocket. That in the coming 3 days, he must uncover Chu Kuang's whereabouts and eliminate him in advance. Should the protagonist acquire his cultivation and fortune, this great antagonist would be doomed to failure. As Chu Ming reveled in his thoughts, at the A2 exit of Linzhou Airport, a man clad in a black jacket and sunglasses stepped out. "This is the Shadow Kill. I have arrived in the target city. Please provide instructions, Elder Su." The man spoke in a low voice through a miniature communicator embedded in his collar. That in a swift moment, the crackling sound of radio waves filled his earphones. That a hoarse and chilling voice emerged. "I have located the target's position. He is at the Chiyue Hotel beside Chiyue Lake. That I will send you the specific room number shortly." Received. Killing Shadow. This mission is tied to the reputation of the Su family. It is imperative that you ensure the task is completed with absolute certainty. Upon success, the reward shall be yours. Understood. Commence the assassination. Yes, a glimmer of determination flickered in the eyes of the man clad in a black jacket. "I will not let you down." Elder Su Guqin. Above Chiyue Lake, the moon was cloaked by ominous clouds, rendering the sky pitch black. Chu Ming lounged in a hotel armchair, clad in pajamas, listlessly watching a film on the enormous screen. Suddenly, he sneezed. "Young Master Ming, are you catching a cold?" Tang Lin inquired with concern. She had returned from Yilong, conveying all matters to Chu Ming that I'm in perfect health. How could I possibly catch a cold? Chu Ming jested. Perhaps someone is thinking of me. That must be the head of the family. Tang Lin laughed. He called today to inform me that the extreme blood blade you retrieve has been given to the Chen family, and their patriarch has decided to ally with our Chu family. Is that so? Upon hearing this news, Chu Ming smiled faintly, for everything was as he had anticipated. You truly are remarkable, young Master Ming. The Chen family has searched for the extreme blood blade for over a decade without success. Where exactly did you find it? Tang Lin asked curiously. Even I had no inkling. Chu Ming cast a glance at the young maid and he understood her thoughts well. Indeed, as Chu Ming's personal maid and bodyguard, most matters passed through her hands. However, this extreme blood blade was something she had just learned of. A Tio claim she was not curious would be disingenuous to Dio not inquire. The more you know about certain matters, the quicker you may meet your end. Chu Ming swirled the red wine in his glass and spoke nonchalantly. When the time is right, I will naturally share it with you. Feigning mystery, Chu Ming was inwardly anxious, fearing the exposure of the urban immortal cultivation app. Tang Lin gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a newfound admiration. Truly, my young master Chu Ming is extraordinary. Chu Ming's image in Tang Lin's mind began to deepen into an unfathomable enigma. By the way, what did Yilong say? Chu Ming feigned calmness. After a night, there should be some leads, right? Yilong has found traces of Chu Kuang's escape and believes he will locate him by tomorrow. Tang Lin reported. Additionally, he has been monitoring Chu Kuang's parents and classmates, suspecting that Chu Kuang will appear in those areas. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming furrowed his brow. You remember what I told you, right? Of course, you instructed us not to disturb those around Chu Kuang to avoid innocent casualties. Tang Lin replied that I have conveyed this to Yilong, and he would not dare to defy your wishes. Chu Ming drained his glass of red wine. Tomorrow, inform Yilong that if, before he could finish, the floor-to-ceiling window before him suddenly shattered. A bullet, propelled by a fierce wind, pierced through the glass in an instant. This scene was utterly unexpected. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ming's eyes widened, a profound sense of danger igniting the activation of the Wangu Mingdao Ju within him. In a split second, he swiftly dodged. The bullet shattered the wine glass in his hand, shards of glass embedding themselves into his arm, blood flowing freely. Someone is trying to kill me. Chu Ming squinted. Young Master Ming, the assailant is at the 14 o'clock position. Quickly take cover, Tang Lin shouted urgently. Chu Ming rolled and took refuge behind the television cabinet. The pain radiating from his arm caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Had it not been for the timely activation of Wangu Mingdao Ju, he would have had no time to react. The bullet's speed was too swift. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely perished in such a scenario. Young Master Ming, the assailant should be within 800 meters. Tang Lin deduced, her keen gaze fixed on the shattered glass, her mind racing. She had undergone exceptional training from the Chu family, enabling her to assess the range of the sniper point 14 o'clock, within 800 meters. Chu Ming retrieved his phone with one hand and opened the map app. Blood dripped onto the device, yet it was absorbed by the screen unnoticed by him. In this urgent situation, he failed to recognize the phenomenon. At 14 o'clock, they had already exited the vicinity of Chiuel Lake. Only a tall building stood there. Tang Lin began searching for the sniper's location. It belonged to the Zhao Group. The Zhao Group? Chu Ming immediately thought of a certain individual, Zhao Dongsheng. He was the president of the Zhao Group and also Zhao Nianhua's father. He had built his business empire from scratch in Linzhou City within a mere decade. An astonishing feat. Is Zhao Dongsheng trying to kill me? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Could it be related to Zhao Nianhua? This made no sense. Zhao Dongsheng was a formidable figure, unlikely to resort to violence over trivial matters. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, sensing a clue in this situation. Young Master Ming, I have already notified the Yi family, and I have temporarily redeployed some personnel. Tang Lin stated solemnly that if Zhao Dongqing dares to provoke our Chu family, he shall undoubtedly pay a heavy price. No sooner had Tang Lin spoken than a sniper bullet struck the back of the television cabinet. Bang! Sparks flew, and the entire screen dimmed inside the room. It was as dark as pitch. Only the moonlight streamed in, pure and white. Chapter 19. The third layer of the Mingdao. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback, before he could process what was happening. Another shot rang out. Bang. This time, the sofa where Tang Lin was hiding was riddled with bullet holes, nearly breaching the steel frame and hurtling towards her. ITS the light from the electronics. Turn it off, Chu Ming commanded immediately. The enemy must have used night vision goggles, highly sensitive to light, and no wonder they first targeted the only light source in the room, the television screen. That was their intention. Upon hearing Chu Ming's shout, Tang Lin decisively closed her notebook and switched off her phone. Young Master Ming, the assailant is highly skilled. Tang Lin spoke earnestly to detect a nighttime sniper and respond promptly is no easy feat. Such a capability could not belong to an ordinary marksman. Tang Lin knew this all too well. Damn it, it's time to take a gamble. Chu Ming took a deep breath as he swiftly opened his phone, dimmed the brightness, and exchanged skills in the Urban Immortal Cultivation app. With 40 skill points, he directly exchanged for the third layer of the Wangu Mingdao Ju. At the moment Chu Ming pressed the exchange button, he felt a surge of power swell within him. Time seemed to freeze as a white circular moon appeared, illuminating countless souls from the underworld before Chu Ming. What is this? Chu Ming's heart raced. It was his first encounter with such a breathtaking scene. Then, a majestic voice resonated in his ears. Mingdao, the ancient nightmare, calamity for the living, the path of slaying the immortals, the will to slay gods. As reincarnation concludes, the ancient emerges. The white round moon gradually took on a blood-red hue under the weight of this commanding voice. Chu Ming's eyes widened, and when he regained his senses, he found himself still in the room of the Chiyue Hotel. He looked down to see the glass wounds on his right arm gradually healing. The protagonist cultivation technique is truly wondrous. A smile crept across Chu Ming's face. Yet in the next instant, a high-speed rotating sniper bullet hurtled towards him, crashing into the back of the television cabinet. The massive screen shattered into countless pieces, even penetrating the wooden wall behind it. Almost time. Chu Ming's gaze sharpened. The fluctuations of Wangu Mingdao Ju reached their zenith. Driven by power, Chu Ming slowly rose, stepping out from behind the television cabinet. The pale moonlight bathed him, the hem of his clothing dancing in the wild wind. Young master, what are you doing? Tang Lin's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. Was Chu Ming seeking death by choosing to stand out at this moment? Just watch quietly. Chu Ming's face bore no expression as he gazed into the night sky beyond the shattered window. At the pinnacle of a building 600 meters away, a man in a black jacket clearly saw Chu Ming's face through the sniper scope, but he slowly sneered and pulled the trigger. The bullet surged like a tempest, slicing through the night sky. Yet the next second, a surge of power coursed through Chu Ming, allowing him to effortlessly evade the sniper bullet with a mere sidestep. The bullet struck the television cabinet, piercing through it. Sparks illuminated Chu Ming's cold expression. What? The man in the black jacket furrowed his brows. Is it luck? How can someone evade a sniper's bullet? He clearly observed Chu Ming's movements through the scope. But how was this possible? The man narrowed his eyes and re-aimed at Chu Ming standing beneath the window. To his horror, Chu Ming lifted his head, his icy gaze locking onto him. Is he provoking me? A surge of anger ignited within the man in the black jacket, and he tightened his grip on the trigger, aiming at Chu Ming's form. He fired once more. The bullet was on schedule. Yet Chu Ming effortlessly dodged again, as if it were nothing, impossible. The man in the black jacket was utterly bewildered. The first time could have been a coincidence. But the second time? How could it be mere chance? Not only him, but even Tang Lin, hidden in the room, was dumbfounded. Evading sniper bullets alone. That was something even a powerful warrior might struggle to accomplish. Could it be that the present Chu Ming is a master of internal strength? Upon contemplating this notion, Tang Lin promptly dismissed it. Having trained within the Chu family for 18 years, and at the age of 25, she was merely one step away from entering the ranks of formidable martial artists. Chu Ming, known for his extreme debauchery since childhood and his aversion to martial arts training, could not possibly be a master of internal strength. Absolutely impossible. Just as Tang Lin was reeling from shock, another sniper bullet pierced through the window, landing right before Chu Ming. This time, his figure vanished entirely. The bullet struck the floor, producing a dull thud. "Where is Ming Xiao?" Tang Lin scanned the entire room, only to find no trace of Chu Ming. Meanwhile, at the top of a distant building, the man in the black jacket furrowed his brow tightly. He slammed his fist against the railing. "This is outrageous." The man in the black jacket exclaimed angrily, dodging 3 bullets. Could this truly be something an ordinary scion of a family could achieve? He continuously peered through the sniper scope, but after a full 5 minutes, he still could not locate Chu Ming. Where has he gone? How could he have vanished so suddenly? The man in the black jacket was utterly astonished. At that moment, the communicator in his collar beeped. "Killing Shadow, have you dealt with the target?" An elderly, somber voice emanated from the man's earpiece. The black jacket man hesitated before responding, reporting to Elder Su. "Not yet. The agreed time has already arrived." The voice from the earpiece grew somewhat cold. The black jacket man quickly replied, "Elder Su, please grant me a little more time. The target has concealed himself, and I will find him again to complete the mission. Killing Shadow, you must understand the consequences of failing your mission, correct?" "I am well aware, and I shall not disappoint Elder Su's expectations." The black jacket man broke into a cold sweat, answering immediately. "Umph." The communication was abruptly severed. The black jacket man let out a sigh of relief and picked up the sniper scope once more. Where on earth has this damned target gone? His expression darkened as he sought to uncover Chu Ming's whereabouts again. "I asked the target you speak of, someone who looks like this?" A voice suddenly inquired from behind the black jacket man. He froze momentarily, slowly turning around. Chu Ming had somehow appeared behind him, without him noticing. "You?" The black jacket man instantly recognized that this was the target he was meant to assassinate, the young master of the Chu family. "Chu Ming, are you surprised?" Chu Ming smiled lightly, but his gaze turned frigid. "You seemed to be enjoying yourself just now, didn't you? How are you here?" The black jacket man's eyes widened in horror. The distance to Chihua Hotel was a full 600 meters away, separated by 2 roads. And with this building being over 20 stories high, how could Chu Ming have appeared behind him in just 6 or 7 minutes? Chapter 20. 200 million. Not a penny less. The black jacket man's expression was one of sheer terror. Wasn't it said that the target was merely a debauched scion of a family? Could this be something a mere playboy could achieve? The black jacket man began to suspect that he had been set up, being sent to assassinate such a formidable opponent. Wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? His face turned as pale as death. Chu Ming approached step by step, rubbing his hands, the sound of cracking bones echoing. "I believe you should be mentally prepared." "Yes." Chu Ming's icy voice carried on the wind of the rooftop, reaching the ears of the black jacket man. "What do you intend to do?" The black jacket man feigned calmness, yet his right hand slowly moved towards the pistol at his waist. "What do you think?" In an instant, Chu Ming appeared right before him. The next second, Chu Ming's right hand seized the black jacket man's neck. I advise against any thoughts of resistance. Chu Ming's eyes were cold, filled with murderous intent. Since this man sought to kill him, he could hardly afford to show mercy. That he was not as cruel and insane as the underworld king Chu Kuang, but he was not a saint either. Killing only those who deserved it was Chu Ming's bottom line and principle. "You." The Black Jacket Man was utterly terrified that as a secret-trained ace assassin from the Su family, he had already become a formidable martial artist. Yet here he was, utterly incapable of moving before the young master of the Chu family. This is impossible. Tell me, who sent you? Chu Ming tightened his grip, gradually lifting the Black Jacket Man. His gaze bore down coldly upon the pallid face of the Black Jacket Man. It was Zhao Dongsheng, Chairman Zhao. The Black Jacket Man did not hold back. His face flushed as he immediately replied, "That is so, it truly is Zhao Dongsheng." Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. "Yes, that is right," the Black Jacket Man hurriedly added. "It was he who paid me to do this. I beg you, spare my life, spare you." Chu Ming exerted more force. "Why should I spare you?" The Black Jacket Man gasped, stammering, I have already followed your instructions." "You expect me to take your word for it?" Chu Ming retorted. The Black Jacket Man was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Ming was clearly not following the expected script. This question left the Black Jacket Man speechless. Chu Ming coldly huffed, and then violently threw the Black Jacket Man to the ground. Thud. The pistol at the Black Jacket Man's waist clattered to the floor. Chu Ming's foot came down with such force that it warped the iron pistol beneath his foot. The Black Jacket Man, witnessing this, was filled with terror. This display of strength clearly surpassed that of a martial artist. It was undoubtedly that of a master of internal strength. The young master of the Chu family is a master of internal strength. How could this be? You are quite astute. Chu Ming spoke slowly. Choosing to confront me atop the Zhao Group's branch building was likely an attempt to frame Zhao Dongsheng, wasn't he it? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Did you think I would be led by the nose? Upon hearing this, the Black Jacket Man's expression shifted dramatically. It became evident that Chu Ming had never suspected Zhao Dongsheng. If it wasn't Zhao Dongsheng, then there could only be one other person. Chu Ming raised his right foot, pressing it against the Black Jacket Man's chest, his gaze icy as he declared, "It was that old fool Su Guoqin who sent you." Wasn't he it? Since becoming the primary antagonist, the only one Chu Ming had truly offended was the Su family. That it was entirely within his expectations that Su Guoqin would send someone to kill him. The moment he was targeted by snipers, he had harbored such suspicions. The appearance of the Black Jacket Man only confirmed his assumptions, as he recalled that in the original storyline, there was indeed a killer clad in black who served Su Guoqin. Known as Killing Shadow, "You truly are the young master of the Chu family?" Killing Shadow found it hard to believe, gasping for breath. Although he was being pinned down by Chu Ming, his fear of him outweighed all else. "I am not. Could it be that you are?" Chu Ming coldly scoffed. "Contact Su Guoqin. I wish to speak with him." Killing Shadow hesitated momentarily. "Did you not hear?" Chu Ming pressed his foot down on Killing Shadow's calf. The intense pain caused Killing Shadow to scream, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The force that could crush a pistol would surely be excruciating on a human leg, making one shudder at the thought. I will contact him immediately." Faced with the cold and domineering Chu Ming, Killing Shadow dared not hesitate any longer. He feared that if he delayed, Chu Ming would torment him further. Soon, Killing Shadow used the communicator to connect with Su Guoqin. "Su, Elder," Killing Shadow spoke anxiously. Do you have results?" Su Guoqin's voice held a hint of anticipation. "Have you killed Chu Ming?" "No, not yet." "Then what are you still doing?" On the other end of the line, Su Guoqin's tone was clearly displeased. "There is someone who wishes to speak with you." Killing Shadow cast a fearful glance at the imposing Chu Ming. Chu Ming snatched the communicator and earpiece from him. "Killing Shadow, what do you mean? Who wishes to speak with me?" Su Guoqin's voice echoed through the earpiece. Naturally, it is I. Chu Ming held the communicator, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Long time no see." "Elder Su." Chu Ming's clear voice instantly resonated through the communicator to Su Guoqin's. Su Guoqin fell silent, his breathing becoming rapid. Chu Ming could almost envision the mixture of surprise and fury on his face upon hearing his voice. "It is you, Chu Ming?" Su Guoqin inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger before abruptly speaking. Indeed, it is I. Chu Ming responded nonchalantly. Are you surprised? Surprised, of course, that Su Guoqin gritted his teeth. You have certainly given me a grand surprise. Su Guoqin could never have imagined that the voice of Chu Ming would emerge from the communicator of the ace assassin he had dispatched. After all, this was the very person he intended to kill. Elder Su, it seems you have not been entirely honest. Chu Ming taunted coldly. Since that is the case, our prior agreement can only be rendered void. Previously, Chu Ming had leveraged the relationship between Su Guoqin and Su Mingfei to compel the Su family to repay the debts owed. If Su Guoqin had been wise, Chu Ming had no immediate plans to confront him. After all, dealing with a senior elder of the Su family was indeed a formidable challenge at this stage. Chu Ming was solely focused on eliminating the protagonist. However, since Su Guoqin had already crossed him, Chu Ming could not simply let the matter slide. This time, it appears I have been outmaneuvered. Su Guoqin coldly inquired. How do you intend to handle this? 200 million, not a penny less. Chu Ming stated without hesitation. 200 million. Why don't you go and seize it? Su Guoqin exclaimed in anger, having previously paid 500 million for Su Mingfei. He felt an immense ache in his heart. If he were to part with another 200 million, his very foundation would be nearly depleted by Chu Ming. How could Su Guoqin possibly agree to that? Disagree? Then let us wait and see. Chu Ming scoffed. I am in no hurry. Chapter 21. The rising storm. Chu Ming's words made Su Guoqin seethe with frustration. 50 million, not a penny more, Su Guoqin declared. Moreover, I can write you an apology letter as a token of my contrition. Is that so? Then we have nothing further to discuss. Chu Ming retorted instantly. Is my life worth merely 50 million? How utterly ridiculous. Does Su Guoqin think he can settle this with just an apology letter? Absolutely not. Chu Ming, I can only offer this condition, that if you do not agree, then so be it, Su Guoqin replied coldly. Should you encounter any misfortune later, do not blame me. Are you threatening me? Chu Ming's tone darkened. That if that is the case, Elder Su, please proceed as you wish. That I, as a junior, will certainly extend some goodwill in return. Hearing this, Su Guoqin was beside himself with rage. Chu Ming, what do you intend to do? Since becoming the eldest elder of the Su family, he had never been threatened in such a manner. Chu Ming's attitude ignited a murderous intent within him. What do I intend to do? Chu Ming sneered. Since our negotiations have fallen through, there are certain pieces of information that I cannot hold on to. The outcome of that will not be on my conscience. Chu Ming was well aware of Su Guoqin's character, that in the original narrative, Su Guoqin had covertly assisted the protagonist multiple times due to matters concerning Su Mingfei. The downfall of the Chu family and Chu Ming's eventual tragic fate were largely attributable to Su Guoqin's actions. From the outset, Chu Ming had no intention of letting Su Guoqin off the hook. You dare to act so brazenly? I shall see whether the Chu family is mightier or the Su family. In a fit of rage, Su Guoqin smashed the communicator in his hand, and the crackling sound of electricity resonated in the earpiece. Chu Ming let out a derisive laugh. It appeared that Su Guoqin was intent on confronting him head-on. Unfortunately for Su Guoqin, he had underestimated Chu Ming. Chu Ming had countless ways to manipulate the situation to his advantage. If he could not deal with a mere elder of the Su family, what right did he have to call himself a formidable antagonist? Young Master Chu, you see, I have also notified Elder Su. Is there any possibility of, faced with the formidable Chu Ming, the assassin, Sha Ying cautiously inquired. Although he was a killer who could perish while attempting to eliminate significant figures, dying in Linzhou City felt particularly humiliating. Hence, he preferred to humble himself before Chu Ming. What do you think? Chu Ming replied, shattering the communicator as well, and forcefully pressing his right foot against Sha Ying's chest. His gaze icy. That if you come to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. Cold sweat beaded on Sha Ying's forehead. That why, young Master Chu? Please don't. I am merely working for the Su family. This was all a misunderstanding. Please show mercy and let me go this once. If I return, Before Xiaoying could finish his plea, Chu Ming's fist struck his face, sending him flying. The sheer force caused Xiaoying to lose consciousness on the spot. Chu Ming rubbed his knuckles, snorting coldly. You still wish to return? Are all of Su Guoqin's assassins fools? At that moment, Chu Ming's phone rang. It was not a message from the Urban Cultivation app, but a call from Tang Lin. Chu Ming pressed the answer button. Young Master Ming, where are you? Tang Lin's anxious voice came through the line. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Chu Ming chuckled that I have subdued the assassin. Please instruct the Yi family to come to the rooftop of the Zhao Corporation and take him back. They can inquire as much as they wish. Though Chu Ming was aware of many secrets of the Su family, he knew there were undoubtedly more that had not been penned by the foolish author. He intended to extract that portion of secrets from Xiaoying. However, upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Tang Lin suddenly fell silent. Young Master Ming, you mean you have subdued the assassin? Tang Lin's breath quickened. Are you joking? It has only been 10 minutes. Tang Lin could hardly believe that Chu Ming could have run from Chihua Lake to the rooftop of the Zhao Corporation and subdued the so-called sniper in such a short span of time. It seemed too far-fetched. Wait a moment. I will video call you on WeChat. Chu Ming abruptly ended the call and connected to Tang Lin's WeChat. Her delicate face appeared on his phone screen. Young Master Ming, you are truly on the rooftop of the Zhao Corporation? Tang Lin's expression shifted as she took in the backdrop behind Chu Ming. Allow me to show you this assassin. Chu Ming turned the camera around, revealing the unconscious Xiaoying on the screen. This is a sniper? Why is one side of his face so much larger than the other? Tang Lin furrowed her brow. Chu Ming was taken aback, quickly realizing my apologies, I may have struck a bit too hard. But he is still alive and can be taken for questioning. Tang Lin was momentarily speechless. This assassin, capable of adjusting to light sources before targeting his victim, demonstrated immense experience. The notion that such a seasoned killer could be single-handedly subdued by Chu Ming was simply unfathomable. Even Tang Lin herself would not have confidence in restraining Xiaoying within such a short time frame. Has Chu Ming taken some elixir? By the way, there is one more thing. Chu Ming's smile faded as he spoke in a grave tone. The one who dispatched the assassin this time was not Zhao Dongqing. It was Su Guoqin, the Su family. Tang Lin gasped. Although she had anticipated that the Su family would retaliate for previous grievances, she had not expected such swift vengeance. Prepare for a public relations battle. Since Su Guoqin desires mutual destruction, I shall make a move against him. Chu Ming sneered. Young Master Ming, the Su family is quite powerful. Will we truly be able to contend with them? Tang Lin asked with concern. Contend? Impossible. We cannot lose. Chu Ming shook his head. The Extreme Path Bloodblade is not something to be taken lightly. The Extreme Path Bloodblade. You mean the Qin family? Tang Lin suddenly understood. Chu Ming never intended to act alone. The Chu family had recently allied with the Qin family, making it possible to commission their assistance. After all, the Chu family owed the Qin family a great debt of gratitude that Su Guoqin may easily deal with the Chu family. But could he do the same to the Chun family? That would be laughable. Wait and see that if Su Guoqin intends to confront me head-on this time, he will be left battered and bruised. A faint smile appeared on Chu Ming's lips, as he felt himself increasingly embodying the role of a true antagonist. It would not be long before Su Guoqin would come groveling, seeking to appease him. Chu Ming's words left Tang Lin utterly astonished. Was this truly the scheme of the former prodigal heir? How insidiously clever. Young Master Ming, your recent actions have truly left your subordinate in awe. Tang Lin said with a wry smile. You seem to have transformed into a different person. Perhaps, Chu Ming replied slowly, a smile playing on his lips. After lying in wait for 20 years, it is time for the other families in the capital to recognize the might of the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Tang Lin nodded earnestly. Yes, please give your orders, young Master Ming. I shall not hesitate to lay down my life. On the rooftop, the night breeze wafted through. This night was destined to be one of upheaval and tumult. Chapter 22. The cunning Chu Ming before long. It was midday the following day. Last night, Chu Ming had expended considerable energy, resulting in a deep slumber today that I in his dreams. The faint echoes of the Nether Path incantation rang in his ears, allowing him to feel remarkably at ease. Chu Ming was awakened by a call from Tang Lin. Her soft voice emanated from the phone. "Young Master Ming, the Qin family has begun to take action." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming instantly shook off his drowsiness that he promptly opened the Martial Dao forum app, discovering that the Qin family had already published the information he provided. The entire Martial Dao Jianghu section was inundated with news regarding the Su family, rendering other posts nearly invisible. Explosive. The Su family's eldest elder and the family heiress. An untold story. Su Guiqin's past loves unveiled. Mysterious origins. The head of the Su family suspected of being cuckolded. Such posts flowed like a torrent, filling 3 entire pages. The efficiency of the Chun family was impressive. Chu Ming couldn't help but smile. Within just one night, they had generated considerable buzz. Young Master Ming. By targeting Su Guiqin in this manner, what if he retaliates? Tang Lin inquired, her tone tinged with concern. Had it not been for Chu Ming's intervention last night, they might have both fallen victim to shying. Retaliate? Does he truly have the audacity? Chu Ming sneered. This time, not only will the Qin family assist me, but we shall also take action ourselves. Are you suggesting we post as well, revealing Su Guiqin's secrets? Tang Lin questioned no. Chu Ming shook his head that we must not blacken the Su family. Rather, we shall support them. Support the Su family? Tang Lin was puzzled. Yes, we will play the role of the good cop. Opposing the Chun family, Chu Ming said with a smile. The advantage of this approach was that even if the Su family wished to retaliate against the Chu family, they would lack the justification. Should they choose to attack, the Su family would inevitably find themselves in a precarious position, scorned by the martial arts community of Huaxia. Furthermore, Su Guiqin would face disgrace and ruin. Chu Ming had meticulously orchestrated every detail, merely waiting for Su Guiqin to step into the trap. Refuse to pay, then submit and be at my mercy. Does young Master Ming truly possess such brilliance? Tang Lin exclaimed. Tang Lin, upon hearing Chu Ming's explanation, suddenly realized the depth of the situation and was greatly impressed. This maneuver is truly remarkable. The Chu family intends not only to play the role of the villain discreetly, but also to openly assume the role of the hero. Can a normal person be this devious? If this strategy were to befall any elder of a prestigious family, they would likely be unable to withstand it. Very well, let's set this in motion. Chu Ming smiled slowly. Since Su Guiqin had no intention of surrendering, there was no need to show him mercy. The battles between noble families have always been silent yet deadly. Chu Ming understood this principle all too well. Indeed, Tang Lin nodded solemnly and hung up the phone. On the other side, in the capital city, at the Su family estate, in the northern reception room, Su Hongnan, the head of the Su family, paced restlessly within the confines of the room. Suddenly, a servant rushed in. Head of the family, we have received the latest news. Quickly, tell me what has happened. Su Hongnan inquired immediately. The hired public relations team failed to quell the uproar. Instead, the servant hesitated, his words faltering. Instead what? Su Hongnan demanded angrily. Instead, it has only intensified. Now, it seems that half of the martial arts community in Huaxia is aware of this matter. How could this happen? Su Hongnan clenched his fists, his breath quickening. Overnight, rumors about the Su family have spread. Who is behind this? His mood was exceedingly grim. From dawn, his phone had not ceased ringing. Not only had numerous elders from the Su family called, but so had several allied families. His daughter, Su Mingfei, turned out to be the daughter of the elder Su Guiqin. This revelation was utterly unfathomable to Su Hongnan. What should we do now? Su Hongnan's brow furrowed deeply, feeling utterly at a loss. That moment, a deep voice resonated from the doorway. Hongnan, are you truly so flustered over a mere band of clowns causing a ruckus? Su Hongnan lifted his head, his eyes brightening. Elder, Su Guoqin, with a calm demeanor, settled onto the sofa in the reception room. That he gestured for his subordinates to bring someone in soon. A team of 24 internet elites entered in perfect unison. The reception room was soon filled with an array of technological equipment. Dozens of computers and hundreds of mobile phones were instantly linked to the martial arts forum. Elder, what is this? Su Hongnan was taken aback. This is a network team I hired. They specialize in situations like this. Su Guoqin replied confidently. They will assist us in resolving the issue. Elder, can they trace who is behind this? A look of hope appeared on Su Hongnan's face. Who else could it be but that scoundrel from the Chu family? Chu Ming. Su Guoqin snorted coldly, that if he dares to provoke me, I shall eradicate him entirely. Is it the Chu family? But that Chu Ming is merely a debauched young master, a good-for-nothing. Does he truly have the audacity to challenge our Su family? Su Hongnan's brows knitted together. That brat must have taken leave of his senses recently. Not only did he break off our engagement, but he also laid hands on Meng Fei. A cold glint flickered in Su Guoqin's eyes that if he seeks death, I shall gladly send him on his way. After the failed negotiation with Chu Ming the previous night, Su Guoqin had begun preparing for retaliation. As he had anticipated, Chu Ming could not maintain his composure. Within just one night, he had disseminated the information. All he needed to do was trace the source of the news, find evidence of the Chu family's framing, and deflect the blame onto them. At that point, the tide of public opinion would decisively turn against the Chu family. Though this tactic might also embroil the Su family in controversy, Su Guoqin was unafraid. At his age, how could he lose to a mere 20-something scoundrel? Soon, under the operation of the network team hired by the Su family, several source accounts came to light. Elder, we have found something, the leader exclaimed, glancing at the numbers on the screen. But the Chu family? Su Guoqin remained composed, leisurely sipping his green tea. The leader hesitated momentarily. No, it appears not. The IP addresses we trace seem to be Tianhong Group. Upon hearing this name, Su Guoqin spat out his tea. What did you say? Su Guoqin's expression morphed into one of shock. Tianhong Group, that is the stronghold of the Chun family. Are you certain it traces back to Tianhong Group? Su Guoqin's countenance darkened as he stood up, inquiring once more. Yes, there are 5 source accounts, all of which are linked to Tianhong Group. According to what I know, they indeed have a network team of nearly 100 people operating. Perhaps they're the ones behind this. Su Guoqin collapsed back onto the sofa, utterly astonished. How could this be traced back to Tianhong Group? The Chun family is the foremost family in the capital, with no past grievances against our Su family. Why would they resort to such tactics? Su Guoqin found himself bewildered. The Chun family's position in the capital was far superior to that of the Su family, that if they intended to contend with the Su family, they would not resort to such underhanded means. Why would the Chun family target us? Su Hongnan's brow furrowed deeply, and in his shock, he recalled matters related to the Chun family. Yet he found no justification. The Chun family's involvement seemed utterly arbitrary, with no discernible motive. Elder, what shall we do now? Su Hongnan asked urgently. Allow me a moment to think. Su Guoqin too felt at a loss, that he had anticipated that handling the Chu family would suffice. But unexpectedly, a new adversary had emerged. Just then, a team member hurriedly approached the leader and whispered something in his ear. The leader's expression shifted noticeably. Elder, we have just received news that someone is speaking on our behalf. Su Guoqin's interest peaked. Speaking on our behalf? Who? It must be our allied families. That Su Hongnan's face lit up with a smile. Indeed, it is fortunate that we formed alliances. Otherwise, facing the Chun family alone would have left us lacking confidence. Haha, truly a timely assistance. Su Guoqin's brow relaxed, that if they could unite with those families, even the Chun family could be confronted. A smile spread across Su Guoqin's face. What a stroke of luck! Just as he was pondering how to deal with the Chu and Chun families, the allied families began to take action to go investigate whether it was the Gu family or the Qin family that intervened. As long as we can navigate through this crisis, our Su family will surely reward them handsomely. Su Guiqin commanded decisively. However, upon hearing this, the leader hesitated. Elder, it seems it is neither the Gu family nor the Qin family, but rather it appears to be the Chu family. This revelation cast an icy pall over the entire reception room. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Not only did Su Hongnan's expression darken, but even Su Guiqin's demeanor stiffened. Say that again. Su Guiqin's face turned pale. The leader, visibly anxious, shared the computer screen with the room's large display that a video began to play, revealing Chu Ming's face. Chu Ming, stand firmly with the Su family. I know Elder Su Guiqin well. He would never do such a thing. Su Mingfei is my former fiancée, although your Su family looks down on me and broke off our engagement. I shall speak plainly. Mengfei is a lady of grace, and no one should be misled by rumors. There must be someone with ulterior motives trying to slander us both, though I am no longer the Su family's future son-in-law. We parted amicably, and the Su family compensated me for the breakup. Given Elder Su Guiqin's character, it would be absurd for such a thing to occur. Chu Ming spoke at length, asserting his unwavering support for the Su family. Crack. Upon viewing this video, Su Guiqin furiously smashed the cup in his hand. Scoundrel! Su Guiqin bellowed, seizing a nearby wooden chair and hurling it at the screen. Crash! The screen shattered, sparks flying. Everyone in the room, including Su Hongnan, fell silent in fear. They could sense Su Guiqin's genuine fury. Shameless, utterly shameless. Su Guiqin gasped for breath, incensed. This Chu Ming is clearly twisting the truth. Su Guiqin's rage surged. He had never anticipated that Chu Ming would resort to such a ploy. This scoundrel was merely a debauched youth. How could he possess such cunning tactics? Su Hongnan's expression was equally grim. Now, not only could they not confront the Su family directly, but they also had to deal with the Chun family's manipulation of public opinion. The Su family felt utterly humiliated. This was akin to receiving a slap across the face while being unable to retaliate. Damn that Chu Ming! Su Guiqin seethed. He was even beginning to regret sending the assassin to eliminate Chu Ming, that if not for this incident, there would not have been such complications. Elder, what should we do now? Su Hongnan's brow furrowed deeply. If we proceed with the original plan to dig up dirt on the Chu family, the situation may turn against us. The pitfall that Chu Ming had dug for the Su family was simply too vast. Su Guiqin remained silent, his forehead throbbing, his expression a mask of fury. This surely cannot be the brainchild of that useless Chu Ming. It is more likely that the cunning old fox, Chu Nantian, is scheming behind the scenes. Su Guiqin forcibly suppressed his anger and, upon further reflection, increasingly believed this to be the case. The reputation of Chu Ming as a wastrel had spread far and wide throughout the capital. Who does not know that the Chu family has a good-for-nothing young master who spends his days gambling, indulging in leisure, and chasing after women? Yet, Su Guiqin had to admit that he was at a loss when it came to dealing with Chu Ming. If this conflict were to escalate, the Su family would face not only the intimidation from the Chun family, but also the overwhelming pressure from the entire martial arts community of Huaxia. While they could choose to fight to the bitter end, it would hardly be worthwhile. After all, he was a prominent figure in the capital and had no need to be dragged down with a debauched youth. Get me Chu Ming on the line, Su Guiqin commanded with a darkened expression. Yes, in a mere 3 minutes, Su Guiqin's subordinates handed him a mobile phone down on the screen. Chu Ming's number was unmistakably displayed. The phone rang 3 times before Chu Ming's voice came through. Hello. Who is this? It is I. Su Guiqin suppressed the fury boiling within him and spoke forth. Elder Su, long time no see. Chu Ming's voice carried a hint of amusement. What is the occasion for your call? Chu Ming, I concede. The compensation you seek will be delivered to you. Su Guiqin inhaled deeply. Will you cease your actions? Elder Su, what are you talking about? Chu Ming replied, I am merely standing in solidarity with your Su family. That cannot be called compensation. It must be termed as a gift, right? Chu Ming's words were impeccably crafted. He would not be foolish enough to allow Su Guiqin to extract the truth from him. Infuriated by Chu Ming's shamelessness, Su Guiqin slammed his fist onto the coffee table. Bang! The glass table shattered into countless pieces. It was only then that he picked up the phone and gritted his teeth. Chu Ming, the gift you desire, I will certainly provide. Chapter 24. Are you Chu Kuang? Despite the tempest of anger within him, Su Guiqin found himself powerless. He could only bow his head to Chu Ming. Elder Su, since that is the case, I shall comply with your wishes, Chu Ming replied with a smile. You know where I am. The sooner the items are delivered, the sooner this unnecessary trouble will come to an end. Wouldn't you agree, Elder Su Guiqin? You little brat, you have some nerve, Su Guiqin ground his teeth in frustration. Haha, the younger generation may be lacking in skill, but I cannot compare to Elder Su Guiqin. Chu Ming chuckled. In that case, I shall await your arrival, Elder Su. Satisfied, Chu Ming ended the call. Upon hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Su Guiqin's forehead throbbed with veins. With a sudden burst of strength, an invisible force emanated from his palm. Crack! The phone was crushed into a heap of scrap metal. The room fell into a terrifying silence, with not a single person daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, in Linzhou City, after hanging up, Chu Ming revealed a faint smile. 200 million. Within reach, and he understood that he could not push Su Guiqin too hard. It was best to know when to stop. That be why forcing the Su family a bit. He should be able to earn a good amount of points, right? Chu Ming gazed at his phone, but the urban cultivation app had yet to send him any notifications. His expression soured. Could it be that the matter with the Su family did not count as a plot twist? Chu Ming found it hard to comprehend. Logically, the Su family would eventually become supporters of the protagonist. Chu Kuang WY dealing with the Su family in advance. He should have earned some plot reversal points. Yet there were none. How could there be none? Staring at the black screen, Chu Ming fell into deep thought. Just then, the screen suddenly lit up. Chu Ming's eyes brightened, only to discover it was a call from Tang Lin. He pressed the answer button. Hello, young Master Ming. The Yi family has found Chu Kuang. Tang Lin's voice came through the phone. They found Chu Kuang? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, a glint of icy amusement flickering within. The night he was evaded by this Chu Kuang left him somewhat unsettled. Regardless of the humiliation he had suffered, this Chu Kuang was, after all, the king of the underworld. His methods were beyond Chu Ming's imagination. He must be eliminated at once. Otherwise, it would be him who faced demise. Chu Ming clenched his fists and asked Tang Lin, "Where is Chu Kuang now?" According to Yilong's report, he is at Longyin Temple. Longyin Temple. Upon hearing those three words, Chu Ming was taken aback. Immediately, his expression changed dramatically. Longyin Temple was the site of the protagonist's second breakthrough, abundant in spiritual energy. I miscalculated. Chu Ming smacked his thigh. Gritting his teeth, I never expected that this Chu Kuang would run to Longyin Temple. Longyin Temple was indeed the territory of the female lead. No wonder that Zhao Niner said Chu Kuang was harassing her. Oh, that was it. Chu Kuang had long since set his sights on Longyin Temple. That infuriating author. Why did he not reveal this sooner? Chu Ming's face darkened. It seemed the plot had shifted, and he too would have to adapt accordingly. Otherwise, if he fell into the protagonist's scheme, it could very well lead to his ruin. Chu Ming's greatest fear was that as the protagonist's power grew, he would find it increasingly difficult to contend with him. According to the plot's trajectory, he, as the primary antagonist, would face his demise in a year's time. No, I will never allow such a thing to occur. Chu Ming abruptly rose from the table. Tang Lin, prepare the car. I must visit Longyin Temple. Chu Ming stated solemnly to Tang Lin over the phone. Yes. Tang Lin replied respectfully. In 10 minutes, my subordinate will come to pick you up. Very well. Chu Ming ended the call, turning his gaze towards the window. The sun was shrouded by thick clouds, casting a pall over the entire world. Half an hour later, Chu Ming arrived at the Yinya building, located 1 kilometer away from Longyin Temple. This was also a property of the Yi family, where Yilong had established a surveillance point, awaiting Chu Ming's arrival. On the rooftop of Yinya building, Chu Ming ascended the stairs step by step. Upon seeing Chu Ming's figure, Yi Long hurried over. Bowing and scraping, young Master Ming. Chu Ming responded nonchalantly, inquiring, "Where's the target now?" Replying to young Master Ming, "He is still at the mountainside of Longyin Temple. He is sitting there, seemingly doing nothing," Yi Long promptly answered. Sitting there, Chu Ming furrowed his brow. "Do you have any images from the scene?" Yes. Yi Long eagerly produced a tablet. The IT displayed images from 8 different angles. Chu Ming could see that Chu Kuang remained utterly still, sitting in a secluded corner of Longyin Temple, deep in meditation. Meditating to cultivate. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed. If that were the case, it seemed he had already intended to absorb the spiritual energy of Longyin Temple. Should he continue to absorb it like this, once he breaks through his cultivation, he would surpass my control, and it would be uncontrollable. Observing this scene, Chu Ming's forehead twitched with tension, but he had not anticipated that the protagonist would abandon Chihua Lake and head straight for Longyin Temple. Yi Long, here, quickly gather some manpower to stop the target's actions. Chu Ming immediately ordered. It must be swift. We must interrupt him before he breaks through. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Yi Long quickly accepted the command. Rest assured, young Master Ming, I will take care of it immediately. Yi Long retrieved the communicator from his pocket, his expression serious as he departed. "That I hope it is not too late." Chu Ming stared at the image of the protagonist on the screen. His brow furrowed deeply. Just 15 minutes later, the screen displayed the figures of Yi Long and his subordinates that at the mountainside of Longyin Temple, a restricted area for tourists. Yi Long boldly led over 20 subordinates, drawing the attention of the temple's monks. However, fearing Yi Long's reputation, the monks did not directly intervene, but hurried to report to the abbot. "Young Master Ming, we have reached the target location. Please advise. Cover your faces," Chu Ming instructed. "We cannot let the target discover our identities." Chu Ming was quite cautious, as a devoted reader of Rebirth, as the urban king of the underworld. He was well aware of the fates that befell antagonists who offended the protagonist. If the protagonist were to trace back to him, Chu Ming would likely find himself living a life on the run. How could he not be cautious? Yes. Yi Long seemed to have anticipated this and immediately produced over 20 masks from his bag. He chose a King of Hell mask and put it on directly. Following that, he stepped onto the plaza at the mountainside. The mountain wind billowed his coat. Over 20 subordinates followed closely behind him. Yi Long exuded an imposing presence. Just as he approached, the king of the underworld, Chu Kuang, sitting in the center of the mountainside plaza, suddenly opened his eyes that a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. Yi Long halted before him, casting a dark shadow over Chu Kuang. That why Yi Long coldly inquired, "Are you Chu Kuang?" Chapter 25. Total Annihilation. Chu Kuang lifted his eyelids that he gazed at Yi Long with a calm demeanor. "What business do you have?" Chu Kuang replied coldly, "If there is nothing else, do not disturb my peace. Otherwise, you shall regret it." "Haha, you are truly arrogant." Yi Long laughed heartily. "Since that is the case, let me get straight to the point. This is the domain of Longyin Temple, and you are trespassing here to cultivate. I demand an explanation on behalf of Longyin Temple." Yi Long had already prepared his reasoning before coming that if he did not have a valid reason, it would be unjustifiable to take action. But what of it? Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. "This lowly place is beneath the notice of this king. You come here to demand an explanation. It is simply ludicrous." Chu Kuang, as the king of the underworld, had naturally encountered places rich in spiritual energy. The meager energy of Longyin Temple was hardly worthy of his attention, especially not now that he had been reborn. How audacious to steal the spiritual energy from Longyin Temple and yet speak so shamelessly. Yi Long furrowed his brow. Initially, he sought merely a pretext to deal with Chu Kuang, but he never anticipated that the latter could be so unscrupulous. To be a thief and still complain about the quality of the stolen goods, was that not more excessive than his own rogue behavior? Yi Long, refrain from further conversation. Engage him and assess his capabilities. Chu Ming's voice echoed through the communication device. Yi Long nodded slightly. then abruptly gestured, "Brothers, advance. Seize him and deliver him to Longing Temple for punishment." "Yes, Brother Long." Over 20 of his subordinates surged forward, armed with various makeshift weapons. Yet Chu Kuang stood alone, unfazed. "Insects dare to be so brazen," he scoffed. Raising his hand as dark, flowing energy surged forth. Under this luminous aura, Chu Kuang's power seemed to multiply several times, with a single punch. He felled multiple opponents, 2 of whom were sent flying. Landing several meters away, that in just a minute, a dozen lay sprawled on the ground at Yi Long's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, shifted gradually. "Ming? Young Master Ming. The target appears rather formidable." Yi Long began to panic. Standing atop the Yin Yi building, Chu Ming's heart sank. Given the current demeanor, had the protagonist already ascended to the second tier? He slapped his thigh and shouted into the communicator. "Yi Long, retreat with your men immediately. You are no match for him." Retreat with his men? Yi Long was taken aback that as he raised his head, he realized he was the last one standing in the square. Even if he wished to withdraw, it was likely too late. His subordinates lay scattered on the ground, some bloodied, others unconscious. Panic seized Yi Long as Chu Kuang approached him step by step, his gaze cold and his face smeared with blood, like a king returning from the depths of hell. "I ask you, are you sent by Zhao Dongqing?" Chu Kuang inquired with an impassive gaze and a low voice. "Zhao Dongqing? I." Yi Long inhaled deeply, taken aback by Chu Kuang's question. Momentarily, he found himself at a loss for words. What did Zhao Dongqing have to do with this? "No matter. Your silence speaks volumes." Chu Kuang replied impatiently, his form darting forward to appear before Yi Long in an instant. The next moment, Yi Long felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his chest. His body arched backward, hurtling several meters away. Gasping for breath, he struggled in desperation. "This is bad." From his observation point, Chu Ming's eyes widened with urgency, but he had underestimated the protagonist Chu Kuang. The recent smooth sailing had caused him to forget how terrifying the king of the underworld could be. "Young Master Ming, Yi Long cannot withstand Chu Kuang. Should I intervene personally?" Tang Lin, watching through the surveillance telescope, was equally astonished. This Chu Kuang had merely been a discarded scion of the Chu family, expelled and untrained in their martial arts. How had he become so formidable? "You are no match for him." Chu Ming waved his hand. "Prepare my mask. I shall go myself." Having already surpassed the 3rd tier of the Wangu Mingdao Ju and acquired the first chapter's teachings, Chu Ming's strength should surpass that of Chu Kuang. Yet he had not anticipated that he would face Chu Kuang so soon. "Young master, wait," Tang Lin suddenly exclaimed. "Someone is ascending the stone steps halfway up the mountain." That area is off limits to tourists. Who would venture there at this critical moment?" Chu Ming paused his actions. Activating his tablet, .8 drones focused their lenses on the mid-mountain location. Upon recognizing the figure at the forefront, Chu Ming's eyes brightened. Could it be him? At Longyin Temple's mid-mountain area, Yi Long had just recovered from the breathlessness caused by being struck, though his chest still ached terribly, as if it might burst. "Call Zhao Dongqing to this place." Chu Kuang continued his advance, droplets of blood congealing on his face, a sight both shocking and unsettling to Yi Long was overwhelmed with terror. How could he summon Zhao Dongqing? Had this Chu Kuang misunderstood something? Since you refused to comply, then Chu Kuang's gaze turned icy, and he surged forward like a lightning bolt. A gust of fist wind descended upon Yi Long. Despair painted Yi Long's face. With this blow, he would either perish or be gravely injured. How could a mere high school student possess such strength? Just as the moment of crisis approached, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before Yi Long. Clad in a monk's robe and adorned with a red Buddhist cap, his expression was tranquil. He met the oncoming fist wind with a single palm strike, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. Chu Kuang furrowed his brow, distancing himself from the robed elder. "Old bald donkey, do you wish to meddle in my affairs?" Chu Kuang asked coldly. "Ba," responded the elder, hands clasped in prayer, his demeanor calm. "Longyin Temple is a sanctified place of the Buddha. It would be wise for you to refrain from inciting further bloodshed while here. The abbot of Longyin Temple, Master Xuanji. Yi Long immediately recognized the elder's identity. One of his subordinates had once been harmed in a brawl and had fallen victim to a curse. It was this very abbot who had intervened to save his life that Yi Long held a considerable regard for Xuanji. From the observation point, Chu Ming exhaled in relief upon witnessing the scene. With Xuanji present, there would be no calamity. A smile crept onto Chu Ming's face. He was aware of the ensuing narrative and understood Xuanji's identity and prowess. The martial arts world is divided into 4 realms: Qi practitioners, internal power masters, grandmasters, and great grandmasters. Although Xuanji outwardly claimed to be merely a grandmaster, he had already crossed the threshold of great grandmaster. Even if Chu Kuang had broken through to the 6th tier of the Wangu Mingdao Ju, he would still be no match for Xuanji. Yi Long's life was spared. Chapter 26. Chu Benefactor. Do you also understand Buddhism? The appearance of Xuanji brought Yi Long a sense of relief. Master Xuanji, this brat has come to your Longyin Temple to pilfer spiritual energy and has even attempted to harm us. Yi Long seized the opportunity to cast aspersions on Chu Kuang, emboldened by the presence of a supporter. Yet he spoke truthfully. Chu Kuang had indeed trespassed without the temple's consent, akin to a thief that I am aware, Xuanji replied, his gaze shifting to Chu Kuang. Though you are young and possess the ability to draw upon our temple's spiritual energy, I am generous. However, your violence necessitates an explanation. Old bald donkey, do you presume to take advantage of your age to intimidate me? Chu Kuang retorted with a scoff. You, with your paltry skills, dare to pontificate before me? Xuanji maintained a serene expression upon hearing Chu Kuang's words that he joined his hands in prayer and bowed gently. Since you are so obstinate, I shall take it upon myself to guide you, lest you stray onto the path of evil. Xuanji slowly rose. A spark ignited in his eyes, and a gale suddenly erupted. To Yi Long's astonishment, Xuanji had already appeared before Chu Kuang with breathtaking speed. The force of his palm struck Chu Kuang's chest. Instinctively, Chu Kuang attempted to block the blow, but failed to match Xuanji's swift movement, that he stumbled back several paces, landing on the ground, although his chest throbbed with pain. It was not as severe as Yi Long's injuries. Xuanji hold back. Chu Ming sighed, observing the scene through the drones, that if he were willing to be ruthless, he could eliminate a significant problem for me. Xuanji was the mentor and adoptive father of the female protagonist, Xiao Mingyue, that he had devoted his life to the righteous path of Buddhism that I in the original tale. The protagonist had eradicated several powerful families due to personal vendettas, leading to Xuanji's intervention, which resulted in being wounded by the protagonist. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ming's maneuvering had caused these 2 destined adversaries to clash prematurely. However, this could prove beneficial. If he could win Xuanji over, it would bolster his own strength. Chu Ming gazed at the unfolding drama on his tablet. Deep in thought, Xuanji was immensely powerful and possessed an upright character, making him difficult to sway easily. Tang Lin, arrange a meeting for me with Xuanji once this matter concludes. Tang Lin was taken aback but quickly nodded. Young master, I will make arrangements immediately. Just as Chu Ming resolved to meet Xuanji, Chu Kuang was struggling to rise from the ground in the Longyin Temple Square. The impact of Xuanji's palm had left him feeling unsteady. Old bald donkey, you've got some bite, Chu Kuang thought. His eyes glinting with coldness, he was acutely aware that he was not currently Xuanji's match. Their confrontation could wait for another day. In the presence of Xuanji, Chu Kuang chose to bide his time. He had only just begun his training and was far from Xuanji's level. Given a little more time, he would ensure that Xuanji understood the consequences of crossing him. Young benefactor, please wait, Xuanji called out to Chu Kuang's retreating figure. However, Chu Kuang feigned ignorance and descended the mountain without a glance back. Xuanji sighed. Master Xuanji, that thief has stolen your temple's spiritual energy and injured our men. Why do you let him go? Yi Long questioned, perplexed that I have attained enlightenment in Buddhist teachings and glimpsed a fragment of truth. Xuanji replied calmly that I sense that this young benefactor and I share a certain affinity, that if I can guide him onto the right path. It would be a significant merit to AT that moment. The sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, and a gust of wind billowed the clothes of those present. 3 helicopters landed steadily in the mid-mountain square. The first cabin door opened, and Chu Ming stepped out slowly. He spoke aloud. Master Xuanji, if you wish to guide him onto the righteous path, I fear you shall never accomplish it in this lifetime. Chu Ming heard Xuanji's words through the communicator on Yi Long, according to the original plot. Due to Chu Kuang's ruthless destruction of several noble families, Xuanji was compelled to intervene. In that encounter, Xuanji was wounded by Chu Kuang, and subsequently, the protagonist Chu Kuang grew increasingly unrestrained. This was a pitfall set by the foolish author to enhance the protagonist's bravado. Chu Ming now possessed the ability to alter this fate. Hence, he arrived. Tang Lin, take Yi Long and the others away. I have matters to discuss with Master Xuanji, Chu Ming stated calmly, and he removed his black sunglasses, his gaze fixed upon Xuanji. Understood. Tang Lin approached to assist the injured Yi Long, calling over several aides to carry the injured subordinates of Chu Ming on other helicopters. May I inquire how to address you, benefactor? Xuanji furrowed his brow upon seeing Chu Ming. My surname is Chu. Chu Ming replied, it is Master Chu. Xuanji placed his palms together, inquiring about the purpose of Master Chu's visit. I have come to engage in a serious discussion regarding the principles of Buddhism. Chu Ming replied, his gaze steady as he regarded Xuanji. A hint of amusement flickered in Xuanji's eyes. Master Chu, you also grasp Buddhism? The dozens of monk disciples behind him stifled their laughter. It had been years since anyone had dared to discuss the essence of Buddhism before Master Xuanji. Was this not akin to challenging a master craftsman? I understand a thing or two. Chu Ming replied. What I can tell you is that should you allow Chu Kuang to depart today, he shall inevitably face dire consequences in the future. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, several disciples behind Master Xuanji stiffened and stepped forward. Master Chu, this is Longyin Temple. What is your intent in cursing our abbot? Indeed, our abbot Xuanji is revered and esteemed. How dare you insult him? Chu Ming's words implied that Xuanji's judgment was lacking and that he failed to see the true nature of men. Was this not exceedingly arrogant? Qingmu, Qingkong, you two may withdraw, Xuanji commanded sternly. Yes, abbot. The 2 monk disciples cast a reluctant glance at Chu Ming before retreating behind Xuanji. Xuanji turned to Chu Ming. Master Chu, do you have any basis for your claim that I shall sow evil seeds today? Chu Ming shook his head. None. Then do you have any basis for asserting that I shall reap evil consequences? Neither. In that case, Master Chu, why do you speak so confidently and directly? Xuanji smiled, observing the young benefactor's aura of resentment. Though this young benefactor appears to harbor ill will, I perceive a great fortune within you. Such a person will undoubtedly receive the blessings of the Buddha and embrace the righteous path. The Xuanji's words elicited hearty laughter from Chu Ming. Had he not read the original work, he might have been deceived by this old monk's words. Alas, this so-called fortune was merely a contrived notion of a foolish author. Chu Kuang was a ruthless individual, and it was precisely for this reason that the underworld had been unified under his rule. Beneath that throne lay countless buried bones. Chu Ming's sleeves fluttered as he spoke sternly. Abbot Xuanji, I can assure you that if you do not eliminate Chu Kuang today, the entire city of Lingzhou shall never know peace. Chapter 27. How could it be him? Chu Ming's words had reached this point, and he no longer hoped for Xuanji to take action. Since Xuanji had not detained Chu Kuang earlier, it clearly indicated his stance. Master Chu, your desire for bloodshed seems excessive, Xuanji remarked with a smile. Such a heavy heart for killing may lead to karmic repercussions in the future. This has nothing to do with a desire for bloodshed. Chu Ming sighed. Moreover, I did not expect that even you, Abbot Xuanji, could not perceive this. It seems your understanding of Buddhism is rather limited. Chu Ming's wish to eliminate the protagonist Chu Kuang was not for the sake of killing, but purely for self-preservation. Were the protagonist willing to spare Chu Ming, he would not have gone through such elaborate efforts to navigate the intricacies of Lingzhou. This was a fundamental misjudgment on Xuanji's part. Impudent, ignorant child! How dare you defame Abbot Xuanji within my Longyin Temple? The monks of Longyin Temple glowered at Xu Ming, their faces filled with anger. Never had anyone dared to disparage Xuanji's understanding of Buddhism in their presence. This was tantamount to a provocation against Longyin Temple. You all may withdraw, Xuanji spoke slowly. Abbot. Many monks grew anxious. Withdraw. Xuanji's voice took on a more authoritative tone. Only then did the monks step back, though their gazes toward Chu Ming held a hint of malice. Master Chu, Xuanji placed his palms together, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Although I have yet to attain enlightenment, I possess some discernment. If you do not cultivate in Buddhism, refrain from offering misguided advice, lest you mislead yourself and others. Xuanji's words subtly mocked Chu Ming as an outsider, and his tone carried a hint of displeasure. Since Abbot Xuanji disapproves of my presence here, I shall not linger, Chu Ming smiled. However, should you wish to discuss this matter with me again in the future, do remember the phrase mislead oneself and others. This old monk was obstinate, believing only in the karmic ties of Buddhism. Given this, Chu Ming was disinclined to converse further. After all, karmic retribution would soon come. Master Chu, you jest. I have been blessed by the Buddha and have gleaned some profound insights into the Dharma. Though I may not reach the level of heavenly beings, comprehending today's events is still within my grasp, Xuanji spoke languidly. Are you suggesting you have no regrets? Chu Ming inquired, his tone indifferent. No regrets, Xuanji replied. Very well. Chu Ming ceased further dialogue and turned to leave. This old monk could not be swayed, and Chu Ming had no desire to waste breath. The helicopter ascended into the sky. Tang Lin, witnessing the entire process from within the helicopter, questioned Chu Ming in confusion. Young Master Ming, are we leaving just like this? What else? Did you not wish to win over Master Xuanji? If we leave now, does it not mean we have failed to achieve our original goal? Tang Lin expressed her puzzlement. Rest assured, when Xuanji seeks my assistance, Chu Ming glanced at the monks below and scoffed. He will come to ask. Tang Lin was taken aback. Deep down, she found this hard to believe that not jest. He is the abbot of Longyin Temple, with far greater strength and status in Lingzhou than you. An outsider. Why would Xuanji seek Chu Ming? Young Master Ming, you truly love to jest. Tang Lin remained skeptical of Xuanji approaching Chu Ming to know. He will come, Chu Ming asserted with conviction. Are you serious? Of course. Chu Ming replied with a smile. Just watch. It will not be long. The dark clouds dispersed from the horizon, and half a sun illuminated the earth. Longyin Temple, back courtyard. Abbot Xuanji, accompanied by the monks, returned to the temple. Throughout the journey, he pondered Chu Ming's words. The monks beside him were also discussing Chu Ming. Does that young man not recognize the name of our Abbot Xuanji? How could he utter such laughable words? Surely, no prominent figure in Lingzhou would dare speak so. Certainly not. Our Abbot Xuanji has handled matters involving prominent individuals countless times over the years. Even Zhao Dongcheng of the Zhao Group and Yi Wenden of the Yi family defer to Abbot Xuanji. Who does that boy think he is? The young monks continued their discussion, largely mocking Chu Ming. Xuanji merely cast them a cursory glance, not intervening that he too felt that Chu Ming's behavior was excessively arrogant. An outsider dared to comment on Buddhism in his presence. Absurd. Just as Xuanji stepped into the temple hall of the back courtyard, Xiao Mingyue suddenly emerged from within. Master? Upon seeing Xuanji, Xiao Mingyue appeared flustered. Mingyue, what brings you here? Xuanji frowned. It was class time, and she ought to be at school. It is because I received a rare scripture last night and studied it late into the night, which is why I am late. Xiao Mingyue candidly explained. Rare scripture? Hearing those words, Xuanji's brow furrowed tightly. Xiao Mingyue was an orphan raised by Longyin Temple. Exceptionally intelligent, that by the age of 6, she could recite numerous scriptures, and by 10, she could debate Buddhist principles with the old monks. What kind of rare scripture could compel her to skip school and study overnight? Let me see, Xuanji urged. Xiao Mingyue hurriedly handed the scripture laid on the table to Xuanji. The cover read, Heavenly Zen Sutra, Volume 1. The other monks cast curious glances at the scripture in Xuanji's hands, engaging in hushed discussions. They had never seen this scripture, clearly not a significant work. Sister Mingyue must have been deceived. How could there be such a rare scripture? The Heavenly Zen Sutra? Xuanji chuckled upon seeing the title. This is the first time I have encountered this name. It must be the fanciful work of some Buddhist enthusiast, master. That is not the case. Please take a look at the contents, Xiao Mingyue implored. The mysteries contained within this scripture are beyond my comprehension. How profound could it be? Xuanji scoffed and began to flip through the pages, initially displaying indifference. His expression gradually morphed into astonishment as he continued reading. Soon, that astonishment transformed into sheer shock that he promptly seated himself, utterly engrossed in the scripture. Master? Xiao Mingyue gently nudged Xuanji, who finally stirred from his reverie, as if awakening from a dream. He took a deep breath, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This scripture, it is truly extraordinary. It surpasses the Mahayana teachings within our temple by several magnitudes. How can this be possible?" It was only now that Xuanji comprehended why Xiao Mingyue had spent the entire night poring over it. The profundity of the Buddhist principles contained within the book left even him feeling profoundly shaken. "Who gifted you this remarkable scripture?" Xuanji inquired urgently. Xiao Mingyue hesitated for a moment before producing a photograph from her bosom. "This was given to me by Zhao Nianer, who instructed me to investigate the identity of the person in this photo," she replied. "Let me have a look," Xuanji said, his gaze falling upon the photograph, his expression shifting abruptly. "How can it be him?" Chapter 28. The remarkable scripture, "Do you know him, Master?" Xiao Mingyue asked, taken aback. "Not merely know him," Xuanji replied after a brief pause, sighing heavily that he visited our Longyin Temple just half an hour ago. Visited Longyin Temple. Where is he now? Xiao Mingyue inquired anxiously that it is said that Zhao Nianer returned to secretly investigate Chu Ming's identity. But she found nothing that he has left, Xuanji answered, regret washing over him that I truly misjudged him. I thought he was merely a babbler, yet he possesses such an extraordinary tome. Master, you are mistaken, Xiao Mingyue said with a wry smile. Given his eloquence, how could he possibly be a mere babbler? She felt a sense of despondency upon learning that Xuanji had driven Chu Ming away. Indeed, I have committed a grave error, Xuanji lamented. The longer he gazed at the scripture in his hands, the more he felt a sense of unease. Moreover, the more he pondered, the more he sensed that Chu Ming truly possessed remarkable abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned to Qingmu. "Disciple, attend." "Yes, master," Qingmu responded promptly. "Hurry and inquire with the several pilgrims who visited our temple today. Beseech them to assist in locating this individual." Xuanji vaguely recalled that among today's visitors were many well-informed individuals who might aid him in finding Chu Ming. However, his request left the other monks and disciples momentarily stunned. "Abbot, seek whom?" "Naturally, this Chu benefactor." Xuanji's face darkened. "If we find him, remember not to offend him. Just convey that this old monk was in error. And invite him back to Longyin Temple for a discussion." "What?" The surrounding monks and disciples were taken aback. "Abbot, why would you want to seek that unruly youth? Indeed, he even stated to your face today that your understanding of Buddhism and Taoism is superficial." "Enough of your nonsense." Before the monks could finish, Xuanji barked, "What Chu benefactor said is indeed true. This old monk's understanding of Buddhism and Taoism is lacking. Were it not for witnessing such a remarkable scripture today, I fear I would have continued living my life like a frog at the bottom of a well." Xuanji sighed deeply, recalling Chu Ming's prior words. Filled with regret, Tio possessed such an extraordinary scripture. How could one be ignorant of Buddhism? The answer is evident. Qingmu, do not delay any further. If you find Chu benefactor, be sure to treat him with utmost respect, Xuanji urged. The young monk named Qingmu suddenly snapped back to reality and rushed outside. Several hours later, at Chiwe Hotel, Chu Ming soaked in the tub, eyes closed in concentration. Suddenly, his phone, resting beside the tub, vibrated violently. Congratulations! You have successfully reversed the original plot, gaining 40 plot points. Reward: Breaking the Underworld Technique 1. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to retrieve. Cumulative plot points: 60. Breaking the Underworld Technique. A legendary skill said to allow the king of the underworld to consume the hearts and souls of others, plunging them into eternal slumber. In a bid to save his beloved harmed by the king of the underworld, a genius from the underworld devoted his life's work to create this technique. Note: this technique is highly taxing on the mind. Please use it judiciously. Breaking the Underworld Technique? Chu Ming pondered, recalling that this technique had appeared once during the latter part of the plot, but was subsequently countered by the king of the underworld at that time. In the original plot, the king of the underworld, Chu Kuang, had devoured numerous hearts and souls in pursuit of power, resulting in countless individuals falling into an everlasting slumber. One day, a man named Gu Wuzui expended all his energy to unravel the king of the underworld's technique and rescue his beloved. However, in the end, he was crushed to death by Chu Kuang's protagonist aura. The appearance of this technique here seemed somewhat redundant to Chu Ming, that he furrowed his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he decided, why not learn it? If it's free, I might as well. Chu Ming directly accessed the backpack interface and pressed the learning button. In that instant, a new branch appeared on the skill tree, inscribed with the words, Breaking the Underworld Technique. The technique comprised 10 levels, with the first level consuming 1 plot point, the second consuming 2 plot points. Chu Ming's eyes lit up. This was far cheaper than Eternal Underworld Dao Technique. He promptly allocated all his skill points, leaving him with just 5 points. However, Breaking the Underworld Technique now displayed as maxed out. Chu Ming surveyed his surroundings, feeling his body submerged in the tub. No noticeable changes? He was momentarily taken aback. Was this technique a sham? He lightly threw a punch forward. The strength remained unchanged. He closed his eyes, sensing the ambient energy. His agility appeared unchanged as well. After testing various aspects, he found no discernible differences. Could it be that this is a counterfeit? Chu Ming felt a pang of regret. After all, he had used 55 plot points on this. Just then, a knock came at the bathroom door. Young Master Ming. Yi Long just called, saying Abbot Xuanji wishes to invite you back to Longyin Temple. Tang Lin's voice resonated from outside the bathroom. Xuanji? Chu Ming chuckled, amused at how swiftly that old monk had reached out. He emerged from the bathtub, dried himself off, and donned a bathrobe before stepping out of the bathroom, where Tang Lin awaited. So, what else did Xuanji say? Chu Ming inquired, settling into the plush sofa, according to Yi Long. Abbot Xuanji has acknowledged his mistake and wishes to meet with you once more, Tang Lin replied promptly. She too was perplexed. She had assumed Chu Ming's earlier claims were in jest, yet it had not been long before Xuanji expressed regret and sought to reconnect. What had Chu Ming done to elicit such a response? He wants to see me. Why doesn't he come himself? Chu Ming remarked coolly. Invitations must adhere to proper etiquette. A mere phone call will not suffice. Young master, he is, after all, the abbot of Longyin Temple in Linzhou City. You must consider, Tang Lin urged. Indeed, in terms of status and standing, Xuanji was a prominent figure in Linzhou City. As an outsider, Chu Ming would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. Yet Chu Ming scoffed. I have already extended an olive branch to Longyin Temple. It is unfortunate that they are blind to it. Tell Yi Long that I shall not return to Longyin Temple. If Xuanji truly possesses sincerity, he should come to see me in person. Previously, Xuanji had spoken harshly when dismissing Chu Ming, and the words misleading oneself and others still lingered in his memory. Now, Xuanji sought him out after expelling him, that if Chu Ming were to rush over, would he still be the villain? A true villain must maintain an air of authority. Declining the invitation meant he would not go. Call Yi Long and relay my exact words to Longyin Temple, Chu Ming instructed, waving his hand. Understood. Tang Lin replied, somewhat resigned but aware that once Chu Ming had made up his mind, there was little she could do to change it. As she departed, Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. Longyin Temple. How amusing. Chapter 29. Not comparable in the main hall of Longyin Temple, Xuanji paced restlessly, his face etched with melancholy as he awaited news from the monks and disciples. Xiao Mingyue gazed at him in confusion. She had always known Xuanji to be composed, and witnessing his agitation was a rare occurrence. Was it due to that scripture from Chu Ming? Abbot, Abbot, there is news. The young monk Qingmu rushed in from outside the hall. Speak quickly. Xuanji urged that I just contacted Yulong, the young master of the Yi family. He confirmed that he knows that Chu benefactor. However, Qingmu hesitated. However what? That Chu benefactor stated he would not return to Longyin Temple. Upon hearing this, Xuanji sank heavily into a wooden chair, feeling an overwhelming sense of lost awe. The path of Buddhism is indeed beyond my reach. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he retained Chu Ming, perhaps matters would not have unfolded this way. Abbot, Yilong also mentioned that if you wish to meet that Chu benefactor, you must visit him personally. Once Qingmu finished speaking, he angrily added, This is an utter insult to you. You are. Enough, Xuanji interjected, opening his eyes with a grave expression. Contact Yilong again and inquire where Chu benefactor is. Abbot, what are you? Qingmu's eyes widened in disbelief. I must pay him a visit. Xuanji declared firmly. What Chu benefactor said holds truth. Should I sow seeds of malice today, I shall inevitably reap the bitter fruits in the future. It is indeed my lack of enlightenment that has allowed worldly perceptions to sway me. Xuanji joined his palms in prayer, silently reciting scriptures. This demeanor left Qingmu quite astonished. The abbot Xuanji intends to pay a visit. In the past decade, he has never left Longyin Temple. Suddenly descending the mountain, is it truly for that lad surnamed Chu? How could this be possible? Is there an issue? Xuanji cast a glance at Qingmu. No, nothing at all. The disciple understands. After a brief hesitation, Qingmu clasped his fists in a bow toward Xuanji. Though he found the situation exceedingly peculiar, he nonetheless set out to contact Yulong under Xuanji's orders. Master, I shall also inquire with Nyener. She may possess a solution, spoke Xiao Mingyue. Indeed, Xuanji sighed, hoping it is not too late. At that very moment, in a secluded corner of Longyin Temple, Chu Kuang sat cross-legged, his breath rapid. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from his body, scattering the surrounding withered branches and leaves. With the aid of the spiritual energy of Longyin Temple, he successfully broke through to the second layer of the underworld path. Chu Kuang exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with sharp brilliance. Had it not been for Zhao Dongqing sending someone to disrupt, I would have reached this stage long ago by the time of Chiyue Lake. Zhao Dongqing, once my cultivation progresses further, I shall claim your life. A fierce, killing intent flickered in Chu Kuang's eyes that he had entirely attributed the actions of Chu Ming to Zhao Dongqing. After all, in his previous life, the only one who bore a grudge against him in Linzhou City was Zhao Dongqing. He could only wonder what Zhao Dongqing would think upon learning this news. Unbeknownst to him, he was being inexplicably targeted. The spiritual energy of Longyin Temple indeed surpassed that of Chiyue Lake. It seemed prudent to establish a connection with Xiao Mingyue and seek the old monk's permission, which would be beneficial for my cultivation. Chu Kuang touched the wound on his chest, his gaze resolute. He retrieved a notebook from his bosom, containing some Buddhist scriptures he had written the previous night. To harness the spiritual energy of Longyin Temple, he must ensure Xiao Mingyue is utterly captivated. If she were to develop affection, that would be even better. Dealing with a young girl, would it not be a piece of cake for me? Chu Kuang smiled lightly, rising to re-enter Longyin Temple. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyue was still attempting to call Zhao Nyener. She wished to inquire if Zhao Nyener could assist in locating Chu Ming. However, Zhao Nyener had yet to answer her calls. What could possibly be wrong with Nyener? Why does she not pick up? How strange. Xiao Mingyue furrowed her brows, feeling a subtle unease. Just then, A fair hand grasped her right hand holding the phone. Upon contact, Xiao Mingyue gasped in surprise, stepping back several paces. Chu Kuang. What brings you here? Upon seeing Chu Kuang, Xiao Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, I have come to see you, replied Chu Kuang with an elegant smile, presenting her with a notebook from Linzhou No. 2 High School. Within it, you shall find the Buddhist scriptures I promised you. Xiao Mingyue set down her phone and accepted the notebook, her mind reeling in astonishment. Open it and take a look. It contains some of my casual writings, yet it will suffice for your perusal, Chu Kuang asserted confidently. The entirety of Longyin Temple scriptures likely pales in comparison to the profundity contained within. A smirk graced Chu Kuang's lips. Here in Lombai Star, even martial artists are a rarity, let alone formidable Buddhist or Taoist practitioners. What I, as the king of the underworld, casually pen would suffice to make those mortals kneel in reverence. Buddhist scriptures? Xiao Mingyue questioned as she opened the notebook, examining its contents closely. How is it? Does it not surpass the scriptures of Longyin Temple in depth? Chu Kuang remarked with a laugh. I assure you. This collection is sufficient for you to grasp the highest Buddhist principles. There exists no other such tome across all of Lombai Star. Before Chu Kuang could finish, Xiao Mingyue returned the notebook to him. Chu Kuang was momentarily stunned. Logically, a girl like Xiao Mingyue, who is so enraptured by Buddhist scriptures, should have eagerly accepted it. Why did she just return it? It does not compare to the scriptures I am currently studying. Xiao Mingyue replied calmly. Thank you for your kind offer. IT does not compare to what you are currently studying. Chu Kuang doubted his ears that he, after all, is the king of the underworld. Though not versed in Buddhism, he is nonetheless a formidable practitioner of the Great Path. How could what he wrote not measure up to the trivialities of Lombai Star? This is inconceivable. Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xiao Mingyue politely nodded towards Chu Kuang before turning to depart. Xiao Mingyue found the situation somewhat amusing. The young man surnamed Chu, she encountered by Chiua Lake, was not only courteous but also possessed a gentlemanly demeanor. The Buddhist scriptures he presented had astonished and moved her master, the eminent Xuanji. Yet this Chu Kuang before her was not only boastful in speech, but also arrogant in action. The item he produced was crude, and its content inferior to that of what she held. Xiao Mingyue was curious about the source of Chu Kuang's unfathomable confidence. Why is he like this? Chu Kuang was utterly bewildered. How could the Buddhist scriptures penned by a king of the underworld be looked down upon? This rendered his expression exceedingly stiff. That it is impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Chu Kuang clenched his fists, a glint of determination in his eyes. Could it be that Zhao Dongsheng is once again behind this? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Zhao Dongsheng, you obstruct my path of cultivation. I shall ensure you pay the price. With his gaze steely, Chu Kuang's murderous intent surged. Chapter 30. The Surrender of Su Guoqin. At Chiua Hotel, Chu Ming sat on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation. After half a day's testing, he discovered that as long as he cultivated according to the methods provided by the Urban Cultivation app, the Eternal Underworld Path technique would see significant advancement. Concurrently, the skill points required for leveling up on the skill tree would also diminish. It was either grind through cultivation or rely on reversing the plot to gain points for upgrades. Chu Ming had discerned two methods for leveling up. As long as he could outpace the protagonist, he would still possess a measure of self-preservation. Faced with the impending life and death crisis, Chu Ming had no choice but to work diligently. Should he be surpassed by the protagonist, he, as the primary antagonist, would surely be dispatched with a mere slap. He was unwilling to witness such a fate. That moment, a knock resonated at the door. Come in. Chu Ming slowly opened his eyes, discovering that the visitor was Tang Lin. Young Master Ming, the envoy from the Su family, has just arrived at Chiua Hotel, bearing a Su family black card and a bank card intended for you. Oh, a Su family black card. Chu Ming smiled with interest. The 9 prominent families of the capital each possess a family enterprise that spans the entirety of Huaxia. This Su family black card should be usable at Su family locations nationwide. It must hold considerable value. It appears the Su family is indeed making a significant investment, Chu Ming remarked. The Su family envoy stated that presenting this card at Su family establishments would grant you a 20% discount on purchases, with an additional 80 million in shopping balance. Tang Lin elaborated. Young Master Ming, the Su family sincerity is indeed substantial this time. You think it is sufficient? Chu Ming shook his head. Yet I find it lacking. Lacking? Why? Tang Lin queried. The amount on the other bank card is 200 million. That should suffice. Chu Ming turned to Tang Lin, inquiring. Do you know the envoy sent by the Su family? Tang Lin shook her head in confusion. I have never seen him. He appears quite unfamiliar. Then that confirms it. Chu Ming scoffed, sending a mere stranger to apologize. If I were to meet him, would I still retain the dignity of the eldest son of the Chu family? Tang Lin suddenly understood that Su Guqin is testing Chu Ming's limits. Should Chu Ming fail to comprehend the situation and meet the Su family envoy? Accepting this gesture of goodwill, Su Guqin would undoubtedly take further action. Unfortunately, Chu Ming sees through it all. Let the Su family envoy leave the gifts and depart, Chu Ming commanded. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. Tang Lin rushed out. Merely 5 minutes later, Chu Ming's phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number from the capital. Chu Ming pressed the answer button. Tio think Elder Su would take the time to call his junior. I am truly flattered. Before the other party could speak, Chu Ming had already discerned the caller's identity. Chu Ming, did you already know I would call? Su Guqin asked coldly. Otherwise, Chu Ming retorted with a smile. Chu Ming, I have already sent you what you requested. It is time for you to pull back, Su Guqin said through gritted teeth. In just a day's time, the Su family's propaganda campaign had completely collapsed. Even within the Su family, rumors began circulating demanding Su Guqin and Su Mingfei undergo DNA verification. Most critically, Su Guqin found himself unable to take action against the Chu family, thanks to Chu Ming's crafty maneuvers. The Chu family now appeared to stand alongside the Su family. Should he act rashly, he would surely be branded a traitor. Throughout the day, Su Guqin had broken countless items in frustration. Elder Su, let us speak candidly. Your Su family's sincerity this time is insufficient. Chu Ming replied indifferently. Insufficient? Just how much more do you require to relent? Su Guqin retorted angrily that he had not anticipated that after accepting the black card and bank card, Chu Ming would still demand more. It is not a matter of money. Chu Ming smiled. Your Su family sent assassins to take my life. Does that not warrant some form of acknowledgement from you? The instigator? Chu Ming's words left Su Guqin on the other end of the line momentarily stunned. He suddenly understood that Chu Ming wanted him to apologize in a low and humble manner. Su Guqin's forehead throbbed with veins, his anger reaching its peak. Because of Chu Ming, rumors about him were circulating outside, and all his old friends were laughing at his misfortune. Was he really expected to apologize to Chu Ming? You Chu are going too far. Su Guqin exclaimed in fury. Do you think I am excessive? Chu Ming replied coldly. Wait until I aim my sniper rifle at you. Then you will understand what excessive truly means. Had it not been for Chu Ming successfully breaking through the martial arts realm by exchanging for the third layer of the eternal underworld path technique, he would likely have been severely injured or worse. How could he simply let Su Guqin off the hook? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Chu Ming could distinctly hear the sound of objects shattering. After quite some time, Su Guqin finally responded. Chu Ming, you are indeed ruthless that I, an old man, am humiliated to have lost to you this time. Speak, how would you have me apologize? Su Guqin suppressed his emotions as he uttered these words. He was acutely aware that if this matter was not resolved today, by tomorrow the public pressure on the Su family would double. According to the intelligence gathered by the Su family's personnel, the 5 accounts from the Chen family were still actively operating. This was clearly an attempt to utterly ruin the Su family. Su Guqin did not believe that this had nothing to do with Chu Ming. Record an apology video. I want to see your sincerity, Chu Ming stated nonchalantly. Furthermore, I require Chu Mingfei to appear in it. I can agree to filming the apology video, but whether Mingfei is willing to appear depends on her personal choice. Su Guiqin replied coldly that, that's so? Then there is nothing more for us to discuss. Elder Su, Chu Ming scoffed, decisively hanging up the phone. Mere seconds later, the phone rang again. What is it now, Elder Su? Chu Ming inquired indifferently, that Su Guiqin's furious voice came through. Chu, one must maintain a bottom line, you. Before he could finish, Chu Ming pressed the hang-up button. After a few more seconds, the phone rang once more. Chu Ming, you scoundrel. Before Su Guiqin could say much, Chu Ming hung up with a cold laugh. This back and forth continued for approximately 7 or 8 calls. When the 9th call connected, Chu Ming immediately ended it. Yet, Su Guiqin called again. Chu Ming, do not hang up. I agree. Su Guiqin spoke urgently, fearing Chu Ming would cut the line again. I thought Elder Su was adamant about Chu Mingfei's personal choice. Chu Ming retorted with interest. I will fulfill your request. Su Guiqin gritted his teeth, but once the video is sent, you must promptly eliminate the negative public sentiment against our Su family. Now that sounds intriguing, Chu Ming chuckled. Very well. I accept your terms. Chapter 31. The Su family's secret letter. Chu Ming had long since discerned Su Guiqin's limits, since he had already enlisted the Chun family to take action. He would not leave any leeway for Su Guiqin. Only by making Su Guiqin feel the pain and fear would he refrain from provoking Chu Ming again. Give me 1 hour, Su Guiqin gritted through clenched teeth. In that case, I shall await Elder Su's apology, Chu Ming replied with a hearty laugh, pressing the hang-up button once more. Only 40 minutes later, Su Guiqin sent a video file. The video was brief, lasting only 3 minutes. Chu Mingfei indeed appeared, but her expression was dreadful, her eyes red, clearly having been crying. Chu Ming could even discern faint marks of slaps on her face. That Su Guiqin and Chu Mingfei apologized to Chu Ming. How interesting that if I had known it would come to this, why didn't I act sooner? Chu Ming scoffed, picking up his phone to dial a number that on the other end was the head of the Chu family. Chu Nantian, grandfather, Su Guiqin has apologized. Please inform the Chun family to retract their actions against the Su family. So soon? Chu Nantian was taken aback that it had only been a little over a day. Su Guiqin had already apologized. He had initially thought it would take at least 2 or 3 days for the Su family to relent, but he never expected that under Chu Ming's negotiation, Su Guiqin would bow so quickly. Also, the Su family has sent a small gift. I will have Tang Lin transfer 200 million to the family as a subsidy, Chu Ming stated. This money should be kept by you, grandfather, without passing through anyone else's hands. 200 million. Chu Nantian narrowed his eyes and nodded eagerly. All right, this is the first time my eldest grandson has sent money back to the family. I will keep it safe. 200 million was not an insignificant amount for the Chu family, which had been declining in recent times. It would serve as substantial liquidity. Chu Nantian had not anticipated such generosity from Chu Ming, who had directly funneled the Su family's compensation back to the family. That I have a few matters to attend to, so I will hang up for now, Chu Ming said, setting down the phone. At that moment, the phone screen lit up again. You have a message from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check it. Chu Ming was taken aback and promptly unlocked his phone screen. Congratulations, you have successfully altered the original plot. Plot points 10. Reward. Su family secret letter X1. Related items have been sent to the user account. Please swipe to collect. Su family secret letter. A letter written by the previous head of the Su family to a certain young lady of the Gu family, containing deeply ingrained secrets between the Su and Gu families. Note: unlock viewing upon advancing the plot to 2. Current plot progress. 1. Accumulated plot points. 15. Rewards regarding the Su family had finally arrived. Chu Ming observed the contents in interest. The reward points were somewhat lacking, but this Su family secret letter was quite intriguing that he vaguely remembered that there had been some events between the Su family and the Gu family, another one of the 9 prominent families in the capital, which had been hastily brushed over by that absurd author. Leaving a plot hold, Tio unlocked 2 of the plot line and see its contents. Chu Ming contemplated. Achieving 2 was not a difficult task. He would eventually meet the requirement. However, he was curious about what secrets the Su family's letter contained. Just as he was pondering, Tang Lin rushed in with urgency. "Young Master Ming, it's bad." Chu Ming looked up abruptly. "Zhao Dongqing has taken people to Yilong. It is said that Zhao Niner has encountered trouble and demands an explanation from Yilong." Tang Lin informed him. "Should you go and have a look? Zhao Niner is in trouble. What could possibly happen to her?" Chu Ming frowned. That night, he had instructed Yilong to purchase 30 sets of test papers for Zhao Niner, and under normal circumstances, she should have been working on them. Now that trouble had arisen, it was likely due to Zhao Niner failing to fulfill her promise. Chu Ming was well aware of Zhao Niner's propensity for causing trouble. He was certain that this incident was entirely of her making. "Zhao Dongqing, is it? Then let us go meet him. I am rather curious about what this so-called tyrant of Linzhou City looks like." Chu Ming said with a gentle smile that I end the early chapters of Rebirth as the urban underworld king. Zhao Dongqing, as the first major antagonist, possessed considerable charisma that is another antagonist. Chu Ming would eventually have to meet him. "Yes, I shall prepare the car immediately." Tang Lin respectfully bowed to Chu Ming before exiting that. 1 kilometer from Chiwa Hotel, there was a small villa that Yilong had specifically built for himself to oversee the state of the Chiwa Lake enterprise. However, the entire area around the villa was now surrounded by black Buick cars. Hundreds of men dressed in black and wearing sunglasses stood at the front and back entrances of the villa. Sealing off all exits, inside the villa's reception room sat a middle-aged man in a dark black suit, expressionless on the sofa. Before him sat Yilong, drenched in sweat and bound in bandages. Surrounding him were several of Yilong's men and black-suited bodyguards brought by the Zhao family. The atmosphere in the reception room was eerily silent, with no one daring to speak to Wei Xianxing. "I believe you owe me an explanation regarding this matter." Zhao Dongqing narrowed his eyes, gently placing his phone on the table and pushing it toward Yilong. The Wei Yilong glanced at it and immediately understood why Zhao Dongqing had come so aggressively to discuss matters with him. The photo on the phone was of Zhao Niner, holding a knife with multiple bloodstains on her wrist, an alarming sight. "May I ask, uncle, what has happened to Yino?" Yilong inquired cautiously. "Attempted suicide," Zhao Dongqing replied coldly. "Had it not been for the nanny discovering it early, I would have had to bury my daughter today." Hearing this, Yilong gasped in shock. Zhao Niner had actually attempted to take her own life. "Uncle, could the reason be?" Yilong's face darkened. "Indeed, it was because you forced her to complete 30 sets of test papers." Zhao Dongqing stated indifferently that my daughter, regardless of her poor grades, is not someone outside can dictate to. "Who do you think you are, Yilong, to pressure her so?" Zhao Dongqing's words were laden with coldness and hostility, that he was notoriously protective of his daughter. Today, he had been scheduled to hold a significant meeting. But upon seeing the photos sent by Nanny Chun, he was so frightened that he canceled the meeting and immediately contacted Zhao Niner. Fortunately, Zhao Niner had not gone to the extreme. Through his conversation with Zhao Niner, Zhao Dongqing learned that the root of all the conflict stemmed from Chiwa Lake. He remembered that Chiwa Lake belonged to Yilong, which was why he had come to Wei Xianxing, having reached this juncture in our conversation. "Do you not owe me an explanation?" Zhao Dongqing cast a cold gaze, a flicker of severity passing through his eyes. Chapter 32. The Astonished Zhao Dongqing. Yilong's expression darkened to an extreme. He had never anticipated that Zhao Niner would resort to such tactics. Given his understanding of Zhao Niner, it was evident that she was attempting to evade the repercussions of 30 sets of examination papers by orchestrating this deception to intimidate Zhao Dongqing. The photograph displayed numerous areas of distorted lighting, clearly manipulated. However, Yilong could not openly disclose this to Zhao Dongqing, that if you choose silence, that is acceptable. I am not here to deliberately trouble you this time. Zhao Dongqing scoffed, then continued, "I have heard of a young man with the surname Chu who instructed you to do this." Yilong suddenly fell silent. Despite Zhao Niner's incessant inquiries, he had refrained from revealing Chu Ming's identity. After all, the Chu family was far more formidable than the Zhao group. "Uncle, you are mistaken. There is no young man with the surname Chu. This was all my doing." Yilong was about to clarify when bang, Zhao Dongsheng slammed his palm onto the coffee table, causing the cups to rattle violently. "That why Yilong? If you are unwilling to speak the truth, I shall confront your grandfather directly." Zhao Dongsheng's expression turned frigid. "I have shown you courtesy. Do not be ungrateful." Yilong's heart trembled, and his complexion paled considerably that he had navigated both the underworld and the legitimate world, yet Zhao Dongsheng was even more seasoned. In terms of experience, he could only be Zhao Dongsheng's subordinate. The wrath emanating from Zhao Dongsheng instilled fear in Yilong. "Uncle, with all due respect, I assure you I will speak the truth." Yilong's face was grim. "Unwilling to speak, are we?" Zhao Dongsheng sneered. "Nian has informed me that it was indeed that young man with the surname Chu who directed you to engage in such actions." Yilong's expression froze. Now caught in a dilemma, that to speak or not to speak was a challenging decision, that I came prepared for this encounter. Zhao Dongsheng clapped his hands, and several black-clad bodyguards stepped forward. "Zhao Dongsheng, please give your orders. Go. Remove this young man's right arm." Zhao Dongsheng lit a cigarette and spoke indifferently. "I wish to see if his resolve is truly so unyielding." At once, the black-clad bodyguards advanced menacingly towards Yilong. Seeing this, Yilong's subordinates drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Suddenly, the door to the reception room was thrust open. "Zhao Dongsheng, what an imposing presence you have. Do not forget, this is Chiyu Lake, not your Zhao group." Chu Ming entered coolly, with only Tang Lin following behind him. Zhao Dongsheng turned to squint at Chu Ming. "So, you are the young man with the surname Chu? And what of it?" Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. "Did you threaten my daughter?" Zhao Dongsheng's gaze was icy as he inquired. "Threaten?" Chu Ming chuckled. "If I were to threaten her, you would not see her today. Had it been the fearsome king of hell, Chu Kuang, instead of me that day, Zhao Nian would likely have lost half her life. That Zhao Dongsheng, rather than expressing gratitude, dares to come here to demand an explanation. Absurd! You dare to touch my daughter!" Zhao Dongsheng exclaimed. "Do you know what fate awaits you? Pray enlighten me." Chu Ming scoffed. "In this Chiyu Lake, no one can threaten me." "Very well," Zhao Dongsheng replied coldly to his black-clad bodyguards. "Seize him. I wish to see if anyone can truly threaten you." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards surged towards Chu Ming. Now, this was becoming interesting. Chu Ming gestured to Tang Lin, softly instructing, "Injure him, but do not cripple him." "Understood, young Master Ming." Tang Lin bowed respectfully. She slowly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes glinting with a fierce light. "Did I end the next instant?" She struck. A punch landed on the abdomen of the nearest black-clad bodyguard. The bodyguard, in pain and wishing to retaliate, was swiftly grabbed by Tang Lin and hurled aside. "What?" This scene left everyone astounded. Tang Lin, appearing delicate, unleashed such overwhelming strength. "What are you all doing? Do not hesitate. Act swiftly," Zhao Dongsheng barked. The remaining black-clad bodyguards finally reacted, rushing towards Tang Lin, facing the assault of 4 or 5 bodyguards. Tang Lin remained unperturbed. Her movements were swift as she evaded their strikes effortlessly. The next moment, a flurry of punches struck the chests and abdomens of the bodyguards. Almost none of the struck bodyguards could stand upright. Observers like Yi Long gaped in disbelief that Yi Long, particularly stunned, watched Tang Lin, his teacup clattering to the ground. This girl is incredibly strong. While Tang Lin had previously showcased some skills in the Sky Garden, Yi Long had merely considered her proficient in martial arts, capable of dealing with a few thugs. Yet now, facing professional bodyguards, she handled them with such ease. On the other side, Zhao Dongsheng was equally astonished. His bodyguards, all highly paid, were being bested by a mere girl. How could this be possible? "That is enough. Cease your actions." Chu Ming surveyed the fallen bodyguards and clapped his hands, signaling Tang Lin. She immediately withdrew. Returning to Chu Ming's side, her face flushed slightly, her breathing merely quickened a bit. Zhao Dongcheng, what did you just say? You intended to capture me. Chu Ming fixed his gaze on Zhao Dongcheng. Rubbing his ear, I did not quite catch that. Would you care to repeat it? This statement rendered Zhao Dongcheng's countenance exceedingly grim. Incompetence, all of them. Zhao Dongcheng's forehead throbbed with veins. He smashed the glass cup in his hand and coldly retorted to Chu Ming. Do not think this ends here. I have over 100 men outside. You cannot contend with me. Is that so? Chu Ming's smile widened. Go outside and see if they remain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongcheng froze momentarily, but he burst through the door, only to find at that very moment his eyes widened in shock that in the garden of the villa, numerous black-clad bodyguards lay scattered about. Zhao Dongcheng recognized them as his own men. Impossible. Astonished and horrified, Zhao Dongcheng muttered, how could over 100 of them? Chairman Zhao, you ought to have conducted a thorough investigation before your arrival. Chu Ming's voice came from behind him, bringing only this small contingent. Yet you dare to cause a ruckus at my Chiyue Lake? Chu Ming scoffed. Before he and Tang Lin had even entered, they had each taken action to incapacitate these men. With Chu Ming's current strength, although his techniques still lagged behind Tang Lin's, his raw power and physical prowess surpassed hers significantly. Chu Ming hardly required finesse. A single punch to the abdomen was sufficient to render these men unconscious. This was the power of the third level of the eternal underworld's secret art. Chapter 33. An apology at the door. Confronted with this astonishing sight, Zhao Dongcheng's face turned an ashen hue. These individuals were among the finest he had handpicked, yet they had all been defeated by Chu Ming and Tang Lin. This was utterly inconceivable. How did you accomplish this? Zhao Dongcheng clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes as he coldly questioned Chu Ming. Did you not concern yourself with how I achieved it? Today, you must provide me with an explanation. Chu Ming slowly settled into the sofa, his voice calm and detached. You wish for me to provide you with an explanation? Zhao Dongcheng, furious, let out a laugh. He had come here to demand an explanation from Chu Ming, only to find himself on the receiving end of such a demand. Should he acquiesce, it would be the height of folly. Do you think that because you have the Yi family backing you, you can provoke me? Zhao Dongcheng glared at Chu Ming, his eyes filled with frost. You, the young man with the surname Chu, are far from worthy. Whether you are worthy is not for you to decide. Chu Ming replied coolly, your daughter has been unruly, utterly reckless. Having provoked me at Chiyue Lake, I shall discipline her on your behalf. What of it? Chu Ming understood Zhao Nian's temperament. She was not one to wilt easily. According to the original narrative, Zhao Nian would endure several severe beatings from the protagonist, Chu Kuang, without contemplating self-harm. Atio merely complete a few sets of exam papers and threatened to end her life. Surely, she had grown accustomed to being spoiled, knowing Zhao Dongcheng's vulnerabilities, prompting such behavior. Who do you think you are, daring to impose discipline on my daughter? Zhao Dongcheng scoffed. Do you realize that even Yi Wending, the head of your Yi family, would not dare utter such words? Just then, an elderly, hoarse voice echoed from outside. Indeed, I would not dare. But that does not mean he would not upon hearing this voice. Everyone turned their attention to the entrance. Zhao Dongcheng furrowed his brow, gazing towards the door. Yi Wending, supported by Yi Shui, entered the reception room. The appearance of Yi Wending rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Grandfather. Yi Long broke into a cold sweat. Rushing forward. Why have you come? My family's descendants are being bullied so brazenly. If I do not come, how could I face your parents in the afterlife? Yi Wending's voice was heavy, his gaze inadvertently landing on Zhao Dongcheng. His words carried a deeper implication. Zhao Dongcheng frowned, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean, Elder Yi? It is merely that my daughter has suffered grievances here at Chiyue Lake, nearly losing her life. Dongcheng was merely anxious. How is your daughter? I, an old man, am too weary to discipline her or even inquire. You went and spoke in a low tone. Your father and I share a past. Hence I am here today to offer you a word of caution. Do not provoke those you ought not to. What does Yi Lao mean by this? Zhao Dongqing's brow furrowed even deeper. It means, you are on my territory. Do not act too recklessly. Chu Ming rose from the sofa and turned to Zhao Dongqing. Lest you kick a steel plate, I am speaking to the head of the Yi family. You have no place to interject. Zhao Dongqing retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Yi Wenden's expression gradually shifted. Zhao Xianzi, tread carefully. He lowered his voice, speaking with gravity. This is a distinguished guest of our Yi family. Master Chu, he is not merely a hired hand of our clan. Master Chu. Zhao Dongqing was taken aback, but he looked at Chu Ming, astonishment evident in his eyes. This Chu Ming appears to be just in his 20s. Yet Yi Wenden addresses him as Master Chu. Yi Lao, I respect you as an elder, but your attempts to deceive me are rather excessive. Zhao Dongqing frowned tightly. Zhao Xinzi, I will say no more. But should you provoke Master Chu's wrath, you must bear the consequences. Yi Wenden's tone was sharp, devoid of jest. Just him. Zhao Dongqing scoffed. I have traversed both the light and dark for many years. And this is the first time I have encountered such a young master. Do not take me for a fool. Yi family. Zhao Dongqing was convinced that this was a ploy by the Yi family to deceive him. Since they viewed him as a fool, he would naturally not extend any courtesy. Today, this affair concerns the life of his daughter, Zhao Nianer, and he was prepared to sever ties. Even if Yi Wenden intervened, he was determined to teach this ignorant Chu lad a lesson today. Suddenly, a servant from the Yi family rushed in, whispering something into Yi Long's ear. Yi Long's expression changed dramatically. You say, Master Xuanji has descended from the mountain and has arrived at our Yi family. He is currently outside? Yi Long could not help but exclaim. This revelation detonated like a bomb in the reception room. Not only did Yi Wenden appear astonished, but even Zhao Dongqing was taken aback. Master Xuanji's reputation was formidable, and he was also Zhao Nian's savior. Zhao Dongqing donated a substantial sum to Longyin Temple each year. Master Xuanji had not descended for over a decade. How could he arrive at our Yi family today? Yi Wenden was genuinely shocked. Quickly, we must not neglect Master Xuanji. Yi Long commanded hastily, instructing everyone to go and greet him. Master Xuanji's prowess is unfathomable. In Linzhou, he is regarded as a towering figure. Moreover, having not left Longyin Temple for 10 years, he had long severed worldly ties and was revered as a divine monk. His arrival at the Yi family would undoubtedly cause a stir among all the noble families of Linzhou. Zhao Dongqing gritted his teeth, his cold gaze sweeping over Chu Ming and the others before he too hurriedly exited. Although he did not understand why Master Xuanji had come, it would be inappropriate not to greet him while he was at the Yi family. Almost everyone rushed outside. Tang Lin stood behind Chu Ming, a hint of surprise gracing her delicate features. Ming Xiao, could it be that the old monk Xuanji has come here for? She recalled that Chu Ming had mentioned upon leaving Longyin Temple that Xuanji would eventually come seeking him. Previously, Longyin Temple had sent someone, but unfortunately, Chu Ming had not met with them. Now, the esteemed Master Xuanji had come in person. How perceptive of him to arrive so promptly. Chu Ming sat on the sofa, a faint smile adorning his face. I had thought it would take him some time to descend. Was all of this within your calculations, Ming Xiao? Tang Lin was taken aback. Chu Ming smiled lightly, offering no response, almost as if tacitly affirming it. A mere minute later, amidst the commotion, Master Xuanji was ceremoniously ushered into the reception room. Chu Ming remained composed on the sofa, sipping his tea with a tranquil expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Dongqing immediately barked. You, the scoundrel named Chu, do not hasten to make way. What are you, to dare sit here? Hearing Zhao Dongqing's words, Chu Ming remained unmoved. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Master Xuanji. Why has the abbot of Longyin Temple graced my humble abode today? Chu Ming's tone sparked a glint of intensity in Zhao Dongqing's eyes. Yet the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Master Xuanji actually clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Mo Qin. Chu Shizhu possesses great talent. I have come to express my apologies. Chapter 34. My heart is the world that to express my apologies. Not only was Zhao Dongqing taken aback, but even Yi Long, Yi Wendan, and Yi Shui were similarly stunned. The other members of the Yi family were equally astonished. They had heard of Master Xuanji's renown and knew he was a prominent figure in Linzhou. Such a person coming to apologize to Chu Ming? How could this be possible? It seems you have come to a realization. Chu Ming slowly smiled. It is I, the old monk, who failed to recognize Chu Shizhu's true visage. I hope for your forgiveness. Master Xuanji bowed respectfully to Chu Ming. This scene left the onlookers momentarily speechless. They had never anticipated that Master Xuanji would not only come today, but would do so with such humility. Master Xuanji, have you perhaps made a mistake? Zhao Dongqing inquired, perplexed. He is so young. Why would you? Before Zhao Dongqing could finish his sentence, Master Xuanji abruptly interrupted him. Zhao Shizhu, tread carefully. Master Xuanji's expression turned grave. Chu Shizhu's understanding of Buddhism surpasses that of this old monk. The title of master is one I do not deserve. Master Xuanji had initially looked down upon Chu Ming. However, the Buddhist scripture Chu Ming had gifted to Xiao Mingyue was profound enough to leave even him feeling awed. This was not something an ordinary practitioner of Buddhism could produce. Master Xuanji immediately concluded that Chu Ming was a reclusive master of Buddhism. Chu Ming remained at ease on the sofa. In truth, he too was astonished by Master Xuanji's words that he had no understanding of Buddhism. The scripture was merely a reward from an app, yet Master Xuanji's overly deferential demeanor bewildered him. Was that scripture truly so remarkable, Master Xuanji? Chu Ming spoke softly. Chu Shizhu, I am here. Master Xuanji promptly replied that in that case, you must remember what I mentioned previously. Chu Ming's expression turned serious. Should you encounter the Chu Kuang again, be sure to detain him, otherwise, the repercussions will be dire. This, Master Xuanji hesitated. He had sensed a thread of karmic connection with Chu Kuang. Observing Master Xuanji's indecision, Chu Ming calmly stated, your understanding of Buddhism is still incomplete. Hence you cannot see clearly. The so-called connections you perceive may not all be good connections. Master Xuanji's confusion deepened. Chu Shizhu, what do you mean? Buddhism speaks of cause and effect. The immortals observe the path as the true path. Chu Ming turned his gaze to Master Xuanji's face, articulating each word. The connection you perceive is a connection of calamity. That path is not the true path. Upon hearing this, Master Xuanji fell into contemplation. Chu Ming continued, that Chu Kuang is arrogant and overbearing. He siphons spiritual energy from Longyin Temple while injuring Yi Long and others. Do you think there exists any benevolent connection between you and him? This question rendered Master Xuanji speechless. Upon first sight of Chu Kuang, he had felt that this person possessed great fortune. Thus, he had spared Chu Kuang. I can assure you, should you remain obstinate, this Chu Kuang will surely bring about your downfall. Even your disciple Xiao Mingyue will be ensnared. Chu Ming's words detonated within Master Xuanji like a bomb. Previously, Chu Ming had uttered similar sentiments, but he had dismissed them. Now, however, they bore a semblance of truth. Is this the result of your insight into the heavenly secrets? Master Xuanji cautiously inquired. Master Xuanji, the mere fact that you can pose such a question indicates your understanding of Buddhism is still insufficient. Chu Ming's gaze sharpened, and he spoke softly. Cultivating Buddhism is to cultivate the heart. It is not about heavenly secrets or other matters. My heart is the world, from the heart's perspective. Everything is within sight. Why then speak of peering into heavenly secrets? Chu Ming's words prompted Master Xuanji to take a deep breath that he suddenly bowed to Chu Ming. Chu Shizhu, I have learned much. He had previously harbored a sliver of doubt towards Chu Ming. Yet upon hearing this, he was convinced that this individual before him was indeed a master of Buddhism. Such words could not be uttered by anyone other than a master of Buddhism. The dialogue between the two rendered the atmosphere heavy for those present. Zhao Dongqing was particularly astonished. This Chu Ming seems to possess some depth. Master Chu. Zhao Dongqing promptly altered his demeanor, smiling apologetically. Previously, I, Zhao, was short-sighted and unaware of your capabilities. Please do not hold it against me. Zhao Dongqing was beginning to understand why Yi Winden regarded Chu Ming as a distinguished guest. Did he not see how even Master Xuanji bowed low before Chu Ming? In contrast, what was he, Zhao Dongqing? Oh, witnessing Zhao Dongqing's transformation, Chu Ming chuckled. Chairman Zhao, were you not here to demand an explanation from me? Master Chu, you speak too highly of me. Zhao Dongqing's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he quickly replied, I merely came out of concern for my daughter and did not expect to offend Master Chu. I hope for your forgiveness. With Yi Winden before him and Master Xuanji behind him, Zhao Dongqing naturally dared not stubbornly contend with Chu Ming to the end. That as an astute businessman, he understood the necessity of adapting to circumstances. You do possess some intrigue. Chu Ming snickered, and since that is the case, your daughter has offended me. I shall educate her to do you have any objections? No. It would be an honor for my daughter to receive your guidance. Zhao Dongqing adopted a very humble demeanor, fully aware of the consequences of offending Chu Ming. Upon returning, add 30 more sets of exam papers for Zhao Nianer. Chu Ming took a photograph and tossed it in front of Zhao Dongqing, remarking as a father, you should find time to accompany your daughter. Not everything can be compensated with money. With a flick of his right hand, the photograph miraculously transformed. The injury on Zhao Nianer's arm vanished. Zhao Dongqing was taken aback. Not only him, but the others also froze in astonishment. How could a printed photograph change? How did Chu Ming accomplish this? This was the original image. The so-called injuries were merely digitally fabricated. With a sigh, Chu Ming remarked, your daughter is certainly not so fragile. Utilizing the eternal dark path technique, Chu Ming employed some sleight of hand to awaken Zhao Dongqing to the reality. After a moment of shock, Zhao Dongqing finally put away the photograph and bowed deeply to Chu Ming, expressing gratitude for the master's guidance. That he realized that Zhao Nianer had feigned suicide to manipulate him in a dealing with Chu Ming. In his moment of desperation, he had not scrutinized the situation closely, leading to this blunder that nearly offended such a significant figure. By the way, there is another matter. Chu Ming resumed his seat on the sofa, retrieving another photograph from his pocket and handing it to Zhao Dongqing. The image depicted a somewhat refined young man with a piercing gaze, resembling Chu Ming closely. Who is this? Zhao Dongqing was momentarily stunned. The individual is named Chu Kuang. Chu Ming stated nonchalantly that if I am not mistaken, he is sure to come to see you today, and then kill you. Chapter 35. The Identity of Chu Ming. Kill me? Zhao Dongqing was suddenly struck dumb. Even the others were equally astonished. Ming Xiao, are you joking? Tang Lin hesitated before asking, but Chu Kuang is merely a high school student. He wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Would he? A high school student? Chu Ming scoffed. If you consider him just a high school student, you are gravely mistaken. What can a high school student do? He wouldn't. Tang Lin's words faltered abruptly as she noticed the bandage peeking out from Yilong's collar. That was proof of being injured by Chu Kuang. What I am saying is no trifling matter. Chu Ming regarded Zhao Dongqing with a grave expression. Should he set his sights on you, you will know no peace. As a loyal reader, Chu Ming was well aware of the events to follow. Once Chu Kuang targeted Zhao Dongqing, he would utilize the bloodline secret arts of the netherworld to eliminate all direct and collateral descendants of the Zhao family. At that time, he felt the protagonist's worldview was misguided. While Zhao Dongqing might indeed deserve punishment, implicating others was truly excessive, and Chu Ming aimed to reverse this tragic narrative. Master Chu, are you serious? Zhao Dongqing took a deep breath. Had Chu Ming said this earlier, he would have vehemently disbelieved it. However, Now that Master Xuanji and Yi Wendan treated Chu Ming with utmost respect, his words began to waver. Do I appear to be joking? Chu Ming's gaze was piercing. Today, I sent Yi Long to eliminate him, but unfortunately, his strength has surged, and Yi Long could not contend with him. As he spoke, Chu Ming's gaze fell upon Yi Long, whose face turned crimson in embarrassment. That to be unable to handle a high school student was indeed quite a loss of face. Zhao Dongqing seized the opportunity to glance at Yi Long. He had previously wondered why Yi Long was bandaged, and now it became clear that why Yi Long had been injured by that Chu Kuang. Zhao Dongqing had practiced martial arts in his youth, but after transitioning to business, his strength had significantly waned, and he no longer possessed Yi Long's abilities that if targeted by someone like Chu Kuang, it would indeed be troublesome. Master Chu, do you have a countermeasure? Zhao Dongqing's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he hastily inquired. There is indeed a way, but it depends on your cooperation, Chu Ming replied slowly. Cooperation? I will certainly comply. Zhao Dongqing at this moment completely set aside his pride, urging Chu Ming to give his orders. The safest approach would be for you to reside in Longyin Temple, allowing Master Xuanji to ensure your safety, Chu Ming suggested, though he acknowledged that this was impractical, as Master Xuanji could not remain by his side at all times. Chu Ming understood the temperament of the protagonist Chu Kuang all too well. This Chu Kuang would not adhere to any sense of chivalry. As long as he could eliminate Zhao Dongqing, he would employ any means necessary. In summary, he was utterly unscrupulous. Master Xuanji and Zhao Dongqing exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. Indeed, Master Xuanji could not remain constantly by Zhao Dongqing's side, nor could Zhao Dongqing stay perpetually at Longyin Temple. The second option is for you to dispatch someone to monitor Chu Kuang's movements. Should he show any signs of action, have them notify me, and I will devise a way to deal with him. Chu Ming spoke calmly. That is feasible. Zhao Dongqing nodded. If we can locate him, monitoring should pose no issue. Well, then let us proceed with this plan. Chu Ming turned to Tang Lin, instructing, Tang Lin, please give a business card to Chairman Zhao. Certainly. Tang Lin obediently retrieved a card from her small bag and handed it to Zhao Dongqing. Master Chu is too courteous. Zhao Dongqing smiled as he accepted the card. However, upon glancing at the inscription, his eyes widened in shock. He abruptly looked up at Chu Ming, exclaiming, You are from the Chu family of the capital. There is no need to vocalize it. Just knowing is sufficient. Chu Ming waved his hand. That I never meddle in family matters. You may regard me as a person from Linzhou. Zhao Dongqing took a deep breath. Previously, he had harbored some reservations about Chu Ming, but now that all doubts had dissipated, the card clearly indicated Chu Ming's identity, the eldest son of the Chu family of the capital. Chu Nantian is his grandfather. He is a titan in the business world of Huaxia, and Zhao Dongqing had always aspired to meet Chu Nantian. Little did he expect to first encounter his grandson. I was presumptuous. Zhao Dongqing quickly grasped Chu Ming's hand, his demeanor considerably warmer. From now on, if Master Chu says east, I shall never go west. If Master Chu says south, I shall never go north. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Awkwardly withdrawing his hand, he was perplexed, wondering what was inscribed on the business card that transformed Zhao Dongqing in such a manner. Chairman Zhao, your words carry weight. Chu Ming smiled lightly, suggesting that rather than focusing on my words, it would be prudent for you to concentrate on the matter concerning Chu Kuang. Certainly, certainly. Zhao Dongqing nodded earnestly. Master Chu's words are indeed sagacious. Zhao Dongqing's trust in Chu Ming had now exceeded 90%. Since that is the case, why not have Master Xuanji and young Zhao stay for a vegetarian meal to deepen our friendship? Yi Wendan seized the opportunity to speak. Master Xuanji and Zhao Dongqing exchanged glances with the composed Chu Ming, both nodding in agreement. That would be acceptable. Coincidentally, both wished to engage in further conversation with Chu Ming, and remaining at the Yi residence would undoubtedly yield substantial gains. As night descended, the playground of Linzhou Middle School appeared desolate. Xiao Mingyue held a scripture, walking along the track. Mingyue. Zhao Nianer waved at her from a distance. Xiao Mingyue tucked away the scripture and looked up, seeing Zhao Niner sprinting toward her. What brings you here? Xiao Mingyue was quite surprised. I called you this morning, but you didn't answer. Pretending to commit suicide to manipulate my dad. Zhao Niner chuckled. That scoundrel named Chu infuriated me yesterday. I had my dad deal with him. Additionally, I'll teach Yilong a lesson for daring to bully me. Pretending to commit suicide, Xiao Mingyue was taken aback, genuinely not expecting Zhao Niner to resort to such tactics. However, considering Zhao Niner's spoiled temperament, it was not entirely surprising that she would act out in this way. You should refrain from such actions. Once your father realizes, you may find yourself in a lot of trouble. Xiao Mingyue remarked with a wry smile that he wouldn't dare. Zhao Niner proclaimed proudly. Once he teaches Yilong and that scoundrel Chu a lesson, I'll turn around and make them tackle the exam papers. Zhao Niner had long since devised her plan for revenge. That Chu Ming dared to humiliate her in front of his subordinates. She would certainly not let it slide. At that moment, Zhao Niner's phone rang. It's my dad. Zhao Niner glanced at the caller ID, giggling. It must be my dad after dealing with those two rascals. She quickly answered the call. Hello, Dad. Before Zhao Niner could finish her sentence, Zhao Dongqing's voice, restrained with anger, suddenly echoed. You now, return home immediately. Chapter 36. The Art of the Netherworld. Zhao Dongqing's words left Zhao Niner momentarily stunned. Return? Return? Why? How dare you ask why? You tricked Anshin into thinking you were going to commit suicide, didn't you? Zhao Dongqing admonished sternly. Do you have any idea that your recklessness nearly caused me to offend a significant figure? Zhao Niner was filled with confusion. A significant figure? Where did this important person come from? She was baffled. She had merely asked Zhao Dongqing to teach that scoundrel named Chu and Yilong a lesson. How could it escalate to involving someone significant? Enough of your nonsense. Do as I say and return home to do your homework. 50 sets of exam papers, complete them within 5 days, and do not seek help from anyone. I will have Anshin film the surveillance of you. Zhao Dongqing snorted coldly and immediately hung up the phone. His words left Zhao Niner quite taken aback. What's wrong, Nina? You look quite pale. Xiao Mingyue inquired. Another 20 sets of exam papers. Zhao Niner replied, her face filled with confusion. How could this happen? Zhao Niner was bewildered. According to her plan, it should have been that young man named Chu and Yilong who faced punishment. Why had the outcome turned into this? Niner. Xiao Mingyue noticed that Zhao Niner's emotions were somewhat off. It was evident that the previous phone call had affected her. The plan has failed. Zhao Niner gritted her teeth. I never anticipated that Chu's backing was so formidable. Even my father dares not provoke him. But it matters not. If the overt approach fails, I shall resort to covert means. Zhao Niner clenched her fists. Anger surging within her at the thought of Chu Ming's infuriating face. Niner, do not be like this. He should not be a bad person, otherwise he would not have merely asked you to do your homework. Xiao Mingyue sighed. Moreover, the scriptures he provided. Even my master. Before Xiao Mingyue could finish her sentence, a delicate hand emerged from her embrace, snatching the scriptures away. She turned sharply, discovering someone standing behind her. The king of the underworld. Chu Kuang. Is this your reason for rejecting me? Chu Kuang glanced at the scriptures in his hand. The Tianchan Sutra? No wonder. It was penned by that old fellow Tianchan. Indeed, it surpasses my own work. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Mingyue hurriedly interjected. What are you doing? Return it to me at once. Her expression was tense. Xuanji had instructed her that this scripture must not come to harm, that if you desire it. You may have it, Chu Kuang sneered. Let your master open the forbidden grounds of Longyin Temple. I wish to take a look. The Tianchan Sutra, a creation of a Buddha named Tianchan, was not unexpected to have reached Lombai Star. For Tianchan loved to wander, perhaps leaving behind a fragment of his legacy here. However, Chu Kuang was infuriated by Xiao Mingyue's prior refusal. Since soft methods had failed, he would resort to force this time. You wish to enter the forbidden grounds of Longyin Temple. For what purpose? Xiao Mingyue was taken aback. Even she had never been there. How could my master possibly agree to your entry? What I intend to do is none of your concern. Chu Kuang raised the scripture in his hand. You have two choices. Either persuade your master to take me in, or I shall tear this scripture. You. Xiao Mingyue was instantly alarmed. She was acutely aware of the scripture's significance. You must be that Chu Kuang, right? I knew it. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Zhao Nianer, incensed, hurled insults. I advise you not to bully our Mingyue, or you will regret it. Zhao Nianer was already seething with anger. Had she not mistaken Chu Ming for Chu Kuang, she would not have faced such reprimands from Zhao Dongcheng. Now this Chu Kuang dared to appear before her. Was he courting death? You are Zhao Nianer? Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes that in his past life. He had no ties with Zhao Nianer, but he had heard of a young lady from the Zhao group who was often seen with Xiao Mingyue. Zhao Dongcheng, is he your father? Chu Kuang inquired, is there anyone in the entire school who does not know my father? Why should you ask? Zhao Nianer retorted defiantly, this young lady is in a foul mood today. Return the book and scram, or I shall call for help. How amusing. Chu Kuang's gaze suddenly turned cold. I was just looking to trouble Zhao Dongcheng. You shall serve as my interest. Chu Kuang abruptly extended his right hand. A faint black mist emanating from his palm, that he leapt forward, pointing a finger at Zhao Nianer's forehead. Zhao Nianer widened her eyes, ready to unleash a tirade, but instead felt a sharp pain in her brow. Suddenly, the world around her lost its color. You. Zhao Nianer's eyes were filled with horror, yet she could no longer articulate her thoughts. The world before her dimmed into darkness at Nianer. Xiao Mingyue was taken aback. Quickly supporting Zhao Nianer's delicate form and turning to Chu Kuang. What have you done to her? Chu Kuang withdrew his hand, his expression indifferent. She has fallen victim to my underworld technique. She can only survive for 3 more days. Chu Kuang scoffed, if you wish to save her life, you must agree to my terms for the scripture. He scrutinized the torn scripture in his hand. Rip, the scripture was shredded in 2 and tossed to the ground. He stomped on it with force. Chu Kuang, you? Xiao Mingyue was frantic. This was a scripture her master had emphatically warned her to protect. Chu Kuang had destroyed it. This was utterly outrageous. Such rubbish does not deserve my attention. Chu Kuang laughed heartily, kicking the scripture apart, the pages scattering like autumn leaves. Xiao Mingyue, lost in despair, turned pale as she witnessed the pages fluttering around her. Content with his actions, Chu Kuang turned to leave. Remember, I shall arrive at Longyin Temple by noon tomorrow. If I do not receive a satisfactory response, Zhao Nianer's life shall be forfeit. Chu Kuang's cold laugh echoed as he vanished from Xiao Mingyue's sight. Her expression was grim. She could not fathom why Chu Kuang, who had not behaved this way merely half a month prior, would now commit such outrageous acts, after a few seconds of hesitation. She picked up Zhao Nianer's phone, opened the emergency contacts, and dialed Zhao Dongqing's number. The call connected swiftly. What is it? Zhao Dongqing's deep voice resonated from the other end, clearly still fuming. Uncle Zhao, it's Mingyue. Mingyue? Zhao Dongqing's tone noticeably brightened. Where is Nianer? She is in trouble. Xiao Mingyue hurriedly replied, I am in trouble. Zhao Dongqing inquired, is Nianer instructing you to say this? Put her on the phone. After all, Zhao Nianer had just deceived Zhao Dongcheng by pretending to be unconscious. His first thought was that she had concocted another scheme to avoid punishment. No, it's not like that. She has already fainted. Please hurry over. Xiao Mingyue's voice trembled with urgency. I fear it may be too late. She could be in grave danger. What did you say? Zhao Dongqing's expression changed. Judging by Xiao Mingyue's tone, it indeed did not sound like a ruse. Chapter 37. Zhao Nianer is in trouble at Chiuel Lake. Within Yilong's villa, the gathering of individuals fell silent due to Zhao Dongqing's phone call. What has happened? Yi Wenden observed Zhao Dongqing's sudden pallor and frowned in inquiry. After finishing the call, Zhao Dongqing took a deep breath. Just now, my daughter was attacked. Her life hangs in the balance. What? Yi Wenden was taken aback, then chuckled. Surely, it is not your daughter playing tricks again to evade punishment. No, this time it is different. Zhao Dongqing insisted. The person on the other end of the line is Master Xuanji's disciple, Mingyue. This revelation plunged the gathering into silence. Even Chu Ming frowned deeply. He understood that Xiao Mingyue, being a practitioner of Buddhism, would not lie that moment. Chu Ming's phone suddenly vibrated. You have received a message from the Urban Cultivation app. Congratulations, the item has been successfully restored, consuming 1 plot point. Remaining plot points. 14. Chu Ming was momentarily stunned upon reading the message. What was this? It deducted a plot point from him. Puzzled, he opened the item inventory to find a scripture lying within. Tianshan Sutra. Volume 1. How did this return? Chu Ming was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongcheng had already gathered his belongings, hastily making his way outside. The Wai Lao, Master Xuanji, Master Chu, I apologize for the disturbance. My daughter is in trouble. I must take my leave. Zhao Dongcheng uttered hurriedly before rushing into a vehicle and departing from Yilong's villa. The remaining trio, Chu Ming, Yi Wenden, and Master Xuanji, exchanged glances. That daughter of his truly is a handful. Yi Wenden chuckled, shaking his head. We haven't even had a proper conversation, and trouble has already arisen. This old monk sees that Zhao Shiju's demeanor is hurried. It does not seem like a minor issue, Master Xuanji remarked, frowning that it seems something indeed has gone awry. Chu Ming stood up. We should go take a look. After all, Master Xuanji's disciple is also there. Had it merely been Zhao Dongqing's hasty departure, Chu Ming might have dismissed it with a smile. Given Zhao Nianer's headstrong nature, she could very well be trying to deceive him. However, the Tianshan Sutra had returned. The significance of this scripture to Xiao Mingyue was immense. Its destruction spoke volumes. Master Chu, it is merely that Zhao family's young lady acting willfully. Let us continue our feast. Zhao Xinzi will handle it. Yi Wenden nonchalantly asserted. This statement caused Chu Ming's brow to furrow. If Yi Lao is still not sated, there is no need for you to accompany us. Master Xuanji, and I will go alone. Chu Ming spoke calmly, heading towards the door. Tang Lin, your subordinate is here. Prepare the vehicle and contact Zhao Dongcheng. Yes. Tang Lin saluted to Chu Ming and quickly exited to fulfill the task, hearing Chu Ming's words. Yi Wenden felt a flush of embarrassment. He realized that Chu Ming was displeased with his remarks. Master Chu, it was my error. In that case, allow me to accompany you and Master Xuanji to check on that Zhao family's young lady. Chu Ming nodded placidly. Outside, the moon was obscured by clouds, the moonlight flickering in and out of view. An hour later, at the central hospital of Linzhou City. Outside the emergency room, Zhao Dongcheng paced anxiously, his countenance a portrait of distress. Occasionally, he would clutch his hair vigorously, and at other moments, a grimace would twist his features, revealing his inner turmoil. Master Xuanji, suddenly, a voice called out lightly from in front of Zhao Dongcheng. Master Chu, an elder Yi. Zhao Dongqing's heart leapt with hope, as if he had spotted a savior. You have finally arrived. How is my daughter? Master Xuanji inquired with concern. The situation is dire. Zhao Dongcheng gritted his teeth. She has already been taken to the emergency treatment room, but the doctors are baffled. All her vital signs are completely normal, yet my daughter cannot be awakened. Did I ask that so? Yi Wenden was momentarily taken aback. I recall that 10 years ago, she was once afflicted by a curse, wasn't she? It seemed to exhibit similar symptoms. Indeed, Zhao Dongqing replied urgently that it was Master Xuanji who intervened back then, saving her life. Master Xuanji, would you please take a look? Zhao Dongqing implored. Very well, Master Xuanji nodded. The group entered the ward, only to find several doctors in white coats exchanging glances, utterly at a loss. Xiao Mingyue sat anxiously by the bedside, her expression tense. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, with each person's face reflecting a pallor of concern. Master Xuanji, Elder Yi, Master Chu, this way, please. Zhao Dongqing guided them to Zhao Nianer's bedside. Chu Ming surveyed the scene and noted Zhao Nianer's ashen complexion, her breath faint and weak. Indeed, it does not appear to be an act of Mr. Zhao. What are you all doing? At that moment, a voice of skepticism broke through from behind. The group turned to see a young man in his late 20s, clad in a white coat, entering the room. The nameplate on his chest read attending physician. Dr. Gu. The other doctors in the room greeted him respectfully. Dr. Gu? Zhao Dongqing's brow furrowed, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. This was the youngest attending physician at Linzhou Central Hospital, rumored to hail from a prestigious family in the capital. Typically, attending physicians were at least in their 30s. Yet Gu Yuding, at merely 28, had already attained this esteemed position. Not only did his background provoke Zhao Dongqing's caution, but his medical skills also left him in awe. What business do monks have here? Are they intending to perform some ritual? Gu Yuding's demeanor turned cold. That I in the emergency room. Family members may remain, but all others must exit. As soon as he finished speaking, the other doctors hurried over, prepared to persuade Master Xuanji and the others to leave. Wait! Zhao Dongqing exclaimed angrily. This is a master I have invited, the abbot of Longyin Temple, here to save my daughter. Save her, a monk can save a life? Gu Yuding chuckled derisively, that if monks could save lives, what need would there be for hospitals? The words left Zhao Dongqing momentarily speechless. Had it been any other doctor, he would have already thrown them out. However, with Gu Yuding's connections to the Gu family in the capital, Zhao Dongqing dared not act. You are the only family member present, correct? Everyone else, please exit. Gu Yuding's tone was decidedly assertive. Master, may I attempt to help? If I fail, I will leave on my own accord, Master Xuanji said, his palms pressed together as he spoke to Gu Yuding. Gu Yuding narrowed his eyes to no. If we miss the golden hour for treatment, can you bear the consequences? He replied coldly. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Enough. At that moment, Chu Ming interjected from the corner. Allow Master Xuanji to try. If he fails, I will take over. Chapter 38. Gu Yuding. Chu Ming's words silenced the entire emergency room. All eyes turned toward him in unison. What did he say? He wants to give it a go? A few young doctors stifled their laughter, gazing at Chu Ming as though he were a fool. The condition of Zhao Niner was one that even they could not resolve. What made Chu Ming think he could? If he could, they wouldn't need to be doctors at all. And who are you? Gu Yuding frowned. What is your relation to the patient? No relation, but that does not preclude me from attempting, Chu Ming replied with a smile. Of course, I can wait until you have finished your treatment. The Gu Yuding squinted, that he sensed a hint of confidence in Chu Ming's words, that he scrutinized Chu Ming for some time, realizing this young man was even younger than himself. What audacity allowed him to speak so boldly? Get him out of here. Gu Yuding waved his hand, signaling the other doctors that he did not believe Chu Ming could cure Zhao Niner before the other doctors could act. Zhao Dongqing stepped in front of Gu Yuding. That I am the patient's father, and I consent to Master Xuanji's attempt. Should anything go awry, I will personally assume all responsibility. Zhao Dongqing resolved to take a gamble. It was under similar circumstances that he had once defied the odds to take Zhao Niner to Longyin Temple, a decision that had proven to be the right one. That you are the patient's father? Gu Yuding's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Very well, I shall observe how ignorant you all can be. Gu Yuding waved, indicating for the other doctors to cease their activities. His gaze settled on both Chu Ming and Master Xuanji. Abbot Xuanji, please proceed. Chu Ming spoke with an air of calm, his demeanor contrasting starkly with the anxious expression surrounding him. Master Xuanji regarded Chu Ming thoughtfully. Since you have faith in me, I shall give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Master Xuanji retrieved a string of prayer beads hidden within his robe, that he placed the beads gently upon Zhao Niner's abdomen and began to recite a sutra. Minute by minute passed. And to everyone's astonishment, the prayer beads began to levitate, defying gravity. What? The sight left the young doctors bewildered. They had never witnessed such a miraculous phenomenon before. Gu Yuding observed Master Xuanji, feeling a profound surge of energy emanating from him. Indeed, this man was a practitioner. Gu Yuding narrowed his eyes. That as a scion of a branch family of the Gu clan in the capital, he was aware of the esoteric practices of noble families. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a practitioner within a hospital setting. That as the crowd murmured amongst themselves, the prayer beads radiated a brilliant light, blinding in its intensity, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When they reopened them, the beads had returned to their original position. Zhao Dongqing rushed to his daughter's bedside, shaking her gently. Yet, Zhao Niner remained motionless, showing no signs of awakening. Master Xuanji, what is happening? Zhao Dongqing's heart raced with anxiety. At that moment, beads of sweat dotted Master Xuanji's brow as he stared incredulously at Zhao Niner. If she had indeed been cursed or possessed, there would have been malevolent energy swirling within her. The light of his prayer beads should have effectively suppressed such dark forces. Yet upon invoking the beads, he had found no trace of any malevolent aura within Zhao Niner. What did this signify? It meant that Zhao Niner was not afflicted by a curse or possession. Instead, the cause lay in some other unknown factor that I asked it over. As the patient awakened, Gu Yuding scoffed that a charlatan from the underworld dares to deceive in a hospital. His words elicited laughter from the other doctors, who wore expressions of derision. Ignorant, indeed ignorant. Silence. How dare you speak to Master Xuanji in such a manner? Yi Wenden rebuked angrily. You young people know nothing. He had witnessed Master Xuanji's capabilities before, and although this time he had been unable to revive Zhao Niner, he still believed in his prowess. Enough. This is not a place for your antics. Leave immediately. Gu Yuding's voice was cold. That a charlatan can understand medicine. Truly laughable. Indeed, even Dr. Gu has tried to reason with you. Yet you refuse to listen. The other young doctors chimed in, their faces twisted with mockery. How absurd to have invited an old monk. What were they thinking? Only someone with a few screws loose would act in such a manner. The young doctors continued to sneer and whisper, their gazes directed at Master Xuanji and the others. Master Xuanji remained composed, while Zhao Dongqing's face flushed with anger. That Master Xuanji could not awaken Zhao Niner was something he had not anticipated. Very well, since Master Xuanji has failed, then Dr. Gu, you take a shot at it. Chu Ming said calmly that if you can save her, I will ensure these individuals apologize to you today. Chu Ming's words resonated clearly in everyone's ears, leaving them astounded. This was the first time Gu Yuding had been so openly challenged since taking up his position. You want me to save her? Gu Yuding laughed. Saving lives is the doctor's duty. But success depends on fate, that I can only diagnose the ailment and prescribe accordingly. Agreed that if you identify the cause, I will ensure they apologize to you. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. His words elicited snickers from the surrounding young doctors and nurses. Who is this person? Does he think Dr. Gu can uncover the cause? Dr. Gu's experience is unparalleled. Just because we couldn't see it doesn't mean he can't. Exactly, last time a patient was diagnosed by just a glance at the test results. It was incredible. The whispers of the young doctors and nurses brought a confident smile to Gu Yuding's face. He cast a cold glance at Chu Ming. Since you have said so, I shall show you what I can do. He held a firm belief in his medical skills, having been raised in a family of medicine. The Gu clan in the capital, he had grown up surrounded by medicine due to his own frail health. And his long exposure to illness had honed his medical talents impressively. Even the director of Linzhou Central Hospital praised him highly, that a young ruffian, even more youthful than he, possesses knowledge of medicine? How utterly absurd! Bring forth the report. Gu Yuding spoke with a calm demeanor. Yes. Upon hearing Gu Yuding's words, the other doctors hastily handed him the documents. As the report came into his hands, the various indicators were clearly visible. This is normal. This is also normal. All indicators are within the normal range. Gu Yuding furrowed his brow. However, the patient remained in a state of unconsciousness. Observing Zhao Ninu's pallid complexion and glancing at the pupils beneath her eyelids. He even took her pulse. That a significant amount of sweat gathered on his forehead. In previous cases where the cause of illness was elusive, at least some data indicated a problem. Yet, with Zhao Niner, inexplicably, all indicators fell within normal limits, suggesting her health was robust. But how could a healthy body lead to such a state of unconsciousness? Chapter 39. Do you trust me or him? Dr. Gu seems to be caught in a predicament. Doesn't he? Chu Ming's voice suddenly interjected. Gu Yuding raised his head, casting a cold glance at Chu Ming. The illness is indeed complex, but discerning the cause is rather elementary, ditto. Is that so? Chu Ming chuckled unexpectedly. Then I, Chu, must hear Dr. Gu's insights and discover if it truly is that simple. Chu Ming brimmed with confidence regarding this matter. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Zhao Niner, he understood the reason for her unconsciousness, that a dark energy lingered at her brow, something invisible to others. Yet Chu Ming could see it clearly, likely due to his practice of the breaking the void technique. He could assert with certainty that many phenomena on this blue-white star defy medical explanation. It is indeed laughable for Gu Yuding to put on a facade of expertise. There is no need for you to comment on my professional matters. Gu Yuding shot an icy glare at Chu Ming. The other young doctors snickered derisively that if Dr. Gu cannot discern the issue, how could an outsider possibly do so? It is bewildering how he dares to question Dr. Gu's authority. How absurd, as if outsiders regularly presume to instruct the experts. Unperturbed by the pointed remarks of the young doctors and nurses, Chu Ming remained calm, but he was confident that Gu Yuding would fail to uncover any clues. 20 minutes passed in a blur. The cold sweat on Gu Yuding's forehead increased. He examined Zhao Niner's data once more, yet could not ascertain the cause of her condition. All his hypotheses were swiftly dismissed. It seemed a thorough examination was in order. Gu Yuding's expression darkened as he instructed the family to sign for a cerebral CT scan. All right. The surrounding young doctors promptly stood up to prepare the necessary materials. Wait, Chu Ming interjected at that moment. There is no need for that procedure. Gu Yuding's gaze suddenly fell upon Chu Ming. Are you instructing a doctor on how to proceed? If you cannot save her, then step aside. Chu Ming replied coolly, unable to identify the cause, yet suggesting this and that. Does that truly qualify you as a doctor? His words chilled the atmosphere of the entire ward. Everyone looked at Chu Ming in astonishment. It was the first time someone dared to speak so boldly to Gu Yuding. Master Chu, what do you mean by that? Yi Wenden asked with an odd expression. Even Master Xuanci could not awaken her. And now it is up to Dr. Gu to resolve this. Yi Wenden was evidently aware of some background regarding Gu Yuding, hence his cautious demeanor, signaling Chu Ming to refrain from going too far. The Gu family is one of the 3 prominent clans in the capital, while the Chu family ranks at the bottom. Offending the Gu family would not bode well for Chu Ming. Indeed, Chu benefactor, it is the old monk who lacks the skill to awaken Miss Zhao. Now entrusting her to Dr. Gu is the wisest course of action. Xuanci clasped his hands together, bowing slightly towards Chu Ming. Regarding Zhao Niner's condition, he felt utterly helpless. It was likely not a matter of metaphysics, but rather something pathological. Entrusting her care to Gu Yuding was indeed appropriate, that I have stated before. Your Buddhist path is incomplete. It is normal that you cannot perceive that. Chu Ming rose, casting a sweeping glance at the crowd. I can assert that if you continue to delay, Zhao Niner may be in grave danger. Whether she is in danger or not does not require your input. Outsider. Gu Yuding's gaze was icy as he reprimanded. This is a hospital, and the doctor's word prevails. What are you, to speak so presumptuously? The other young doctors and nurses joined in pointing fingers at Chu Ming. Dr. Gu is correct. Who is this person making such outlandish claims? Does he fancy himself an experienced physician, able to diagnose with a mere glance? How laughable! When did outsiders gain the audacity to dictate matters in the ward? In the face of their derision, Chu Ming remained unruffled. He simply turned to Zhao Dongcheng and asked, "Do you trust me? Or do you trust him?" Zhao Dongcheng was momentarily taken aback by this question, but he had not expected Chu Ming to inquire thus. That I am Zhao Dongcheng hesitated. Despite Chu Ming's surprising identity, he had to concede that Gu Yuding was undoubtedly the more skilled physician. He cherished his daughter dearly and, deep down, held little faith in Chu Ming's medical abilities. Even regarding Chu Ming's earlier claim of an assassination attempt, he merely feigned agreement, not taking it seriously. This brief moment of hesitation caused Chu Ming's gaze to grow profound. That's so. Since Chairman Zhao has made a decision, I shall withdraw from this matter. Chu Ming stated, should any issues arise afterward. Do not seek me out. Tang Lin, Chu Ming called softly, and Tang Lin promptly entered from outside the ward. Young Master Ming, I am here. Prepare the vehicle. We are leaving. Yes. Tang Lin cast a complex glance at Yi Wenden, Xuanci, and Zhao Dongcheng, sighing. You will regret not believing in our young master. Tang Lin. Chu Ming shot her a stern look. Immediately, Tang Lin fell silent, obediently following behind Chu Ming to arrange transportation back to Chiyue Lake. This scene left Zhao Dongcheng, Yi Wenden, and Xuanci with expressions of mixed emotions. They understood that this moment of hesitation and doubt had irrevocably offended Chu Ming. Yet, Zhao Dongcheng, in his eagerness to save his daughter, could not dwell on such matters. Master, I feel that what that person said may very well be true. Xiao Mingyue spoke weakly. Should we, Mingyue, do not speak further? Xuanzi's expression darkened as he added. Once Dr. Gu has revived Miss Zhao, I shall certainly pay a visit to apologize to Benefactor Chu. This matter cannot be solely attributed to Chu Ming's fault. Xuanci too bears some responsibility. However, this is not the time to discuss such matters. Let us first wait for Gu Yuding to awaken Zhao Nian'er. Upon hearing Xuanzi's admonition, Xiao Mingyue obediently lowered her head, replying softly, Yes, very well. The unnecessary personnel have departed. You may wait outside. That Ji Yuding spoke in a measured tone. Should there be any dissent, we will request the hospital to assign a different attending physician. The Ji Yuding's words caused Zhao Dongcheng to pause in his breath. He discerned the underlying dissatisfaction. Yet within the entire central hospital, Gu Yuding's medical skills were indeed unparalleled. Should he depart, Zhao Dongcheng would be even more uneasy. Zhao Dongcheng quickly replied, I appreciate Dr. Gu's efforts. We shall cooperate fully at this point. Only Gu Yuding could save Zhao Nian'er, and Zhao Dongcheng naturally dared not offend him. That I in that case, I shall take my leave with Master Xuanci, should any situation arise. You may contact us again. Yi Wenden, seeing this, also sought an excuse to make his exit. Not only had he failed to assist, but he had also offended Chu Ming, which was a considerable loss. Hastily, he approached to apologize to Chu Ming before he could stray too far. Even if he believed that Chu Ming had erred in this matter, acknowledging his mistake would suffice. After all these years, Yi Wenden understood the rules of human interaction. Chapter 40. Specializing in such illnesses. Upon hearing Yi Wenden's words, Xuanci nodded at Zhao Dongcheng, preparing to leave the hospital. Just then, Xiao Mingyue suddenly spoke. Master, I have something to say to you. Xiao Mingyue's unexpected declaration caused both men to halt in their tracks. Mingyue, whatever you wish to say can be discussed at the temple, Xuanci said sternly. No, it pertains to Nian'er. Xiao Mingyue hesitated. She did not fall unconscious due to illness, but rather, she was afflicted by someone named Chu Kuang after a light touch to her brow. This occurred. Her words cast a heavy pall over the entire ward. Xuanci abruptly turned to gaze at Xiao Mingyue. The brow. Could it be? Xuanci inhaled sharply, rushing to Zhao Nian'er's bedside, that he gently pressed at the center of her brow, that a massive character for void emerged. And the energy fluctuations crashed violently against Xuanzi's consciousness. The Xuanzi's face turned ashen, and he stumbled back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene left both Zhao Dongcheng and Yi Wenden utterly astonished. And even the doctors in the ward were taken aback. Why did the old monk suddenly cough up blood? Master Xuanci. Zhao Dongcheng quickly supported Xuanci, asking in confusion, What has happened to you? It is a form of soul-binding technique. No wonder I could not sense it earlier. Xuanci took a deep breath, his expression one of shock. Could it be that what Chu Benefactor said is true? Xuanci recalled Chu Ming's unwavering confidence before departing and experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that Chu Ming had seen through it all, which was why he exuded such confidence. Master, Chu Kuang also mentioned that if he cannot find you outside Longyin Temple by tomorrow morning, Nian'er will only have 3 days left to live. Xiao Mingyue's delicate face turned pale as she weakly added, Mingyue, why didn't you mention this earlier? Xuanji's chest heaved, and a hint of reproach flickered in his eyes, because that scripture was torn apart by Chu Kuang. Xiao Mingyue trembled in fear, recalling that you said that scripture was of utmost importance and must not be lost. Which is why I... Foolishness, Xuanji lamented. No matter how precious a scripture may be, can it truly be compared to a human life? Xiao Mingyue was instantly rendered speechless. The situation escalated due to her hesitation. Master Xuanji, do you mean you have discerned the cause of the young lady's unconsciousness? Zhao Dongcheng inquired in confusion. Indeed, Xuanji nodded, his expression complex as he spoke. Quickly summon Chu to return. Only he possesses the means to awaken your daughter. Xuanji's words left Zhao Dongcheng momentarily stunned. He has a way. Zhao Dongcheng exclaimed in disbelief. But he is still so young. How can he possibly compare to you when it comes to saving lives? I have previously stated that Chu's understanding of Buddhism surpasses even mine. Xuanji urged anxiously. While Chu has not gone far, you must dispatch someone to bring him back. We have misunderstood him. This statement further astonished Zhao Dongcheng. Although Chu Ming holds a distinguished status, how could he possibly rival Master Xuanji in saving lives? Hurry, Xuanji insisted. If we delay and Chu refuses to come, it will lead to tragedy. Xuanji was not speaking in hyperbole. He had already attempted to unravel the soul-binding technique, only to find himself harmed by its backlash. This was beyond his capacity to resolve. Chu Ming's earlier words undoubtedly carried profound significance. Have you finished speaking? Gu Yuding reprimanded with growing irritation. This is a hospital room, not your backyard. Once you're done, leave immediately. Gu Yuding's attitude grew increasingly hostile. These people seemed to linger in his ward, much to his vexation. Zhao Dongcheng was in a foul mood, completely disregarding Gu Yuding's words that he immediately dialed his subordinate's phone. Zhao Heir, listen carefully. A young man clad in purple will emerge from the hospital entrance, followed by a female bodyguard. You must detain them, Mr. Zhao. I think I just saw them leave. What? Hurry and find them. If you can't locate them, I'll hold you accountable. Zhao Dongcheng was instantly agitated, just as he was about to issue further commands. A deep voice resonated. Zhao Dongcheng, it seems you have chosen to trust me. Chu Ming appeared at the door of the ward, wearing a half-smile as he regarded Zhao Dongcheng that he had never left. After all, this matter concerned the protagonist Chu Kuang, and he had to be personally involved, for the sake of the points in the app, as well as to defeat Chu Kuang. Master Chu, Zhao Dongcheng's eyes lit up. Will you help treat the young lady? I suppose so. For what is a healer's heart? Chu Ming replied with a gentle smile, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally landing on Gu Yuding. That disdainful glance ignited Gu Yuding's fury. Nonsense, what does an outsider know? He retorted coldly. I have no idea what you are discussing. Just leave at once. Since D.R.G.U. has said so, have you found the cause of the illness? Chu Ming inquired indifferently. Gu Yuding was momentarily at a loss for words that in such a brief time. How could he possibly have identified the cause? Well, of course, it requires a series of examinations to ascertain. It cannot be so simple. Gu Yuding replied, suppressing his irritation. Then tell me, how long will it take for you to awaken her? Chu Ming asked again. The Gu Yuding hesitated. Since he had not even identified the cause, how could he possibly state how long it would take to save her? This time frame, I cannot specify. Can you? Gu Yuding scoffed in response that I indeed can. Chu Ming extended a finger. Within 10 minutes, if I fail to awaken her, I will apologize to you in person and compensate your hospital with 1 million. This statement left Gu Yuding frozen in place, and even the others looked at Chu Ming in utter astonishment. Has this man lost his mind? If he cannot awaken the patient in 10 minutes, he will compensate 1 million? He must be out of his wits. This patient's condition was elusive even to Dr. Gu. How could he possibly remedy it in 10 minutes? A spectacle is unfolding. It seems there are indeed fools willing to part with their money. The young doctors and nurses around began to murmur. They could hardly believe Chu Ming's words. 10 minutes to save a life. Does he consider himself a reincarnated divine physician? Master Chu, you need not rush. Zhao Dongqing interjected hastily. As long as you can awaken Yin'er by tomorrow morning, that will suffice. Indeed, Master Chu, are you not being overly hasty? This 10 minutes, how could it be sufficient to save a life? Yi Wandong also chuckled wryly. Chu Ming's assertion was indeed difficult for them to accept, that it's merely a soul-binding technique, is it not? A spark of brilliance flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. Fortuitously, I specialize in this very affliction. With a firm motion, he activated the breaking soul technique within him. Chapter 41. Ignoring my words will bring misfortune. Ethereal power swirled within Chu Ming's palm, that he extended his hand, and unseen waves of spiritual force surged directly into Zhao Nian'er's brow. Abruptly, Zhao Nian'er opened her eyes. This scene stunned everyone present. Zhao Dongqing was equally shocked. Upon looking at Zhao Nian'er again, he realized she had not fully awakened. Her state resembled one of utter confusion. The young doctors and nurses were left pale-faced by Zhao Nian'er's sudden awakening. Gu Yuding was incredulous, for he could not comprehend what Chu Ming had just done to it that moment. Chu Ming suddenly shouted loudly. "Rise!" The unexpected exclamation sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Their gazes turned toward Chu Ming, now filled with ire. "Chu Ming, this must be intentional, right? You brat, are you here to create chaos?" Gu Yuding could no longer contain himself and attempted to confront Chu Ming, that Yi Wandong and Zhao Dongqing quickly intervened to stop him. "Dr. Gu, please remain calm. Let Master Chu finish his treatment first." That Yi Wandong firmly grasped Gu Yuding's shoulder, his strength immobilizing Gu Yuding. Chu Ming cast a dismissive glance at Gu Yuding, then pressed his palm against Zhao Nian'er's brow. He closed his eyes and his perception. There was a force of sealing within Zhao Nian'er's body. It was this very force that had caused her to remain unconscious, even eluding Xuanji's keen eye. Indeed, it was the work of the king of hell, Chu Kuang. After a meticulous assessment, Chu Ming confirmed his suspicion. Since it was the doing of Chu Kuang, the resolution would be considerably easier. Chu Ming slowly applied pressure with his palm. Channeling the power of the breaking soul technique into Zhao Nian'er's consciousness, that a wave of dark energy suddenly manifested, projecting a character for soul onto the ceiling of the ward. The onlookers gasped in shock. Retreating several steps, Amitabha, Xuanji immediately produced his prayer beads and began chanting sutras. Within merely 3 seconds, the eerie character dissipated on its own. The seal was broken. Chu Ming withdrew his hand and calmly stated. As expected, in that instant he withdrew, Zhao Nian'er appeared to awaken from a dream. Where is this? Zhao Nian'er gazed around in confusion. However, upon spotting Chu Ming's smiling face, her eyes widened in shock. You are the one with the surname Chu? Upon recognizing Chu Ming, Zhao Nian'er instinctively threw a punch. Chu Ming effortlessly caught her fist. Zhao Nian'er struggled with all her might, only to find her right hand seemingly trapped within a metallic crevice. Unable to move, is it appropriate to treat your savior this way, Miss Zhao? Chu Ming remarked helplessly. Who told you to save me? Zhao Nian'er fumed. This spectacle left the young doctors and nurses utterly speechless. Chu Ming had promised 10 minutes, yet barely 3 minutes had passed. They had thoroughly examined Zhao Nian'er, finding no entry point, no cause to address. How could Chu Ming have awakened her? Impossible. How could this be? Gu Yuding's expression darkened. He had found no cause, yet Chu Ming had effortlessly revived the patient. This exceeded Gu Yuding's comprehension. His previous anger and resentment now seemed a mere farce. The same was true for the other young doctors. Those who had once mocked Chu Ming were now filled with profound shame. Surname Chu. Let me go. Zhao Nian'er was on the verge of losing her mind, utterly detesting Chu Ming, yet he refused to release her right hand. If you promise me not to strike, I will let you go. Chu Ming replied, exasperated. Not a chance. You must be dreaming. Then I shall not let go. You dare? Zhao Nian'er glared furiously, flipping the bedsheet in preparation for a physical confrontation with Chu Ming. Zhao Dongqing's expression changed upon witnessing this. Nian'er, do not be rude. He rushed forward to intervene. Chu Ming seized the opportunity to release Zhao Nianer's hand. "Father, look at him!" Zhao Nianer immediately pouted that do not speak recklessly. "This is your savior, Master Chu," Zhao Dongqing introduced with great reverence. "Were it not for him, you would likely have perished here today." Zhao Dongqing's words left Zhao Nianer in stunned silence. She suddenly recalled the scene on the playground of Linzhou High School. Chu Kuang's unexpected attack had rendered her unconscious. "Dad, where is Mingyue?" Zhao Nianer quickly scanned the entire hospital room. "Dad, I'm here." Xiao Mingyue emerged from behind the crowd, reassuringly saying, "Nianer, I'm all right today as long as you are fine." Zhao Nianer sighed in relief. She could bear her own misfortunes, but if anything happened to Xiao Mingyue, she would regret it for a lifetime. That Nianer, Mingyue has informed us that it was a person named Chu Kuang who harmed you. Zhao Dongqing spoke gravely. The name struck a chord in his memory. Yes, he suddenly appeared and forced Mingyue to take him to the forbidden area of Longyin Temple, Zhao Nianer recalled. Then I confronted him. And subsequently, he attacked. The thought sent shivers down her spine. The forbidden area of Longyin Temple. Upon hearing these words, Xuanji's calm gaze took on a more serious tone, that he anticipated that the root of this incident would be tied to Longyin Temple. Who exactly is this Chu Kuang? Zhao Dongqing furrowed his brows. Chairman Zhao, you truly have a short memory. I just mentioned it to you, Chu Ming said lightly, or perhaps you simply did not take my words to heart. Hearing this, Zhao Dongqing suddenly realized. The person Chu Ming had warned him about during the dinner was indeed Chu Kuang. At that time, Zhao Dongqing hadn't paid much attention. He had merely offered a casual compliment to Chu Ming. He never imagined that as soon as he left the Yi family, Zhao Nianer would be attacked by this Chu Kuang. Master Chu, it is my fault. Zhao Dongqing hurriedly apologized. I thought a high school student could hardly stir up much trouble. He is no ordinary high school student. Chu Ming replied coldly, if you underestimate him, you will face grave consequences. His words were sound advice. After all, he was the most devoted reader of the novel Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King, remembering details more clearly than even the foolish author. Those who disregarded his warnings would undoubtedly stumble and fall. Please forgive me, Master Chu. Zhao Dongqing immediately said, upon my return, I will certainly find this scoundrel and make him aware of my strength. A trace of coldness flickered in Zhao Dongqing's gaze. That it was one thing for Chu Kuang to target him, but to lay a hand on his daughter was entirely unacceptable. Zhao Dongqing would ensure that this high school student named Chu Kuang paid the necessary price. Chapter 42. Chu Kuang questioning life soon. It was midday the next day that a figure ascended the steps leading up to Longyin Temple. That it was Chu Kuang. With a piercing gaze, he surveyed the temple situated halfway up the mountain. He felt confident that today he would successfully enter the forbidden area of Longyin Temple. Just 5 minutes later, he arrived at the square from before, where an elderly monk in a kasaya stood, none other than Xuanji. The abbot, old bald donkey, quickly opened the forbidden area of Longyin Temple. I wish to cultivate there. Chu Kuang scoffed. Perhaps I might even consider saving Zhao Dongqing's daughter, depending on my mood. Xuanji looked at Chu Kuang calmly. With his hands clasped together, he gently replied, Chu benefactor, the forbidden area of Longyin Temple is not open to outsiders. Please leave. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang's smile abruptly froze. His brow furrowed, and he coldly retorted. Zhao Nianer's life is in my hands. In all of Huaxia, there is no one but me who can save her. You must understand this. Chu benefactor, it is wrong to harm others. Do not squander the fortune that resides within you. Xuanji sighed. As long as I am here today, the forbidden area of Longyin Temple shall not allow you to step foot inside. Xuanji's almost definitive words left Chu Kuang utterly astonished. This was unexpected. Did this old monk intend to stand by and watch someone die? According to his expectations, Xuanji should have been compassionate and allowed him entry into the forbidden area of Longyin Temple, especially considering Zhao Nianer's life was at stake. Old bald donkey, do you not understand? Chu Kuang said, slightly angered, if you do not let me in, Zhao Dongqing's daughter will perish within 3 days. Do you want to watch her die? Ba, Xuanji replied with a serene demeanor, hands clasped. As a monk, I naturally do not wish to witness such a scene. Then why won't you let me in? Chu Kuang was beginning to lose patience. Zhao Benefactor's daughter has already been saved by a powerful individual and has regained consciousness. Xuanji stated, I fear your hopes are in vain. What did you say? Chu Kuang was instantly frozen in place, that he had cast a dark spell. Not even in all of Huaxiao would there be someone capable of breaking it. How could Zhao Nina have awakened in just one night? Did he think his dark arts were merely trifles? Old bald donkey. Are you trying to deceive me? Chu Kuang said coldly, if you insist on this, I can take Zhao Dongqing's daughter's life right now. Think carefully. Chu Kuang was exceedingly confident in his abilities that he could not believe anyone could break his spell. Facing Chu Kuang's threat, Xuanji simply nodded lightly, his expression calm. Chu Benefactor, feel free to give it a try. Good. Chu Kuang sneered coldly. You are forcing my hand. That Zhao Niner will be your responsibility for her demise. Chu Kuang extended his right palm, a swirling grayish aura coiling upwards that he clenched his fist. The aura shattered before him. That it won't be long before Zhao Niner's soul is in my grasp. Let us see how you respond then. Chu Kuang laughed maniacally. Did this old monk think he could play psychological games with him? Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Xuanji watched this unfold, sighed softly, shook his head. Remaining indifferent. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. Chu Kuang's expression grew increasingly grim that he realized that Zhao Niner's soul had not flown into his hands as he had anticipated. Impossible. Chu Kuang hesitated for a few seconds. Where was Zhao Niner's soul? Chu Benefactor, there is no need to continue, Xuanji said. As a monk, I would never speak falsely. Your harmful art has already been unraveled by a powerful individual. Chu Kuang found this hard to believe. That was his dark magic. It was a supreme technique imbued with the essence of the underworld king. How could it possibly be broken by a practitioner of such a low level? Old bald donkey, what have you done? Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. The old monk's abilities are limited. I did nothing, Xuanji replied coolly. Chu Benefactor, I reiterate, the forbidden area of Longyin Temple is not open to outsiders. Please leave. Chu Kuang's eyes were filled with suspicion that he could not comprehend why his dark magic had been broken. It was simply unfathomable. Chu Kuang slowly clenched his fists. Today he would enter the forbidden area of Longyin Temple, whether by force or not. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth, his figure suddenly flickering, that he prepared to forcibly breach Xuanji's blockade, heading towards the forbidden area of Longyin Temple, as long as he could hide there for a few days. He was confident he could advance his eternal underworld technique to the 3rd level. At that point, he would possess even greater power than he did now. Unfortunately, Xuanji would not allow him to succeed. Since you are so obstinate, I am sorry, Chu Benefactor, Xuanji said, his eyes flashing with brilliance. In a split second, he struck out in the astonished gaze of Chu Kuang. Xuanji's palm collided with his chest. A tremendous force erupted explosively. Chu Kuang coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering down the steps. Ba, my apologies, Xuanji said, hands clasped, his expression one of regret. If it weren't for this Chu Ming forcing his way through his blockade. As a monk, he would not have acted. Even so, Xuanji had held back to avoid taking Chu Kuang's life. Otherwise, with his Grandmaster level cultivation, taking Chu Kuang's life would have been but a thought away. Trembling, Chu Kuang raised his head, his eyes fixated on Xuanji. Old bald donkey, you will pay for this. Chu Kuang vowed fiercely, once I reclaim my power, the first thing I shall do is slaughter everyone in Longyin Temple. Chu Kuang clenched his fists and awkwardly rose from the ground, filled with resentment and murderous intent as he departed from the steps of Longyin Temple. Xuanji gazed after Chu Kuang's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. Master Chu had warned him that this individual was not to be trifled with, and perhaps he was indeed correct. Xuanji recalled Chu Ming's words. filled with a sense of reverence for him. Having lived for so many years, he realized he could not read people as well as a young man like Chu Ming. This Chu Kuang likely would not return anytime soon, Xuanji murmured to himself. But will Mingyue be safe? From Xiao Mingyue, he learned that Chu Kuang was her classmate, that if Chu Kuang were to target Xiao Mingyue, the consequences would be dire. This time it was merely the destruction of a scripture. Next time it could be far worse. Master Xuanji, what are you pondering? Suddenly, a gentle voice inquired from behind him. Xuanji slowly turned to find it was Chu Ming. Master Chu. Xuanji clasped his hands together. Bowing respectfully, the old monk was merely contemplating whether my dear disciple might fall victim to that person. He likely will not act for a short time. Chu Ming smiled, because Zhao Dongsheng is about to take action. Chapter 43. The Su family's secret letter. Unsealed is Zhao Dongsheng about to take action. Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, then forced a bitter smile as he remarked, Master Zhao is indeed a person of impetuous temperament, unable to bear even the slightest grievance against his kin. It seems that this holds true now, that he had not anticipated that Zhao Dongsheng would be so eager to take action against Chu Kuang. He had assumed that Zhao Dongsheng would first attend to Zhao Nyener for a few days, that if Zhao Dongsheng did not act now, he would no longer be Zhao Dongsheng. Chu Ming smiled faintly. With him present, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chu Kuang to survive. Alas, what a senseless act of slaughter! How wonderful it would be if that Master Chu could awaken from his misguided path. Xuanji sighed. His compassionate heart could not bear witness to anyone perishing before him. Yet he had no intention of obstructing Zhao Dongsheng today. An eye for an eye. The consequence of Chu Kuang's actions yesterday was the result he faced today. This was something Xuanji understood all too well. I have something else to present to you. Chu Ming produced a weathered sutra from his bosom, inscribed with the title, Tian Chan Buddhist Sutra, Volume 1. Upon seeing the sutra, Xuanji was suddenly struck dumb. This sutra, had it not already been destroyed? Xuanji had spent half the night scavenging fragments of paper on the playground at Linzhou High School, hoping to piece together the lost sutra. He never imagined that Chu Ming would present him with another copy. This was not a solitary edition. Chu Ming scratched his head, struggling to explain the origin of the sutra. He could only say, Master Chu, on behalf of Longyin Temple, I express my profound gratitude for your generous gift. Xuanji was overwhelmed with excitement. He understood the significance of this sutra. The very act of Chu Ming entrusting him with such an important scripture spoke volumes. Chu Ming had placed immense trust in him. With that, Xuanji felt reassured in carrying out Chu Ming's wishes. There is no need for excessive formality. Abbot Xuanji, Chu Ming waved his hand and smiled. It is not a matter of great consequence that if you can thoroughly study this sutra, I should have the subsequent volume available as well. Such an extraordinary scripture had a follow-up. Xuanji's breath hitched. Chu Ming's image loomed larger in his eyes once more. With a first volume, there must certainly be a second. Chu Ming smiled, believing that with Abbot Xuanji's innate talent, he should be able to comprehend the entire set. You are exceedingly generous, Xuanji exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement that if he could glean even a fraction of insight from this sutra, his life would be without regret. Haha, I shall await your good news. Abbot Xuanji. Chu Ming descended the steps, his voice echoing ahead. If you can fully absorb this sutra, not only will you transcend the Grandmaster level, but the Tao realm will not be your limit. Upon hearing this, Xuanji's eyes sparkled with renewed hope that he had only publicly declared his strength to be that of a Grandmaster. How could Chu Ming discern his true level? Master Chu, you are truly a remarkable figure. Xuanji bowed with reverence to Chu Ming's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Chu Ming descended from the hillside of Longyin Temple. Suddenly, his black phone vibrated. You have received a message from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check. Congratulations. You have successfully altered the original plotline. Plot points 80. Reward. Underworld King S. Dao Insight. Level 2-1. Related items have been credited to your user account. Please swipe to retrieve. Remaining plot points. 94. The Underworld King S. Dao Insight. Level 2. Chu Ming's eyes lit up at the name of the technique, that he quickly opened the description. Underworld King S. Dao Insight. Level 2, a legendary technique of the Underworld King. The ruler of the underworld. Mastering this technique allows one to easily ascertain the cultivation levels of all individuals below the Dao realm. The ability to discern the cultivation levels of all individuals below the Dao realm. Chu Ming was taken aback. This seemed quite intriguing. In the book Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King, the early stages of strength were divided into several realms. The most basic was the Qi Warrior, followed by Internal Force Expert, Grandmaster, and then the Supreme Grandmaster. Once one broke through the Supreme Grandmaster level, they entered the Dao realm. As long as Chu Ming mastered this Underworld King S. Dao Insight, Level 2, he would be able to comprehend the cultivation levels of all practitioners in Linzhou City at a glance. Such a valuable asset was undoubtedly worth acquiring. Without a second thought, Chu Ming accessed his inventory and pressed the option to learn. In an instant, all scenery before him vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of white. Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, the scenery around him returned to its original state. However, he could now acutely perceive the gentle breeze and the rustling of the grass. It seemed that this enhancement of insight truly augmented his perception. Closing his eyes, Chu Ming could distinctly hear the sound of grasshoppers leaping in the thicket, as well as the fluttering of nearby butterflies. This reward was indeed remarkable. Chu Ming laughed heartily. With the Underworld King S. Dao Insight, his strength had increased tremendously. Facing Chu Kuang, he now felt even more confident. That moment, his phone vibrated once more. Congratulations. Through your relentless efforts, the plot progress has advanced. Current plot progress, 2. Bonus reward. Plot points 10, remaining plot points, 104. The plot progress has advanced. Chu Ming was elated. Not only was there a points reward, but it also meant that the Su family's secret letter in his inventory could now be opened. Su family secret letter. A letter from the previous head of the Su family to a certain young lady of the Gu family, containing deep-seated secrets between the Su and Gu families. Note: conditions met. Swipe to unlock and view. Unlocking. Chu Ming swiped his phone. The Su family secret letter appeared in his hand. This was a letter sealed with a steel stamp, indicating it was exquisitely packaged as a letter from the previous head of the Su family to a young lady of the Gu family. This was truly intriguing, something even that foolish author had not written about. Chu Ming was curious about the contents within. He found a secluded pavilion at Longyin Temple and sat down. The seal on the envelope was broken, and he pulled out a sheet of letter paper. He quickly read through its contents, his eyes widening in disbelief. The previous head of the Su family had, over a span of several years, courted over 100 mistresses. Chu Ming's expression was quite animated. Among them were not only the current matriarch of the Gu family, but also ladies from other prominent families in the capital. Did this not imply that many within the 9 great families of the capital were unknowingly wearing green hats? My heavens, if this letter were to leak, not only would the Su family be affected, but even the Gu family and other families would undoubtedly be shaken to their core. Chu Ming took a deep breath and hastily returned the letter. However, after a moment's hesitation, he pulled it out again to snap a photo for confirmation. Fortunately, none of the mistresses bore the surname Chu. He patted his chest, feeling relieved. That old ghost of the Su family was quite impressive. Did this not mean that the current head of the Gu family actually bore the bloodline of the old ghost from the Chu family? Chu Ming speculated. Chapter 44. The arrival of Su Mingfei. Chu Ming gazed at the letter in his hand. His expression complex, and oh wonder the contents of this letter required me to advance the plot to unlock. Chu Ming chuckled bitterly. This was simply a colossal bombshell, capable of reshuffling the entire landscape of the 9 great families of the capital. He counted the families implicated by the previous head of the Su family, and there were as many as 6 that among them. The Qin family, Chu family, and Shangwan family were fortunate to be excluded. Had that old ghost of the Su family gone mad to act so recklessly? Chu Ming's expression was complex as he returned the envelope to his inventory. If he were to examine it closely, he would likely uncover even more revelations that in that world of excess and indulgence. Reality appeared almost magical. Many of the figures currently commanding attention had long been adorned with green hats. And more crucially, they remained oblivious to it. It turned out that Su Guiqin's actions had underlying reasons. Only then did Chu Ming realize that this old ghost of the Su family was nothing short of a malignant tumor. With such flawed leadership, it was no wonder that relationships like those of Su Guiqin and Su Mengfei existed. Counting it all up, it seemed that hundreds from those 6 families would find themselves wearing green hats. This was no longer simply an issue of green hats. It was an entire field of green. As Chu Ming pondered over the photograph on his phone, suddenly a cool voice broke through his thoughts. "Ming Xiao, I have finally found you." Chu Ming jumped, nearly dropping his phone in surprise. In his fluster, he quickly shut off the device and turned around. Tang Lin had somehow appeared there. "What are you looking at?" she inquired, observing his nervous demeanor and nothing. Chu Ming took a deep breath that he knew that the Su family's secret letter absolutely could not be known by another soul, that if it were to leak, he would undoubtedly be hunted down by the 6 families. They would never allow such a scandal to see the light of day. Even if they were the victims. "You look a bit pale," Tang Lin remarked, scrutinizing him. "That I accidentally missed a step on the stairs and got startled." Chu Ming explained. His awkward excuse elicited a knowing smile from Tang Lin. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Is something the matter? My subordinate just received news that the Su family's young lady, Su Mengfei, arrived in Linzhou City half an hour ago." Tang Lin's words resonated in Chu Ming's ears, that Su Mengfei had come to Linzhou City. Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. What could she possibly want? "Apparently, she is here to find her fiancé," Tang Lin replied. "It seems the Su family has arranged a new fiancé for Su Mengfei, who is said to be working right here in Linzhou City. That's so?" Chu Ming furrowed his brow. "How long has it been?" "The Su family has already found a fiancé for Su Mengfei, and, quite coincidentally, he is in Linzhou City." Chu Ming couldn't believe it wasn't aimed at him. Su Mengfei has even sent you an invitation. She wishes to meet you and introduce that so-called fiancé," Tang Lin remarked. "That Su Mengfei wants to see me." A flash of coldness crossed Chu Ming's eyes. That it seemed as though Su Mengfei was intent on trampling over him. How could he allow her to have her way? "Ming Xiao, this time it is likely a banquet of traps. Su Mengfei surely harbors ill intentions." Tang Lin cautioned that it would be wise for us to avoid the limelight, especially considering the matter with Chu Kuang. Before Tang Lin could finish her sentence, Chu Ming interrupted. "No, since she has invited me, what harm is there in attending?" "Ah, Ming Xiao, are you truly planning to go?" Tang Lin was taken aback. With Su Mengfei arriving so aggressively, she must be prepared for something. Wouldn't it be unwise for you to confront her so recklessly? Check the location mentioned in Su Mengfei's invitation. "Where is it?" Chu Ming asked nonchalantly. "Understood." Tang Lin promptly retrieved a notebook from her bag. Just 3 minutes later, she confirmed the location of the invitation. "Ming Xiao, it is at a 5-star hotel owned by the Zhao Group." "A 5-star hotel owned by the Zhao Group?" Chu Ming chuckled. "Perfect. Make a call to Zhao Dongqing and inquire about the price of this 5-star hotel." Hearing Chu Ming's words, Tang Lin was momentarily stunned. "Ming Xiao, you can't be considering acquiring this 5-star hotel, can you?" "Why not? Is it unattainable?" Chu Ming calmly countered that it can be acquired, but this 5-star hotel is quite substantial. You would need at least 5 to 6 billion. Tang Lin hesitated. "Have you forgotten that the Su family provided us with 7 billion? Chu Ming replied with a smile. "But 7 billion for a 5-star hotel seems excessive," Tang Lin said with a wry smile. "It wouldn't require that much money." Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Just call Zhao Dongqing and ask." Tang Lin sighed, struggling to comprehend Chu Ming's thought process, spending such a large sum just to retaliate against Su Mengfei. Was it worth it? Reluctantly, she dialed Zhao Dongqing's number. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Dongqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly quoted a price. Tang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment when she heard the figure. She hung up and looked at Chu Ming in disbelief. Ming Xiao, Zhao Dongqing has given a quote. How much? 1 billion. Tang Lin exclaimed, incredulous that a five-star hotel of such scale. For only 1 billion, this is Linzhou City. A new first-tier city, Dalian, the second ring road, a five-star hotel would easily be valued at 10 billion. That how could Zhao Dongqing sell it to Chu Ming at such a low price? Indeed, Zhao Dongqing is one to repay favors. Chu Ming laughed, confident in his judgment of people. The foolish author depicted Zhao Dongqing as a tyrant, yet this tyrant places great importance on family. He repays kindness tenfold or even 100-fold. Years ago, when Xianji saved Zhao Nianer from a curse, the Longyin Temple has been entirely renovated with the support of the Zhao Group. Moreover, each year the Zhao Group donates a considerable sum for incense offerings. Ming Xiao, Su Mingfei's invitation is for tomorrow evening. Before that, we should be able to finalize the acquisition of the Homing 5-star hotel. Tang Lin calculated and replied, Excellent, I intend to make the Homing Hotel mine before tomorrow night. Chu Ming said with a faint smile that Su Mingfei thinks she can trample on me in Linen City. That is but a dream. Upon hearing this, Tang Lin understood much more. Chu Ming's primary objective was not merely to embarrass Su Mingfei. Was Su Mingfei's face worth such a sum? Clearly not. However, Chu Ming's own reputation was indeed valuable. His actions were entirely to prevent being humiliated by Su Mingfei. Chapter 45. A Klitsch Plot. Soon, the next day arrived. Thanks to Chu Ming's intervention, Zhao Nianer was discharged from the Linzhou Central Hospital that very day. However, under Chu Ming's half-threat, half-bribe conditions, Zhao Dongqing accepted the punishment of tutoring Zhao Nianer. 50 sets of exam papers to be completed in a week. This made Zhao Nianer harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Chu Ming. Chu Ming, on the other hand, felt indifferent, as Zhao Nianer would now focus her time and energy on studying, leaving her little opportunity to flaunt herself. It could be seen as a service to Linzhou City. That evening, Chu Ming, riding in the car driven by Tang Lin, arrived at the entrance of the Hongming Hotel, embracing his persona as the frivolous young master. He claimed the Grand Hotel as his own. Ming Xiao, here is your privilege card. Tang Lin respectfully handed Chu Ming a golden card. With this card, all services in the hotel were entirely complimentary. And he would receive the utmost in service that I understand, no need for explanation. Chu Ming smiled. That wasn't this just a traditional urban novel's mysterious VIP card. He was all too familiar with such cards from various urban and fantasy novels he had read. Tang Lin added, only 3 people in Linen City possess this card. The other 2 are prominent figures that I see. Chu Ming placed the golden card in his pocket. By the way, this is the seat number Su Mingfei has reserved for you. On the 6th floor, Tang Lin sent the number to Chu Ming via her phone that I won't accompany you any further. You may need to handle this on your own, but that's fine. Chu Ming replied with a smile. It's just Su Mingfei. I have plenty of ways to deal with her. Understanding the situation regarding the Su and Gu families, Chu Ming felt increasingly audacious that if the Su family dared to offend him, he could easily release some information, and they would surely be in a state of chaos. Chu Ming lightly cleared his throat, assessing his own appearance. The T.O. appeared relaxed before Su Mingfei. He had dressed casually today. Surely this attire wouldn't attract any obstructions, right? He glanced at the security guards at the hotel entrance, a strange glint in his eyes that in typical urban novels. When the protagonist enters a high-end hotel, they are invariably stopped by security. Then the protagonist reveals their identity, leaving the security guards awestruck, sometimes even leading to their dismissal. Such plots were far too kitsch. After reading 10 urban novels, 9.5 followed this same pattern. How could there be so many security guards to humiliate the protagonist? The authors must have been out of their minds to repeatedly churn out such scenarios that it's too trite. It surely wouldn't happen to me. Chu Ming chuckled. Although he was dressed casually, his clothing was still of considerable value. There was no way he would be stopped by the guards. With confidence, he strode toward the hotel entrance. However, just as he passed the security guards, a sharp voice called out from behind, Stop. Chu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Would the glitch of being stopped by security truly unfold? He quickly turned around to see a man who appeared to be the security captain striding toward him. The captain scrutinized Chu Ming under the light. Chu Ming held his breath, almost certain the next words would be to send him away. Then, he could dramatically present the golden card Tang Lin had given him and embarrass the security captain, drawing a wave of envious gazes from onlookers. That feeling would indeed be delightful. Yet, to Chu Ming's surprise, the security captain's angry expression faded, replaced by a bow of respect. "It truly is you. The higher-ups provided your photo and mentioned that from today onward, this Hongming Hotel belongs to you." Standing at attention, he solemnly addressed him. "Greetings, General Chu." As he spoke, the other security guards lined up and bowed to Chu Ming. "Welcome, General Chu, to the Hongming." Over 20 security guards chorused in unison, their voices resonating like a tidal wave, echoing throughout half of the Hongming Hotel. The spectacle left Chu Ming's expression somewhat grim. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Ahem, Chu Ming lightly coughed, reining in his thoughts, and calmly said, "You all go back to work. I am merely here to take a look." The security captain lifted his head, understanding perfectly. "We understand, General Chu, please feel free." The security guards immediately formed two lines, creating a pathway for Chu Ming. Many gazes were astonished as they regarded him. Yet, Chu Ming felt a sense of something lacking. Indeed, he longed for them to look down on him first, then for him to retaliate. That would be the true satisfaction. Chu Ming sighed, acknowledging the glitch nature of the situation, yet it was still exhilarating. With a wry smile, Chu Ming understood that typical protagonists would deliberately wear cheap clothes to invite disdain. Even if they were wealthy and held high status, they always donned inexpensive attire. This was something Chu Ming could not bring himself to do. Perhaps he could try wearing some street vendor clothes next time? As he observed the respectful faces of the security guards, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Perhaps not. I am the great antagonist, not the protagonist, and there is no need for me to wear cheap clothing. Those protagonists must have something wrong with their minds. Chu Ming chuckled, promptly dismissing the notion. Possessing over $1 billion, yet wearing a few dollars worth of street vendor clothing, intentionally seeking disdain. What foolishness! Regrettably, some authors delight in crafting such foolish characters. But Chu Ming, he had no desire to be such a fool. Chu Ming pondered. He had already ascended to the 6th floor via the scenic elevator, following the box number provided by Tang Lin. He arrived at a private room named Qingyao Pavilion. Upon pushing the door open, the familiar visage of a young lady immediately came into view. It was Su Mingfei. The esteemed young Master Chu has arrived? Su Mingfei scoffed. After such a long time, do you have nothing to say upon seeing me? You inquire if I have something to say? Indeed, I do. Chu Ming nonchalantly sat down opposite Su Mingfei, a faint smile gracing his lips. Did you enjoy the video from last time? The moment these words escaped Chu Ming's lips, the atmosphere in the private room turned. Su Mingfei's previously calm gaze swiftly transformed into one of ferocity. She could not forget the humiliation that Chu Ming had inflicted upon her just days prior. Su Mingfei had not only been jilted, but she had also become the focal point of public gossip among the 8 prominent families of the capital. Although the Chen family later withdrew from the spotlight, the entirety of the capital was now speculating about her relationship with Su Guoqiu. It could be said that her reputation, under Chu Ming's vendetta, was utterly tarnished, and now he dared to ask her if she was happy. Was she not unhappy? Chu Ming chuckled heartily. If you're not happy, shall I arrange for another shoot? Upon hearing this, Su Mingfei's expression shifted dramatically. If Chu Ming were to strike again, the Su family would likely find itself completely engulfed in a maelstrom of public opinion. I was indeed very happy, truly very happy. Su Mingfei gritted her teeth, answering word by word. Though she felt a deep-seated resentment, she had no choice but to respond this way. Haha, as long as you're happy, Chu Ming remarked, his gaze at Su Mingfei a mixture of amusement and disdain. He had only just arrived. Did Su Mingfei think she could show him a sour face? That was but a dream. As the ultimate antagonist, he dared to confront even the protagonist, the underworld king. Would he fear a mere female supporting character? By the way, I heard you have a new fiancé. Chu Ming inquired calmly. What sort of person is he? Bring him out for a stroll? Suppressing the fury boiling within her. Su Mingfei retorted coldly. You will see him shortly. He is far superior to you, young Master Chu. Oh. Chu Ming laughed. Where is he? He is currently the youngest attending physician in the entire Jiangsu region. Quite busy. Not someone a frivolous young master like you could compare to. Su Mingfei scoffed. He is also a direct descendant of the Gu family, far better than a scion of a third-rate clan like yours. This piqued Chu Ming's interest. How intriguing. Speaking of attending physicians, I happen to know a doctor with the surname Gu as well. However, his medical skills are rather poor, and he has quite a temper. We wouldn't be speaking of the same person, would we? Humph. I have no idea who you are talking about. Su Mingfei looked at Chu Ming with disdain. What kind of esteemed physician could you possibly know? Su Mingfei scrolled through her phone, checking a message, her smile widening that he is downstairs right now. He is far more reliable, gentler, and talented than you. In fact, his status in the capital surpasses yours. Su Mingfei sneered. Comparing you to him is like comparing heaven and earth. Is that so? Chu Ming burst into laughter, finding Su Mingfei's words amusing. The three prominent families of Linzhou City, the Yi and Zhao families, had already shown him great respect. Was there truly a more formidable young talent than him? He was eager to meet this individual. Wait, he will be here shortly. Su Mingfei gritted her teeth, shooting a glare at Chu Ming. She was quite displeased with the smug expression on his face. She even considered grabbing a plate nearby and hurling it at him, yet she restrained herself. Once her fiancé arrived, would Chu Ming not have to concede? Time passed slowly. 3 minutes, 6 minutes. Su Mingfei, where is your fiancé? Chu Ming inquired nonchalantly, that Su Mingfei's expression darkened. Just 3 minutes ago, she had messaged her fiancé, only to realize he had not responded, that he might not have arrived yet. She needed to wait a little longer. Su Mingfei forcibly suppressed her discontent. To maintain her dignity before Chu Ming, she could not afford to quarrel with her fiancé. While Su Mingfei had no updates. A message appeared on Chu Ming's phone. That IT was from the security captain, who had somehow obtained Chu Ming's phone number. The message was simple. Mr. Chu, we have stopped a doctor in a shirt who claims to be a guest of the 6th Fortune Pavilion. Do you know him? Upon reading the message, Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Had the guards truly stopped someone? Su Mingfei, it seems your fiancé has been detained by the security downstairs. Chu Ming remarked coolly. That it appears he did not come in formal attire. He must not value this gathering much. That Su Mingfei's expression became quite dramatic. That don't be ridiculous. How could he possibly be stopped by the guards downstairs? Su Mingfei gritted her teeth. I will call him right now. Su Mingfei dialed a number. Hello? Why haven't you come up yet? Dream Fei? These damn guards won't let me through. They say I am improperly dressed. What are you wearing? I had an emergency patient last night, and I was busy saving her, so I didn't change. How outrageous. Su Mingfei was furious. Hurry back and change into something proper before coming. Su Mingfei found it hard to believe that her usually reliable fiancé would falter at such a crucial moment. Dream Fei, I'm sorry. It will take me a long time to change. Why don't you have those damned guards let me in? You, Su Mingfei was fuming. Encountering some trouble? Chu Ming chuckled. No need for you to intervene personally. I will handle it. Chu Ming promptly dialed the security captain. Hello, Mr. Chu. The security captain on the other end spoke respectfully. Let that doctor in. He is my friend. Chu Ming said coolly, deliberately glancing at Su Mingfei's expression as he emphasized the word friend. Su Mingfei's face darkened, reaching an extreme of displeasure. Yet Chu Ming felt quite pleased. Did you hear that? Let him through, yes. We will let him in right away, the security captain gasped, hastily complying. Chu Ming immediately hung up. His gaze settled lightly on Su Mingfei. That I have instructed them to allow him entry. That you have a VIP card for this place. Su Mingfei squinted her eyes, puzzled as to why Chu Ming could command the security of the Hongming Hotel. This was impossible. Chu Ming was not a local of Linzhou, and the prominent figures of Linzhou had no reason to give this useless young master face. Why should I have a card? Your fiancé could only enter because of me. Remember that. Chu Ming stated bluntly that Su Mingfei was infuriated to the point of nearly combusting. She had set up this banquet to embarrass Chu Ming, not to allow him to outshine her. At that moment, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. Dream Fei, I'm so sorry. I was busy saving an emergency patient. That's why I'm late. A young man in a shirt entered, panting heavily. The patient was on the verge of dying. Thankfully, I managed to save her. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Su Mingfei quickly stood up and pulled the shirt-clad young man beside her. She coldly sneered, looking at Chu Ming with derision, that he came to save someone, unlike you, who knows nothing apart from your Chu family background. Chu Ming abruptly lifted his head. His gaze met that of the shirt-clad young man, who suddenly froze. How is it you? Dr. Gu, we meet again, Chu Ming said softly. Upon hearing Su Mingfei mention that he was a doctor from the Gu family, he had already had some inkling. As expected, it was indeed Gu Yuding, the attending physician who had tried to drive Chu Ming away, only to be thoroughly humiliated by him. You. Why are you here? Gu Yuding was utterly astonished that he never expected to encounter Chu Ming at the Hongming Hotel. Surprised, Chu Ming chuckled that I heard you saved Zhao Yin'er last night. Is this the phone? Chu Ming's sudden inquiry left Gu Yuding momentarily dumbfounded. His face flushed red. He had done nothing last night. Zhao Yin'er was not saved by him. He had come dressed in a shirt today because he had been reprimanded by the hospital director due to the embarrassment from yesterday's incident, not because he had saved anyone. Do you two know each other? Su Mingfei was also taken aback. Know each other? How could we not? Chu Ming laughed heartily. Dr. Gu's performance yesterday truly opened my eyes. Gu Yuding's face darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that he would encounter Chu Ming at Su Mingfei's banquet, that if he had known, he would have never come to Su Mingfei furrowed her brow. She clearly had not noticed Gu Yuding's grim countenance. She coldly mocked Chu Ming. Do you think you are worthy of knowing our Yuding's capabilities? With your limited vision, save your breath. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming only smiled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, my limited perspective is not worthy of comparison to Dr. Gu. He deliberately emphasized the title Dr. Gu Yuding clenched his teeth, but remained silent. He had failed to even diagnose the patient's condition, while Chu Ming had effortlessly awakened the patient. Although he was clueless as to how Chu Ming accomplished it, yesterday's display of impotent rage had already cost him significant face. It is good that you recognize your own limitations. Su Mingfei became increasingly animated as she spoke. You, a worthless individual who relies solely on extortion. What do you understand? It was evident that Su Mingfei harbored profound resentment towards Chu Ming for his previous actions. The resources provided to you by the Chu family have gone to waste, and now you possess not even a modicum of strength. Did you think I would willingly be your fiancé? You are akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Now, look at you. Without an engagement, you are left with nothing while I am united with Yu Ting. Tell me, what do you possess that could possibly compare to Yu Ting? Chu Ming, you have truly disappointed me. Su Mingfei regarded Chu Ming with disdain. After unleashing this barrage of scornful remarks, she felt a sense of exhilaration. How dare this scion of the 9th family in the capital bully her? Ah, Su Mingfei, your sharp tongue remains as biting as ever, Chu Ming retorted with a scoff. Indeed, you are correct. I do enjoy extortion, especially when it comes to your Su family. Do you take pride in that? Su Mingfei, incensed, demanded, do you even grasp the significance of Yu Ting's identity? What identity? Chu Ming countered that he is the biological son of the head of the Gu family. Su Mingfei replied with a cold smirk. Infinitely superior to a squanderer from the Chu family. Ah, I see, and no wonder you have such confidence today. Chu Ming chuckled. He turned his gaze towards Gu Yuting, noticing that the redness in his face had faded, indicating that Su Mingfei's words had instilled a flicker of confidence in him. Chu Ming, is it? Gu Yuting inquired coldly. What? Does Dr. Gu not recognize me? It seems my impression yesterday was rather lackluster. Chu Ming replied with a smile that Ji Yuting's face turned ashen, as if he had just tasted something foul. Chu Ming, do not overstep your bounds. I am a member of the Gu family, while you are merely a descendant of a third-rate family. What audacity do you have to challenge me? Indeed, how can a scion of a third-rate family be so brazen? Su Mingfei scoffed. If I didn't know better, I would think you were from the Qin family. Whether I am from the Qin family or not is inconsequential. This is Lingzhou City, not the capital. Chu Ming's expression hardened. You two causing a ruckus in Lingzhou City is rather inappropriate. Don't you think? Chu Ming had anticipated that the two would quiet down, but he was swiftly besieged. However, he had come prepared, for Lingzhou City was not to be trifled with. The three prominent families were formidable. Take the Hongming Hotel, for instance. Do you think you, a worthless young master, can fathom the power of the Zhao group behind it? Whether I can fathom it or not is irrelevant, but I certainly have influence over the Hongming Hotel. Chu Ming replied with a light smile, clapping his hands. Suddenly, the door to the private room burst open, and 7 or 8 security personnel clad in black rushed in. These individuals were all under Chu Ming's command and were affiliated with the Hongming Hotel. Seeing this unfold, Su Mingfei's gaze turned icy. Chu Ming, what are you planning? Nothing in particular, merely demonstrating that this so-called worthless young master possesses some capabilities. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly that Su Mingfei coldly laughed. She picked up her phone and sent a message. Chu Ming, you may call for help, but so can I. There are over 20 members of the Su family in the adjacent room. I advise you not to be too reckless. Su Mingfei was not one to be trifled with. She had ensured that her family's people were positioned in the nearby room to restrain Chu Ming and deliver him a blow. You wish to contend with us? You are far too naive. Gu Yuting added with a sneer. You dare to think you can teach our Fei a lesson? Naive. Ha. Chu Ming laughed heartily. That be by all means, summon your people from the next room. I'm eager to see just how capable you are. Su Mingfei. But remember, those were your words. Do not regret them. With a determined bite of her lip, Su Mingfei dialed a number that in mere moments, the individuals from the adjacent room would come rushing in. Would Chu Ming not be begging for mercy then? 1 minute. 2 minutes. Su Mingfei was utterly shocked when her call went unanswered. Impossible. Why are they not answering? She stood frozen, unable to comprehend why her elite Su family members would fail her at such a crucial moment. Are you referring to this phone? A black-clad security guard behind Chu Ming presented a golden Apple phone to him. Chu Ming pushed it towards Su Mingfei, revealing her phone number on the screen. This revelation left Su Mingfei in disbelief. In no way. How could this phone be in your possession? Her eyes widened in astonishment. This phone was property of the Su family. How could it possibly be here? Ha, you had a trump card and so did I, Chu Ming scoffed. And it seems your trump card is rather flimsy. Chu Ming, how did you manage this? Su Mingfei narrowed her eyes, unable to fathom how this phone ended up in his hands. If the people in the adjacent room were... Su Mingfei's complexion turned pale at this thought. Have you pieced it together? Chu Ming smiled faintly. While we were exchanging pleasantries, my people have already incapacitated those you stationed next door. If you were counting on them, I fear you are out of luck. His words drained the color from Su Mingfei's face, and beside her, Gu Yuting's brows furrowed in shock. Did Chu Ming anticipate that Su Mingfei would resort to such tactics? Tang Lin, Chu Ming called out in a low voice, at your service. Tang Lin stepped into the room, flanked by 2 black-clad security personnel who carried in an unconscious, burly man. Young Master Ming, the person has been brought. She addressed Chu Ming with deference. She had not accompanied him merely for show. She had executed this task with precision. Thanks to the acquisition of the Hongming Hotel, they were well aware of the identities of every guest in each room. Tang Lin had stormed in single-handedly, delivering a barrage of strikes to the Su family members. Now, the adjacent room was filled with the moans of incapacitated Su family members, and the golden Apple phone had been confiscated from their leader. Su Guobao, Su Mingfei was taken aback. He is one of our family's elite. How could this happen? Surprised. Chu Ming's gaze fixed on Su Mingfei as he scoffed at Su Mingfei after spending so many days in the Chu family. Did you truly not know Tang Lin's prowess? A mere elite. She wouldn't even bat an EY. Su Mingfei's breath hitched. This time, she had truly miscalculated. Fei Fei, do not be disheartened, Gu Yuting whispered to her. I just sent a message to a master from our Gu family. He is nearby and will arrive in 5 minutes, as long as we can hold Chu Ming off. Those present will be of no consequence. Hearing this, Su Mingfei's heart soared with hope. Yuting, are you being truthful? She inquired, lowering her voice that of course. Gu Yuting replied with a cold smirk. That master is exceptionally strong. The people Chu Ming has brought are no match for him. How intriguing. Su Mingfei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She regarded Chu Ming with newfound intensity. Chu Ming, you truly are impressive. I have fallen to you once again, Dada. You possess skill. Do not leave. I am eager to see just how capable you truly are. Chu Ming declared with mirth that in that moment. All three individuals harbored their own thoughts, unconsciously revealing faint smiles. Tang Lin. Chu Ming called softly to at your service. Serve the dishes, he stated casually. Let us not allow Miss Su and Dr. Gu to go hungry. After all, there is an entertaining spectacle to witness shortly. Yes, Tang Lin cast a meaningful glance at Chu Ming before withdrawing. Indeed, a captivating show was about to unfold, that Su Mingfei, too, smiled. Chu Ming, do be sure to eat well. Otherwise, you may find yourself in discomfort later. I am no longer your fiancé. There is no need for your concern. Chu Ming replied coolly. Lest anyone think I still have ties with you. That would be rather nauseating. You! Su Mingfei's anger flared. Chu Ming's abrupt retort caused her to clench her fists, and she genuinely wished to slap him across the face. Dream Fei. Calm down, Gu Yuting said softly. This Chu Ming can only laugh for now. Once our Gu family's master arrives, I assure you he will not be smiling anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Mingfei inhaled deeply. She shot a fierce glare at Chu Ming, falling silent, that in merely 5 minutes. Under Tang Lin's urging, the hotel promptly served a considerable array of dishes. Moreover, the establishment graciously presented Chu Ming with a fine bottle of wine. The Gu Yuting and Su Mingfei were too preoccupied to indulge in food or drink. Both engrossed in their phones. Suddenly, a glimmer of amusement appeared on Gu Yuting's face. Mingfei, he has arrived. Arrived? Su Mingfei's face could hardly conceal her delight. Wonderful. Just as their words faded, the door to the private room swung open once more. A robust middle-aged man clad in plain attire stepped inside. Young Master Ting, I apologize for my tardiness. The man bowed gently to Gu Yuting. As he rose, an imposing aura enveloped the entire room. The black-clad security guards visibly shifted at the sight of him, that he had yet to make a move, but merely standing there exuded a presence that left others feeling faint. Even Tang Lin, upon seeing this man in plain clothes, couldn't help but display a sliver of apprehension that a Qi warrior. Chu Ming's eyes sparkled. According to the eccentric author's setting, martial artists could condense a force known as Qi upon reaching a certain stage. This realm was both challenging and accessible. Tang Lin, endowed with exceptional talent and supported by the Chu family's techniques, had already half-stepped into the realm of Qi warriors. Yet, even without reaching that level, she was formidable compared to many. Clearly, this Qi warrior was not to be trifled with. Come, let me introduce you. This is Chu Ming, young Master Chu, Gu Yuting said with a smile, laced with sarcasm. Young Master Chu is the scion of the Chu family, one of the 9 great families in the capital. Gu Yuting's words were tinged with mockery. So, it's young Master Chu. The middle-aged man replied that I am Gu Guofei, one of young Master Ting's bodyguards. Should anyone pose a threat to him, I shall intervene. His gaze fixed fiercely on Chu Ming, clearly issuing a warning that in response to Gu Guofei's intimidation. Chu Ming merely smiled lightly. Dr. Gu, is this the reinforcement you called for? He glanced at Gu Guofei and scoffed. I dare say, it's nothing remarkable. What did you say? Gu Yuding's expression darkened suddenly, that he had anticipated that Chu Ming would temper his attitude under Gu Guofei's intimidation. Never did he expect Chu Ming to utter such words. Chu Ming, do not overstep your bounds, Gu Yuding warned. Even if you have the numbers, it won't be enough for Uncle Gu to handle alone. As the heir of the Gu family, Gu Yuding was acutely aware of Gu Guofei's prowess. He was supremely confident that even Tang Lin, backing Chu Ming, could not contend with Gu Guofei. Indeed, do you really think you, Chu Ming, can challenge us? Su Mingfei sneered. You might as well give up. Chapter 49. Is this the person you called for? Su Mingfei mocked, directing her gaze at Chu Ming. Chu Ming, however, remained unfazed. You mean him? He gestured lightly toward Gu Guofei, chuckling. Surely, you two don't believe that such prowess could compel me, Chu Ming, to bow my head? He had already cultivated the third layer of the eternal devil's path, placing him at the level of an inner strength master. Would he truly be intimidated by a Qi warrior? That would be a jest indeed. Tool me? Gu Yuding slammed the table, coldly declaring, at this point, are you still being obstinate? Now that the Gu family's expert had arrived, Chu Ming remained audacious. Did he truly believe Gu Yuding would not dare to act against him? Exactly, Su Mingfei scoffed. You must be terrified inside, putting on a brave front. Ha! Chu Ming suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Su Mingfei frowned, her voice icy. Did I laugh at you both like a pair of clowns? Chu Ming retorted, no. Frog in a well is a more fitting description. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. That Gu Yuding's forehead throbbed with veins. That it was the first time someone had called him a clown. Uncle Gu, there's no need to show him mercy. Take action. With Gu Yuding's command, Gu Guofei immediately advanced. What do you intend to do? Tang Lin's expression changed, and she swiftly positioned herself in front of Gu Guofei. She threw a punch, which Gu Guofei effortlessly deflected. Woman, get lost. Gu Guofei coldly snorted, seizing Tang Lin's arm and tossing her aside. Tang Lin crashed against the wall, pain shooting through her back, causing her to break into a cold sweat. It was only then she realized that Gu Guofei had already condensed his qi. Young Master Ming, quickly. Tang Lin instinctively began, but her words were cut off by Chu Ming. Tang Lin, step aside. I will handle this. Young Master. Tang Lin spoke urgently. That I said, step aside, Chu Ming repeated firmly. Understood. Tang Lin reluctantly complied, retreating several steps. She watched helplessly as Gu Guofei approached Chu Ming. That in that instant, Gu Guofei pressed down on Chu Ming's shoulder. Young Master Chu, my apologies. That Gu Guofei's eyes hardened, his right arm suddenly exerting force that he intended to lift Chu Ming from his seat. Yet the next second, nothing happened. What? Gu Guofei was taken aback. That in his imagination. This grasp should have easily lifted Chu Ming's slight frame, flinging him out forcefully. Yet, he could not budge Chu Ming an inch. Have you not eaten? Chu Ming spoke nonchalantly, put a bit more effort into it. My shoulder is quite stiff, his words echoed in the private room. Both Gu Yuding and Su Mingfei wore expressions of astonishment. Did Gu Guofei hold back? Uncle Gu, I said, no need to show him mercy. Gu Yuding barked. Use your full strength. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. Cold sweat beaded on Gu Guofei's forehead. Only he knew that he truly had exerted all his strength. Yet Chu Ming remained utterly unmoved. Did you hear? Your young master has ordered you to use full strength. Chu Ming admonished. Are you incapable of understanding simple instructions? This remark elicited a furious glare from Gu Guofei, while the other occupants of the room wore equally bewildered expressions. Whose side was Chu Ming truly on? Gritting his teeth, Gu Guofei tightened his grip on Chu Ming's shoulder, his qi surging violently. He could not fathom that Chu Ming would remain unscathed under the intense pressure of his qi. The chair behind Chu Ming began to crack. That a martial artist's condensed qi surpassed that of ordinary humans, reaching a terrifying level. Yet after several seconds passed, Chu Ming remained unyielding. Impossible. Gu Guofei could hardly believe it. This Chu Ming was merely a waste of a young master from the Chu family. How could he possibly counteract his strength? Uncle Gu, what are you doing? Gu Yuding roared in rage. Take action. Gu Guofei found himself at a loss for words that he wanted to act. But despite his full force grasping Chu Ming, he felt as if he were trying to move a boulder, utterly immovable. Is this how it ends? Chu Ming suddenly stood. Turning his head, he cracked his neck, the sound of bones echoing clearly. Now it's my turn. That a fierce glint flashed in Chu Ming's eyes as he unleashed a punch toward Gu Guofei. The strike was as swift as lightning, leaving Gu Guofei no time to react. That in an instant, he felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, collapsing inward. Blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. Boom! To the astonishment of all present, Gu Guofei's body flew backward, crashing through the door of the private room, landing in a heap outside. He struggled to rise, but the searing pain in his chest forced him to collapse once more. Gu Guofei could not rise again. Tang Lin's expression shifted, and she quickly checked Gu Guofei's pulse. Thankfully, he had merely fainted. As she turned back, she noticed an eerie silence had enveloped the room. Not only Gu Yuding and Su Mingfei, but even the black-clad security guards stood agape, staring at Chu Ming. This hulking middle-aged man was undeniably a master, yet he had been felled by a single punch from Chu Ming. It was utterly bewildering. Dr. Gu, is this the person you summoned? Chu Ming chuckled, gazing at Su Mingfei and Gu Yuding. With such skill, even I could easily overpower him. It's truly pathetic. Gu Yuding's countenance darkened to a shade of iron. He clenched his teeth, attempting to refute Chu Ming's words, yet found no grounds for a rebuttal. Gu Guofei's prowess was acknowledged by the Gu family. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched for protection. Yet why? Had Gu Guofei been sent flying by Chu Ming's punch? Gu Yuding could not comprehend it. Dr. Gu, do you have nothing to say? Chu Ming inquired with a smile, or perhaps you find yourself at a loss for words. Faced with Chu Ming's taunts, Gu Yuding's expression grew increasingly grim. Su Mingfei was equally agitated. Chu Ming, you are being insufferably arrogant. Su Mingfei declared, this time in Linzhou City, my Su family does not have many people. Oh, are you implying that you can summon more people? Chu Ming slowly sat down, fixing his gaze on Su Mingfei. I would indeed like to see just how much power you possess. Chu Ming, let me make it clear. At my command, dozens of experts will rush over from outside. Su Mingfei huffed. If you wish to tear our relationship apart today, I shall gladly oblige. Chapter 50. Who is shameless? 20 experts. Are they not still calling for help? Su Mingfei, what on earth occupies your mind? Chu Ming remained unfazed upon hearing this, even stifling a chuckle. Do you truly believe that if I can handle the individuals you arranged next door, I cannot deal with the 20 or so experts you have brought in? I, Chu Ming, declare today that the Homing Hotel is entirely under my command. Do you wish to compare the number of people at your disposal? Very well, feel free to try. Chu Ming's words elicited a hearty laugh from Su Mingfei. Chu Ming, who do you think you are? You claim the Homing Hotel is yours. Have you acquired it? Ha, for once you were correct. Chu Ming scoffed, making a sudden gesture. The bodyguards in black behind him immediately bowed, exclaiming, Good day, Mr. Chu. This scene left Gu Yuding and Su Mingfei utterly astonished. How could this be? Su Mingfei's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Just then, a female manager dressed in white entered the private room. Upon seeing her, Su Mingfei's eyes brightened. Manager Zhao, you have arrived just in time. This Chu fellow claims that the Homing Hotel belongs to him. You must, before Su Mingfei could finish, Manager Zhao approached Chu Ming and bowed deeply. This action rendered Su Mingfei speechless. Her words abruptly cut off. Mr. Chu, this is the exquisite wine you requested Miss Tang to bring. Manager Zhao flashed a flattering smile as she elegantly placed the ice-filled bottle on the dining table. From this day forth, you are the owner of the Homing Hotel. We humbly request your guidance. Well said. Chu Ming replied with a smile. Manager Zhao demonstrated considerable insight by assessing the situation and stepping forward. Since that is the case, I shall not intrude upon your meal any longer. with a sweet smile. She lightly tossed her hair and exited the private room. Outside, Gu Guofei was discreetly carried away at her behest. So, Su Mingfei, do you still doubt me? Chu Ming inquired with a grin. Chu Ming, you are truly insane. Su Mingfei's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. You purchased the Homing Hotel just to outdo me. Su Mingfei could hardly fathom that Chu Ming would take such a step. That the Homing Hotel was valued at no less than 500 to 600 million. To recoup that investment would require years. Could it be that a scion of a prestigious family would possess the audacity to acquire a hotel? Gu Yuding, standing nearby, was equally incredulous that as a direct descendant of the Gu family, he lacked the resources to purchase a seemingly useless 5-star hotel. Yet here was Chu Ming doing just that. And so what? Chu Ming remarked with a half-smile as he gazed at Su Mingfei. After all, this money is not from our Chu family, is it? Wouldn't you agree, Miss Su? This statement left Su Mingfei momentarily stunned, and she suddenly realized the implications. The funds had been extorted from the Su family by Chu Ming. He had not spent a single cent. Moreover, he had used that money to purchase the Hongming Hotel to slap her in the face. Upon comprehending the entire situation, Su Mingfei felt an overwhelming surge of rage. Shameless, Chu Ming. You are utterly shameless. Fuming, Su Mingfei glared at Chu Ming with clenched teeth. Shameless? Chu Ming's smile vanished at the utterance of those words. Over the past 2 years, you have indulged in the luxuries of the Chu family, consumed our resources, and used our wealth to acquire whatever you fancied. I merely expelled you a few days ago, and you have already found your next suitor. Chu Ming's gaze swept over Gu Yuding and Su Mingfei. In such a short span, Su Mingfei had secured a fiancé. How could it happen so swiftly? It was likely that during her prior engagement with Chu Ming, she had already lined up a backup. I suspect you have long intended to drain the Chu family's wealth and marry into another prestigious family. Have you not? Chu Ming sneered at Su Mingfei. Tell me, who is truly shameless here? Faced with Chu Ming's accusations, Su Mingfei found herself at a loss for words. Because what he said was undeniably true, that in her heart, she had indeed contemplated such schemes. Hence, for the past 2 years, she had kept her distance from Chu Ming, refusing even to hold his hand. Su Mingfei had never regarded Chu Ming as anything more than a cash cow, waiting for the day when she would exhaust the Chu family's resources and depart, at which point the Su family would take over all of the Chu family's assets. That was her secret plan. However, she had never anticipated that this seemingly inept young master would withstand familial pressures and use forceful measures to expel her from the Chu family. Chu Ming, our engagement was arranged by our parents, and I do not harbor any feelings for you. Is it not my prerogative to choose my path? Su Mingfei retorted coldly. You have your own choices? Chu Ming chuckled. And this Gu Yuding by your side is merely one of them, I presume? Suddenly, the private room fell silent. Even Gu Yuding, who had been seething with indignation, grew quiet as he glared at Chu Ming, his voice low and ominous. Chu Ming, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Can you not comprehend? Chu Ming laughed. Aside from the Gu family, Su Mingfei has also entangled herself with the young master of the Mo family in the capital. This revelation detonated like a bomb in the private room. Tang Lin's eyes widened in shock. She was aware of the relationship between Gu Yuding and Su Mingfei, but had never heard of Su Mingfei's involvement with the young master of the Mo family. Chu Ming, do not speak nonsense. Su Mingfei's complexion turned pale as she angrily retorted. This was a secret she had kept hidden. How could Chu Ming possibly know, apart from Su Guoqin? She had confided in no one. Even the Mo family was only aware of the young master, Mo Chen. If it is true, why not have Gu Yuding call the Mo family and confirm? You will soon find out, Chu Ming laughed. I believe your affair with Su Guoqin has already reached Mo Chen's ears. He is likely eager to rid himself of you by now, as a faithful reader of Rebirth of the Urban Demon King. Chu Ming was well aware of Su Mingfei's past. When the protagonist, Chu Kuang, stormed from Linzhou City to the capital, Su Mingfei had been accompanying Mo Yichen for drinks. It was through Mo Yichen that she had met Chu Kuang. Later, Su Mingfei had actively seduced Chu Kuang, aiding him in taking over the entire Chu family. That day marked the transition of power within the Chu family. Chu Ming remembered every detail of that plot. Su Mingfei's attempts at concealment were utterly futile. Chapter 51. The arrival of Xiao Mingyue. Chu Ming, do not push your luck. Faced with Chu Ming's words, Su Mingfei felt a mix of shame and fury. She was utterly baffled as to how Chu Ming had learned of her secrets. She had kept her relationship with Mo Yichen under wraps. It should have been impossible for anyone else to be privy to it. Surely, if Chu Ming were to speculate, he would not have been so accurate. Push my luck, Chu Ming chuckled. Did you ever consider the implications when you were indulging in the Chu family's resources? Even now, you exploit the Gu family's goodwill, spend their money, and deceive the Gu family's young master. Truly impressive. With a smirk, Chu Ming added, or is this merely a traditional art form of the Su family? Upon hearing this, Su Mingfei gritted her teeth in frustration. She glared at Chu Ming with such intensity that it seemed she wished to devour him whole. Jiyu Yuding, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, his voice low and serious. Mingfei, is what Chu Ming said true? Clearly, he was beginning to believe Chu Ming's assertions. Are you asking me if it is true? Gu Yuding, do you not understand how I have treated you? Su Mingfei suddenly burst into tears, feigning distress for Gu Yuding's sake. I end my time with the Chu family. I bought you gifts and sent messages, and now you choose to listen to this Chu fellow's nonsense. Su Mingfei's eyes turned red, and she soon cried pitifully, like a drenched flower. Chu Ming observed this scene coldly, in his memories. The original Chu Ming could never withstand Su Mingfei's tears. Each time, he would soften at the sight of her weeping, willingly becoming her devoted admirer. But the current Chu Ming was no longer that soft-hearted individual. Faced with Su Mingfei's tears, he even felt inclined to curse. You deserve it. Gu Yuding, I will state this clearly. Some individuals who dare to act once will not hesitate to do so again. Chu Ming offered Gu Yuding a knowing smile. You are an intelligent man. You should know what to do. Chu Ming refrained from elaborating further, leaving Gu Yuding with ample room for contemplation. This was his clever strategy. Should he speak too much, it might provoke Gu Yuding's suspicions, ultimately resulting in a loss. Confronted with Chu Ming's words, Gu Yuding took a deep breath that he found himself unable to make a definitive judgment. Indeed, Su Mingfei had previously used the Chu family's wealth to purchase extravagant gifts for him. Now that Su Mingfei was his fiancée, and the Gu family was well off, they would not begrudge her expenditures. What if Su Mingfei was merely employing the same tricks again? Mingfei, let us leave. Gu Yuding shot a cold glance at Chu Ming, grabbing Su Mingfei without further ado. Are you beginning to believe me? Su Mingfei halted her tears and lifted her gaze to Gu Yuding. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yuding hesitated momentarily. You do not trust me. Su Mingfei quickly understood Gu Yuding's attitude. Believe me, I believe you. Gu Yuding hastily assured her. Then why the hesitation? Su Mingfei, feeling aggrieved, stood up and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed as her hand struck Gu Yuding's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Grabbing her designer handbag, Su Mingfei dashed out of the room. Don't go. Chu Ming chuckled. We haven't even eaten yet. Chu Ming, you wait for me. Su Mingfei wiped away her tears and turned back, gritting her teeth in anger. I will not let you off. Initially, Su Mingfei had intended to confront Chu Ming, but unexpectedly, this incident unfolded. Her resentment towards him deepened. After her words, she left the private room in tears. Jiyu Yuding regained his senses. Calling out Mingfei, he hurriedly rose to pursue her. Dr. Gu, do not ruin your future. Chu Ming spoke softly. Jiyu Yuding shot a glare at Chu Ming, refraining from retorting, and rushed out. Observing this scene, Chu Ming shook his head with a sigh. He elegantly cut a piece of steak from his plate with a knife and fork, placing it into his mouth with meticulous precision. Young Master Ming, should I send someone to follow them? Tang Lin inquired promptly. Follow them. For what purpose? Chu Ming frowned. To have them return for another harsh word. Tang Lin was taken aback and immediately clarified, no. No. Let them go. Chu Ming smiled. Gu Yuding is indeed a clever man. He will surely comprehend the words I spoke today. As for Su Mingfei, she is certainly no virtuous person, that I am acutely aware of that I in the original narrative. She was dining at the Chu family's expense while flirting with other wealthy suitors. Gu Yuding is merely one among them. Chu Ming had not concealed today's events, but had instead openly communicated them to Gu Yuding, as he wished to witness Su Mingfei's reaction upon having her misdeeds exposed. It was indeed gratifying. Tang Lin, Chu Ming spoke gently, at your service. Tang Lin immediately bowed in response. These dishes have grown cold. Sit down and eat with me. Chu Ming suggested a Tang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Ming, that may not be appropriate. I am merely a guard. I command you to sit down. Chu Ming interjected, his brow furrowing. Do not make me repeat myself. Only then did Tang Lin. Her face flushed. Take a seat across from Chu Ming, in her memory. This was the first time he had invited her to dine together. Although she had grown up alongside him, his demeanor had always been one of commanding subordinates. Tang Lin was acutely aware of her own position. Could it be that Chu Ming harbored feelings for her? A tinge of embarrassment colored her cheeks. However, at that moment, Chu Ming's voice turned grave. Miss Mingyue, since you are here, do not hide. Come out and join us for a meal. His words resonated throughout the private room. Tang Lin's face registered surprise as she quickly glanced towards the door. Noticing a figure lingering at the entrance, a strand of long hair visible at the doorframe. Miss Mingyue, are you unwilling to enter? Chu Ming set down his knife and fork, his movements abruptly halted. Only then did Xiao Mingyue hesitantly step into the room. It's really you? Tang Lin exclaimed, astonished. Chu Ming did not turn around. How had he known Xiao Mingyue was outside? I presume you are here to convey your gratitude on behalf of your master? Chu Ming inquired gently, resuming his meal with deliberation. Yes, Xiao Mingyue bit her lip. My master told me you returned the scripture to him. Your master is quite something. Must he trouble you for such a trivial matter? Chu Ming chuckled. I assume there are other matters at hand. Xiao Mingyue abruptly raised her head, a mix of peculiarity and astonishment gracing her cool features. Chu Ming had accurately guessed her true intentions. The atmosphere in the private room fell silent. Chu Ming awaited Xiao Mingyue's response. Well, Xiao Mingyue hesitated. I am a classmate of Chu Kuang. And Yinners, given what has transpired, I wish... She hesitated for a considerable time before finally speaking. Her face flushed. I want you to protect me and Yin at school. This request left Tang Lin momentarily speechless. Miss Mingyue, you wish for young Master Ming to protect you, and Zhao Yin Tang Lin questioned incredulously. Yes. Xiao Mingyue quickly bowed to both of them. My master said you are a person of great capability, and I thought that with your protection. Her expression revealed her evident nervousness. She recognized that her request was rather abrupt. Miss Mingyue, Zhao Yinner's father is Zhao Dongcheng. Does she truly fear Chu Kuang's attacks? Tang Lin queried, perplexed. Moreover, your master is also a formidable expert. Isn't he seeking us a bit excessive? I understand. Xiao Mingyue's face was crimson, yet she spoke earnestly. I have a feeling that Chu Kuang is no ordinary person. Zhao Uncle's people may not be able to stop him. And my master must remain at Longyin Temple, making it impossible for him to intervene. Thus, so you came to find me, Chu Ming interjected with a smile, that he set down his knife and fork. Suddenly rising to face Xiao Mingyue, she was the heroine of rebirth of the urban underworld king. Her visit to seek Chu Ming had not taken him by surprise, for initially, the heroine had sought out the protagonist when she was bullied. However, due to Chu Ming's involvement, Chu Kuang had now become the antagonist, and he, the grand villain, was enjoying the privileges of the protagonist. That I asked it because you still feel uneasy. Chu Ming chuckled. I surmise that the protection of Zhao Dongcheng and your master's deterrence cannot alleviate your worries. The events of that night sowed seeds of fear in your heart. Am I correct? Xiao Mingyue bit her lip, the vivid hue of her lips contrasting sharply with her pallor. Yes, she nodded. I do not wish to experience that night again. Indeed, Xiao Mingyue was timid and genuinely frightened. While Zhao Dongqing's people might protect Zhao Nian'er, they could not guarantee her safety. Chu Kuang's target was her. The abbot Xuanji could not possibly be by her side at all times. Overwhelmed by fear, Xiao Mingyue had no choice but to seek Chu Ming's assistance. Miss Mingyue, this is a matter concerning your Longyin Temple. You. Tang Lin furrowed her brow, preparing to decline, but Chu Ming interjected. Very well, I accept your request, he smiled. Starting tomorrow, I will find a way to protect you and ensure that Chu Kuang does not lay a hand on you again. Chu Ming's response left Tang Lin momentarily speechless. She gazed at him in shock. Was this truly the same arrogant young master of the Chu family? Young Master Ming, you have many matters to attend to. Protecting her may not be appropriate. Tang Lin cautioned. What nonsense! Does Chu Ming have time to safeguard a high school girl? Does he consider himself her personal bodyguard? Enough, this matter is settled. Chu Ming waved his hand. Have someone escort Miss Mingyue home. Young Master Ming. Tang Lin suddenly grew anxious. Enough, Miss Mingyue is still present. Chu Ming reminded her. Though reluctant, Tang Lin fell silent. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Xiao Mingyue politely bowed her head. My master said you would certainly agree. And it seems he was correct, ditto. Chu Ming's interest was piqued. Your master is so certain? Yes, he said you seem to be a very agreeable person. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's expression darkened. What did it mean that he seemed to be a very agreeable person? That old monk didn't he seem to be entirely honest? With a grim face, Chu Ming stated, Enough, Tang Lin, attend to your duties. Understood, young Master Ming. Although Tang Lin felt unwilling, she complied with his command, escorting Xiao Mingyue back to Longyin Temple. The temple was not far, and merely 20 minutes later, Tang Lin returned to the private room. Her expression a mix of complexity as she regarded Chu Ming. Her mind was filled with deep questions. Young Master Ming, why did you agree to Xiao Mingyue's request? Tang Lin queried. We are not residents of Linzhou. Why should we concern ourselves with a matter related to Longyin Temple? Throughout her journey, she had pondered this question and concluded that Chu Ming aimed to curry favor with Longyin Temple. No, you are mistaken, Chu Ming replied, wiping his mouth with a napkin. My actions are solely for my own benefit. For your own benefit? Tang Lin was even more astonished. You have countless matters to address, such as dealing with Chu Kuang and the Su family. Does this conflict with protecting Xiao Mingyue? Chu Ming suddenly asked that of course it does. Tang Lin retorted without a moment's hesitation, her brows knitting tightly. Does it truly conflict? Chu Ming inquired again. Well, it certainly. Tang Lin's words faltered midway, realization dawning upon her. Young Master Ming, you mean to use Xiao Mingyue as a means to resolve the issue with Chu Kuang? Tang Lin inhaled deeply. But why complicate matters? We could directly confront Chu Kuang and dispatch someone to deal with him. Let me ask you, how many times have we tried to kill Chu Kuang? Chu Ming countered. Including the incident at Longyin Temple, there have been 2 attempts. Were we successful? No, Tang Lin furrowed her brows and said, but those 2 instances were merely accidents. Do you truly consider them mere coincidences? Chu Ming set down the wet wipes in his hand, lifted his gaze, and fixed a stare on Tang Lin. 1 Failure may be an accident, but 2, is it still an accident? Young Master Ming. What do you imply? Tang Lin inquired, her curiosity piqued. The old monk Xuanji stated that Chu Kuang possesses an adverse fate, and this matter is not without foundation, Chu Ming replied gravely. After several encounters, he had already sensed the peculiar fate surrounding Chu Kuang. The concept of fate may indeed seem nebulous, yet it undeniably exists. That foolish author has bestowed upon Chu Kuang such a fate. Hence, he finds himself unable to eliminate Chu Kuang directly. Young Master Ming, in my opinion, we should organize another assassination attempt. It is bound to succeed, Tang Lin declared through gritted teeth, for the previous 2 failures were mere accidents. She remained skeptical of the existence of fate. You may attempt it, Chu Ming chuckled, but the situation is not as simple as you perceive. Chu Ming's agreement with Xiao Mingyue stemmed from a deeper motive. He intended to rely on her, the female protagonist, to propel the plot forward. With the advancement of the storyline and the accumulation of plot points, eliminating Chu Kuang would become significantly easier. Chapter 53. Failure to kill upon hearing Chu Ming's words. Tang Lin gritted her teeth. That I shall try. I do not believe in this superstition that my subordinates will arrange for our Chu family's most formidable assassins to ensure the target's demise. Chu Ming suddenly smiled. Go ahead. I await your good news. He turned the plate before him, gazing at Tang Lin. Remember, do not reveal your whereabouts. Chu Kuang is not as easy to deal with as you imagine, young Master Ming. Just wait. I shall prove to you that the previous two failures were mere coincidences, Tang Lin asserted resolutely. She had no faith in the so-called concept of fate. Chu Ming raised his glass of red wine. Gently swirling it, he watched as Tang Lin departed, and the bodyguards in black tactfully followed her out. The private room was finally left with only Chu Ming. One misstep leads to another. Chu Ming rose and gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window at the scenery of Linzhou City. Suddenly, he drained the glass of red wine in one gulp. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Eliminate the King of Death. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. He lightly squeezed the glass of wine, and the sound of shattering glass resonated abruptly, shards scattering across the floor. Merely half an hour later, Tang Lin had arrived at the banks of Shaoran Lake with her entourage. This was a renowned natural lake in Linzhou City, infamous for the frequent suicides that occurred here a few years prior. People believed it was haunted by water ghosts, thus deterring visitors, especially at night. Chu Kuang had been traced to this vicinity. Report the target's location. Tang Lin spoke in a low voice. Yes. Her subordinate immediately rose, utilizing night vision goggles to scan the area around Shaoran Lake. Soon, they located Chu Kuang's figure by the lakeside. Team Tang, we have identified the target. Excellent, Tang Lin said with determination in her eyes. Did Chu Ming not claim that I could not eliminate this Chu Kuang? I shall now prove him wrong. She ordered deploy Team A to observe the target's situation. Acting with caution, Tang Lin waved her hand decisively. Understood. Her subordinates swiftly mobilized in mere moments. Over 10 black-clad assassins had positioned themselves within 50 meters of Chu Kuang. Team Tang, Team A is in place. Well done, Tang Lin replied, lowering her voice. Team B's snipers, prepare to eliminate the target. Tang Lin's tone was grave. The last time, for reasons unknown, Chu Kuang had escaped, although blood had been left at the scene. His survival indicated a failed operation. During the incident at Longyin Temple, she had never anticipated that a high school student could defeat so many in an instant. With 2 defeats under her belt and the mention of fate by Chu Ming, Tang Lin felt a strong sense of indignation. For Chu Ming, she was willing to stain her hands with blood. Team C, take your positions to prevent the target from entering the water again. Tang Lin continued issuing commands. This time, she had truly set a trap. She refused to believe that a mere Chu Kuang could evade her grasp. Yes, Team Tang. They responded in unison, cloaked in the darkness as they encircled Shaoran Lake. At that very moment, a high-velocity bullet shot forth from a high-rise overlooking the lake. In an instant, as he sat cross-legged by the lakeside, Chu Kuang abruptly opened his eyes, sniping. Chu Kuang's breath quickened as he faced an overwhelming threat to his life. With a sudden twist of his body, the bullet grazed his neck, merely 5 centimeters away. The tremendous force inflicted a wound upon him. Zhao Dongqing again. Chu Kuang spun around, directing his gaze toward the source of the bullet, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Tang Lin, peering through the telescope, witnessed the scene unfold. Has the target spotted us? Tang Lin's brows knitted in confusion. She could not fathom how Chu Kuang managed to evade a sniper's bullet. After all, ordinary individuals would lack the reflexes to dodge such a high-speed projectile, especially from a distance of 200 meters. Could it be that Chu Kuang truly possessed fate? No, that was impossible. It must be a coincidence. Tang Lin gritted her teeth. She refused to believe that Chu Kuang had the ability to evade such a high-speed sniper bullet. Team B, continue the assault, Tang Lin commanded coldly. Yes, came the subdued reply over the comms that in that instant, 2 bullets were fired simultaneously. The high-velocity projectile sliced through the air with a whistling sound that a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chu Kuang's eyes. Zhao Dongcheng, do you wish to see me dead? With a sudden pivot, Chu Kuang retreated like the wind. The 2 sniper bullets struck the ground, sparking as they fell. Chu Kuang raised his head, gazing at the location from which the bullets had originated. The coldness in his eyes was vividly captured by Tang Lin's telescope. Moonlight illuminated Chu Kuang, rendering his black hair inexplicably radiant, as if the king of death had descended. The sniper rifle appeared utterly ineffective against him. Tang Lin could hardly believe her eyes. What level of acute awareness must one possess to perfectly evade the onslaught of 2 bullets? Team A, Team C, advance. Execute a close-range kill of the target. Tang Lin inhaled sharply, suddenly issuing the command that if assassination proved futile, she would resort to force. These individuals were the elite of the Chu family, and armed with high-powered weaponry. Surely Chu Kuang could not withstand them. Hearing Tang Lin's orders, the hidden black-clad members immediately emerged, surrounding Chu Kuang. Each held a silenced pistol in hand. The sound of silenced gunfire echoed clearly in Tang Lin's earpiece. Yet before she could express her delight, Chu Kuang's figure traversed through the darkness. In the blink of an eye, one of the black-clad members was struck violently in the chest by Chu Kuang, causing their weapon to fall into his hands. What? Tang Lin was taken aback by the sight. This Chu Kuang could snatch a weapon amidst such overwhelming numbers. The sound of silenced gunfire erupted suddenly from the comms, to be why the time Tang Lin looked again. She discovered that Team A had been entirely wiped out, in just 3 minutes. Within that brief span, Chu Kuang had managed to eliminate over 10 individuals and successfully counterattack. How could this be possible? Team Tang run. He is not human. A panicked voice crackled through the comms. Tang Lin instinctively froze. She turned her gaze back, bit by bit. Under the moonlight, a blood-soaked figure emerged from the shadows, advancing slowly. The moonlight illuminated the bloodstains on his face, and his chilling gaze swept over everyone on the rooftop. So, it is you who wish to slay this king. Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes and softly inquired. His hoarse and deep voice reverberated in their hearts. Everyone was rendered speechless by fear, and Tang Lin was no exception. It was as if an unseen hand had tightened around her throat, making it difficult for her to utter a single word. I surmise that you are agents sent by Zhao Dongcheng. Are you not? It seems that after taking action against Zhao Nianer, he has swiftly retaliated. Chu Kuang let out a chilling laugh, his gaze imbued with malevolence. Unfortunately for you, you will not be able to kill me. Chu Kuang tore apart his blood-stained clothing, wiping the crimson smudges from his face. In that fleeting moment, he moved with a swiftness that left him standing before a black-clad assassin. The assassin in black was gripped by terror, on the verge of fleeing. Yet Chu Kuang seized him by the throat. Crack! With a fierce twist, the assassin's neck was instantly broken. His complexion turned pale, and his pupils began to dilate. But he was dead. On the rooftop, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. That was a highly trained elite from the Chu family, unable to withstand a single strike from Chu Kuang. How could this be possible? Next, who shall it be? Chu Kuang licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, the metallic taste igniting his fervent bloodlust. In the underworld, he had slaughtered thousands, all in pursuit of honing his craft. The thrill of killing had entranced him. It appears it is your turn. Chu Kuang's smile was icy as he struck with ferocity. In a mere second, another black-clad assassin met his end in despair. His neck crushed. Kill, protect Captain Tang. Suddenly, a black-clad assassin among the crowd rose, shouting as he brandished a sniper rifle that he aimed at Chu Kuang and fired. The recoil sent him stumbling back several steps. The high-velocity bullet shot forth, hurtling towards Chu Kuang's figure. Unmoved, Chu Kuang allowed the bullet to pass by, merely tearing a fragment of his clothing. There was no need to dodge such an imprecise shot. It seems you wish for an early demise. Chu Kuang's smile was cruel as he swiftly grasped the assassin's throat. The assassin's face reddened, struggling in vain. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. And soon he breathed his last, another one down. Tang Lin gasped for breath. She had witnessed death before, but never in such a merciless manner. This Chu Kuang was truly a demon of the mortal realm. The expressions on your faces are quite amusing. Chu Kuang laughed heartily that in the span of merely half a minute, all the black-clad assassins lay lifeless at his feet. Blood stained the moonlit night. The sight of the corpses made Tang Lin tremble, retreating until she stood at the edge of the rooftop. Under the moonlight, Chu Kuang turned his gaze toward Tang Lin. "You are the last one." His hoarse voice echoed in the night breeze, instilling terror. The Dio not come any closer. Tang Lin's face drained of color and fear. She regretted not heeding Chu Ming's warning. This Chu Kuang was indeed beyond her capacity to confront. A woman. Chu Kuang cackled, finding it amusing. "Dare to challenge me, the king? Then let your death be all the more agonizing." In an instant, Chu Kuang transformed into a whirlwind, charging towards Tang Lin. Terrified, she shut her eyes. At that very moment, a figure in black appeared abruptly. He clashed with Chu Kuang's palm. The force of their confrontation sent Chu Kuang staggering back several dozen steps, crashing into a water pipe on the rooftop. Impossible. Chu Kuang was taken aback, staring ahead. Before Tang Lin stood a man clad in a black cloak, wearing a black hood and a mask depicting the King of Hell. "Who are you?" Chu Kuang squeaked, coldly scrutinizing the masked figure. "You may call me the King of Hell." The man replied with a slight smile. The King of Hell. Upon hearing this title, Chu Kuang's breath became noticeably heavier. Only he could rightfully bear the title of the King of Hell. Who else on this blue-white planet could be called such? "Do you have any idea what you are saying?" Chu Kuang's gaze turned frigid, his murderous intent surging. "I certainly do." The man in black chuckled. "I am indeed called the King of Hell. What do you intend to do about it?" "Very well. A fine King of Hell indeed." Chu Kuang scoffed. "I shall see what abilities you possess, King." Moonlight cascaded down. In an instant, Chu Kuang surged forward, unleashing a powerful gust towards the man in black. Mere child's play. The man in black remained unfazed, extending his right palm that as Chu Kuang landed. He exerted tremendous force. An invisible internal force erupted. What? Chu Kuang did not anticipate the overwhelming power of this internal force. It struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to cough up blood and fly backwards several dozen meters. "It seems you lack considerable skill as well." The man in black laughed heartily that he was Chu Ming. Fearing recognition by Chu Kuang, he had donned the cloak and mask. This was his first encounter with the protagonist. Yet he seemed to have the upper hand. Excellent, truly excellent. Chu Kuang wiped the blood from his lips, glaring at Chu Ming with irritation. "Congratulations. You have successfully provoked my wrath." "Provoked your wrath?" Chu Ming laughed heartily, his gaze suddenly turning cold. "Listen, not only do I intend to provoke you today, I also intend to kill you." Chapter 55. The protagonist is panicked. The cold wind howled. Chu Ming's black cloak flapped wildly in the gust. Across from him, Chu Kuang's chest heaved as he gazed at Chu Ming. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. "You wish to kill me?" Chu Kuang found it amusing, asking where Chu Ming had been while he reigned supreme in the underworld. "Just based on you. Do you even know who I am?" Chu Kuang's words hung in the frigid air, chilling to the bone. Chu Ming's gaze sharpened as he swiftly approached Chu Kuang. With a powerful punch, he struck Chu Kuang's chest. The force of his internal energy crashed down like a hammer, striking Chu Kuang with immense impact. Chu Kuang's eyes widened as he coughed up blood, slamming against the wall. "I do not care who you are," Chu Ming coldly snorted. "You are about to become a corpse, so why bother asking?" Chu Ming unleashed his full strength in that punch, having reached the third level of the Eternal Underworld technique. His power surpassed that of an internal energy master. Meanwhile, Chu Kuang could only muster the peak strength of a Qi warrior, but he could indeed kill Chu Kuang. However, what Chu Ming failed to notice was that his black phone in his inner pocket suddenly vibrated. The howling wind billowed Chu Ming's cloak, further dispersing the bloodstains on Chu Kuang's attire. "You dare lay a hand on me?" Chu Kuang panted, blood staining the corners of his mouth. In that moment, he resembled a wounded beast, weak yet fiercely dangerous. "I am the king. I will make you acknowledge me as such." Chu Ming swung a punch, striking Chu Kuang in the face. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending Chu Kuang flying once more. "You are courting death." Having been subjected to several blows from Chu Ming's unorthodox attacks, Chu Kuang's fury reached its zenith. As the king of hell, he had never been so humiliated, especially not by someone from this inferior world. Gradually rising, his dark eyes glimmered ominously under the moonlight. Suddenly, a crimson hue flickered within his pupils. Underworld, ancient nightmare, calamity to all living beings, the annihilation of deities. The path of slaying gods, the cycle ends, revealing the eternal. A colossal force of the underworld erupted from within Chu Kuang. Beneath the full moon, his complexion paled further, yet his pupils transformed entirely into a shade of crimson. This was his slaughter form. Chu Ming observed the scene with a cold gaze, then suddenly smiled. "Good. Underworld, ancient nightmare, calamity to all living beings. The annihilation of deities, the path of slaying gods, the cycle ends, revealing the eternal." At that moment, Chu Ming's pupils also turned blood-red. However, unlike Chu Kuang, beneath his blood-red gaze lay a calm demeanor. He was not consumed by the desire to kill. Under the radiant moonlight, two pairs of blood-red eyes locked in a fierce gaze amidst the howling wind. Chu Ming remained composed, while Chu Kuang was filled with disbelief. "Why? How do you possess the power of the underworld? This is impossible." Chu Kuang was utterly horrified. This underworld technique was an exclusive existence he had extracted from the laws of the underworld. In this rebirth, reversing the flow of time and space meant that the underworld technique had yet to manifest in this world. Yet, why did this masked figure cloaked in black, bearing the visage of the king of hell, possess it? How could this be? What impossibility? Chu Ming smiled faintly. "I told you, I am the king of hell. How is it possible for you to be the king of hell?" Chu Kuang murmured, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his head. How can you be the king of hell?" Amidst the howling wind, Chu Kuang transformed into a flash of crimson light, hurtling towards Chu Ming. "Sir, be careful," Tang Lin, standing at the edge of the rooftop, shouted urgently. In the next moment, the stationary Chu Ming vanished. Chu Kuang's punch crashed against the stone surface of the rooftop, creating a deep crater. "I warned you. You cannot defeat me." When he reappeared, Chu Ming was already positioned behind Chu Kuang. He delivered a punch, fully unleashing the power of the third level of Eternal Underworld technique. Now, both possessed the same technique, yet Chu Ming's mastery was superior. Though Chu Ming lacked certainty in subduing Chu Kuang, he was confident that this underworld technique would thoroughly terrify the protagonist. Chu Kuang, boom. The might of a single punch caused Chu Kuang to spout a mouthful of fresh blood as he fell to the ground, rolling in a pitiful manner. Ultimately, he came to rest at the edge of the rooftop. Should he fall, it would be a perilous drop of 100 meters. Given his current strength, such a fall would mean certain death. "Impossible. I am the king of the underworld. I am the king of the underworld." In the blood-red depths of Chu Kuang's pupils lay a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Trembling, he lifted his gaze toward Chu Ming. "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" A flicker of terror finally appeared in Chu Kuang's eyes. It had been a long time since he had felt such an emotion. Yet, the emergence of Chu Ming today reignited his fear. Despite having been reborn, possessing the techniques of the underworld, and bearing the memories of the king of the underworld for 9,000 years, why was he losing to this figure in a black cloak? "Are you unwilling to accept this?" Chu Ming replied coldly. Then let that be your discontent, that I have come here solely to eliminate you. With measured steps, Chu Ming approached Chu Kuang. Should he send Chu Kuang plummeting from the heights? There would be no doubt of his demise. This was not a cliff where the protagonist could cling to life and return with secrets. This was the city, a perfect grave for the protagonist. Chu Kuang. Energy began to coalesce in Chu Ming's right palm. Lying on the ground, Chu Kuang watched Chu Ming's movements, his breathing quickening, that he understood all too well that if he were to truly endure the impact of Chu Ming's strike, he would die here, flee. At that moment, Chu Kuang no longer cared for the dignity of the king of the underworld. He was indifferent to his identity as a king. He merely wished to escape, to survive. Under the hand of this figure in the King Yin mask, he must live. In that fleeting instant, Chu Kuang retrieved a pill from his pocket and crushed it with great force. A violet mist spread forth, enveloping Chu Kuang's figure entirely. Chu Ming's gaze sharpened, and he dashed into the violet haze. Yet when he dispersed the mist, he discovered that Chu Kuang had already vanished from sight. Boom! At that moment, the rooftop door behind him was suddenly flung open, and a bloodied shadow rushed into Mr. King of the Underworld. He has escaped. Tang Lin promptly alerted. It seemed this king of the underworld. Chu Kuang was quite cunning. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes and immediately gave chase. Having severely wounded Chu Kuang tonight, perhaps he could finally rid himself of this threat. As long as he could eliminate Chu Kuang, Chu Ming would be able to rest easy. He descended swiftly, following the trail of blood that dripped continuously from Chu Kuang. After sacrificing so many trump cards, he must eradicate you today, no matter what. Chu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he gazed at the bloodied trail leading away before him. Chapter 56. The protagonist's fortune on a dark and windy night. A shadow in black flitted through the trees beside Shaoran Lake. Suddenly, his footsteps halted at the lake's edge. The blood trail ceased here. With a flick of his black cloak, Chu Ming utilized the light by the lakeside to discern the path of the blood. The droplets of blood seemed to have been drawn directly into the lake, vanishing without a trace. This blood-soaked Chu Kuang dared to plunge into the water. Chu Ming stared into the dark waters of the lake. He had heard the legends surrounding Shaoran Lake. It was said to harbor water ghosts, with several individuals meeting their end there each year. Chu Kuang's leap into those depths was akin to courting death. Is it truly over? Uncertainty flickered in Chu Ming's eyes as he hesitated that if he recklessly dove into the water, the risks would increase substantially. It was not worth it. Let the Yi family seal off the entire Shaoran Lake. One must see the living and the dead. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming made his decision. Suddenly, he felt his black phone vibrating in his inner pocket. He quickly retrieved it. Earlier during the battle, the phone had vibrated several times, but Chu Ming had paid it no mind. Now, as he looked at the screen, a multitude of notifications caused his breath to quicken. You have received 10 messages from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check. 10. Chu Ming paused, swiftly tapping on the notifications to view the contents. Congratulations. Your attack had a significant effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Story points 50. Congratulations. Your attack had an extremely strong effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Story points 100. Congratulations. Your attack had a significant effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Story points 50. Congratulations. Your attack had a significant effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Story points 50. Congratulations. Your attack had a fatal effect on the original protagonist. Reward. Story points 100. As he read the first 5 notifications, Chu Ming stood frozen in place. What was this? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. What did it mean that his attack had a significant effect on the original protagonist? There were also mentions of extremely strong and fatal effects. Suddenly, he recalled the moments of battle with Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang had endured a fair number of his punches. Could it be that attacks on the protagonist directly converted into story points? Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he had found the accumulation of story points to be slow. But this recent bout of direct action had unexpectedly granted him a considerable influx of points. And there was more. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming glanced at the remaining notifications. Congratulations on successfully reversing the original plot. Story points 100. Reward. Disguise Technique 1. Relevant item has been credited to your account. Please swipe to collect. Congratulations. Through your relentless efforts, you have advanced the plot. Current plot progress. 4. Additional reward. Story points 20. Note: the original protagonist's fortune index, 96. Advancing the plot significantly weakens the protagonist's fortune while enhancing the user. Fortune. Upon seeing these characters, Chu Ming instantly understood. Indeed, his previous speculation was correct. The 2 times he had failed to kill this Chu Kuang had been due to the fact that Chu Kuang was the protagonist. Protagonists possess fortune. This is common knowledge. Urban novel protagonists have urban fortune. Fantasy novel protagonists possess fantasy fortune, and historical novel protagonists carry historical fortune. Chu Ming's gaze grew complex. The app suggested that as long as he could identify the points of plot advancement, he could wrest the protagonist's fortune away, thereby eliminating him. After pondering for a moment, he recalled that he had attempted to kill Chu Kuang 3 times in total. Yet, none of those attempts had succeeded. This time he had come close, but Chu Kuang had managed to slip away into Shaoran Lake. This made Chu Ming inevitably believe in the existence of fortune. Alas, it seems that eliminating the protagonist is not so simple. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, clenching his fist that he was the great antagonist of this narrative that so long as the protagonist lived, he would eventually find himself at the mercy of the protagonist, that time. He would either die or face death. A scenario Chu Ming wished to avoid. He prepared for 2 contingencies. First, to heed the app's guidance and proceed cautiously. Once the protagonist's fortune dipped below 50, he would have a greater chance of killing him. Second, to continue seeking opportunities to eliminate this Chu Kuang. Though a 4 chance may seem low, it was not entirely impossible. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming gazed at the pale expanse of Shaoran Lake, his eyes shimmering with intense, murderous intent. Slowly, he removed the King Yin mask from his face. Forgive me, but I have decided to claim the title of King of the Underworld. Chu Ming spoke softly, his figure vanishing into the biting wind. Merely 20 minutes later, the Yi family's forces arrived at the scene. Following Chu Ming's orders, Yi Long led the team personally. Shaoran Lake was neither vast nor small. But as one of the 3 major families of Linzhou City, the Yi family was capable of sealing it off. Under the Yi family's blockade, the situation of the entire Shaoran Lake was under Chu Ming's control. However, the Yi family did not discover the Chu Kuang who had crawled up from the lake. 2 hours later, at Chiyue Lake, Chu Ming had already returned. Yi Long's report suddenly came through on the phone. Mr. Chu, we have sealed off all areas of Shaoran Lake, but we have yet to locate the target. Yi Long's voice was tinged with anxiety, fearing Chu Ming's reprimand. 2 hours had passed, and they still had not found the target? Hearing this, Chu Ming's eyes narrowed sharply. Once again, the result was the same. How had Chu Kuang managed to escape from such tight security? Could it truly be attributed to fortune? Mr. Chu, this matter cannot be blamed on us. Yi Long said nervously that we have sealed off the entire area as per your command, with over 200 personnel dispatched, yet we still have not found that individual you mentioned. Yi Long's voice carried a tone of helplessness and grievance. He tentatively inquired, Mr. Chu, did you truly see that person jump into Shaoran Lake? Are you doubting me? Chu Ming replied coldly that I dare not. Yi Long's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he hurriedly responded. If this individual is still alive, he must have emerged by now. Yet he is not. Could it be that he has perished in the waters? Yi Long cautioned Chu Ming, Mr. Chu. After all, Shaoran Lake has long been associated with legends of water ghosts. Every year, people die there. It cannot be mere coincidence. Impossible. Chu Ming immediately refuted. The target is not so easily killed. You must continue searching. We must locate this individual. Chu Ming refused to believe that the protagonist could perish so simply. Chapter 57. Disguise Techniques. If Chu Kuang had not perished, he must have successfully escaped. Chu Ming was perplexed. unable to fathom how the protagonist consistently evaded such stringent pursuits. This was the second occurrence. How had he managed to flee despite his severe injuries? Chu Ming was utterly confounded. He had dispatched individuals to seal off the entirety of Shaoren Lake. Even if Chu Kuang emerged from the waters, he should have been unable to evade the Yi family's relentless pursuit. As Chu Ming pondered, a gentle knock resonated at the door. Tang Lin pushed it open and entered the room. Ming Xiao. Chu Ming lifted his gaze, noticing the girl's pallid complexion, evidently shaken by the earlier events. At your back? Chu Ming inquired nonchalantly. Yes. Tang Lin nodded, hesitating before speaking. You were right. There truly is fortune surrounding Chu Kuang. Over 20 capable individuals from our Chu family have perished at his hands. I apologize. It was my recklessness that led to the loss of our brothers' lives. Please, punish me, Ming Xiao. Chu Ming regarded Tang Lin, whose expression was grave, that he sighed deeply. Alas, you must ensure that the fallen brothers are returned home, with generous compensation provided to their families. His expression darkened slightly. That I have told you before. Chu Kuang is indeed not someone we can eliminate. We must wait. Ming Xiao, I am guilty. Enough, Chu Ming interjected, waving his hand. Since the matter has transpired, I do not blame you. That I had not anticipated that Chu Kuang would now possess the audacity and capability to kill. According to the original narrative, the protagonist's first act of murder occurred only after he became a grandmaster. Energy warriors, internal force experts, masters, grandmasters. The protagonist was still merely an energy warrior and had already begun to take lives. This was indeed beyond Chu Ming's expectations. That, or perhaps it was his intervention that had precipitated the murder plot ahead of schedule. Ming Xiao, although our mission has failed this time, we have gained something. Tang Lin suddenly spoke. Gained something? Chu Ming turned abruptly to face her, questioning with curiosity. What have we gained? To be honest, it was thanks to a person named Ming Wang that I survived this time, Tang Lin reported. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, with the King of Hell's mask and a black cloak, coupled with a deliberately deepened voice, it was natural that Tang Lin had not recognized him. What of this Ming Wang? Chu Ming asked. His abilities are formidable. He was able to suppress Chu Kuang in combat. Moreover, Chu Kuang appeared quite astonished by his strength. Tang Lin praised that. That's so. He is that impressive. Chu Ming's interest was piqued, that he wished to hear Tang Lin's assessment of him. Not just impressive. His strikes were decisive and ruthless, leaving no opportunity for Chu Kuang. Tang Lin's eyes sparkled. Haha, if such a person truly exists, I would very much like to meet him. Chu Ming chuckled, rubbing his nose. That it seemed Tang Lin was genuinely unaware that this so-called Ming Wang was none other than himself. We indeed should meet him, Tang Lin asserted earnestly. Ming Xiao, such a master is worth our effort to recruit. If we can secure his assistance, we might successfully eliminate Chu Kuang and complete our mission. Chu Ming found himself in a predicament. He was Ming Wang. He was this very Ming Wang. What reason could he possibly have to recruit himself? Let us discuss this matter later. Our immediate priority is to locate Chu Kuang, he said with a wry smile. Ming Xiao, Tang Lin pressed urgently. He can indeed lend us a helping hand. I know, Chu Ming replied dismissively, but this is not the time for such discussions. We shall talk later. Seeing Chu Ming's demeanor, Tang Lin sighed softly. Beneath her beautiful gaze lay a hint of unease. The man known as Ming Wang had stepped forward during her most perilous moment. That alone was sufficient. Were it not for him, Tang Lin might have already fallen victim to Chu Kuang. You may leave now, Chu Ming said, noticing Tang Lin's lingering presence. You haven't slept all night. Go rest. Ming Xiao about Ming Wang. Tang Lin hesitated. Chu Ming's eyes suddenly hardened. Tang Lin, witnessing his expression, halted mid-sentence and awkwardly exited the room. Left alone, Chu Ming mused, surely, this girl does not harbor feelings for me. He shook his head and chuckled ruefully. The identity of Ming Wang was a secret he would not reveal to a second soul. There exists no impenetrable wall in this world. Should the protagonist discover that he was Ming Wang, it would undoubtedly invite unnecessary complications. Though he had triumphed over Chu Kuang in the previous night's battle, it was not enough. Chu Ming contemplated, I must continue to suppress him until the protagonist's fortune is exhausted. I absolutely cannot afford to grant him the opportunity for resurgence. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a black phone from his pocket. I previously obtained a prize titled Disguise Techniques that I have yet to examine. Chu Ming promptly opened the app's items section, where he indeed found a book with a yellow cover. He pressed on the book's description. Disguise Techniques, a method researched by the judge of the underworld, Chui Yu, allowing one to alter their appearance for extended periods that if cultivated to the pinnacle, it may yield miraculous effects. Now, this is intriguing. Chu Ming's spirit soared. He had been troubled about how to protect Xiao Mingyue without revealing his identity to Chu Kuang. Now, a solution presented itself. Let us give it a try. I wonder how many points it requires. Chu Ming clicked on the use option displayed on the page that the disguise techniques transformed into a branch of the skill tree. Still 574 plot points. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Ming felt elated. It felt as if he had struck it rich. As long as it relates to the protagonist, the points are notably abundant. Chu Ming mused, it seems I should actively oppose the protagonist from now on. Although he had failed to eliminate Chu Kuang this time, there would be future opportunities. With this thought, Chu Ming ceased to dwell on the issue of fortune. His gaze fell upon the skill tree. Disguise Techniques had a total of 3 tiers. The first tier required 300 points, the second tier 3,000, and the third tier a staggering 30,000. That upon seeing such a multitude of zeros, Chu Ming's expression changed dramatically. This disguise technique is quite the scam. Accumulating 3,000 points may be feasible, but 30,000? How could that ever be attainable? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. That seems they are deliberately preventing me from learning the third tier. Fine, I shall first invest in the first tier and see what happens. Resigned, Chu Ming spent 300 plot points to fully acquire the first tier of disguise techniques. Chapter 58. Do not approach. Congratulations! Successfully acquired. Disguise techniques. Remaining plot points, 274. The system notification startled Chu Ming momentarily. That I have learned it already. He touched his face, finding no noticeable change. Thus, he activated the front camera on his phone to take a selfie. No changes at all. Chu Ming frowned. His gaze suddenly landed on a document on the table. That was Chu Kuang's identity information, complete with a photograph. In that instant, Chu Ming's visage altered. He transformed into Chu Kuang. By the heavens! Chu Ming nearly dropped his phone in shock. The face of Chu Kuang appeared on his phone screen, indeed a terrifying sight. After regaining his composure and glancing at the screen once more, he realized that the individual depicted was not Chu Kuang, but himself, albeit with the features of Chu Kuang. How astonishing! Chu Ming inhaled deeply, examining his reflection, that he noticed he had indeed transformed considerably, now resembling Chu Kuang. He appeared significantly younger, that he then rubbed his nose and forehead. He was certain he had become Chu Kuang. This is fascinating. Chu Ming laughed heartily, that if he were to commit misdeeds while bearing this face, he could easily pin the blame on Chu Kuang. However, how does one revert to their original appearance? Chu Ming tugged at his own features, discovering it seemed he could not change back. Surely not. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. While he was pleased to have become Chu Kuang, remaining in this form indefinitely would be far from delightful. At that moment, the door to the room swung open abruptly. Chu Ming froze. Yi Long entered. His complexion ashen, head bowed. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. Yi Long dared not lift his head, trembling as he spoke. It is my inadequacy for failing to capture Chu Kuang. We are diligently searching for him. Please, sensing Chu Ming's breathing becoming more rapid, Yi Long slowly raised his gaze. The moment he beheld Chu Ming's countenance, he froze in shock. Chu Ming was equally stunned. The two stared at each other, eyes wide with disbelief, as the atmosphere plunged into an icy silence. Why you, Chu Kuang? Yi Long's eyes widened in alarm as he staggered back 2 steps. "What are you doing here?" Chu Ming found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain that why Yi Long. "Listen to me. Do not speak." Yi Long trembled, hastily retrieving his phone from his pocket, prepared to make a call. Chu Kuang was a dangerous individual. He had first-hand experience that he needed to contact Chu Ming and others immediately. This time, there was no way they could allow Chu Kuang to escape. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ming's feelings were complex that he stepped forward a few paces, preparing to explain. "Yi Long, don't come any closer." Upon seeing Chu Ming advance, Yi Long bellowed in fury. After his outburst, Yi Long trembled and retreated several steps, creating distance between himself and Chu Ming. "Did I warn you? Do not even think about doing anything to me. Now that you are here, there is no chance of escape." Yi Long's back was drenched in cold sweat as he regarded Chu Ming with palpable trepidation. The phone in his hand had already been dialed. As long as he could summon help, this Chu Kuang would undoubtedly be trapped. "Alas, you have forced my hand." Chu Ming sighed in that instant. He suddenly darted to the side, materializing directly behind Yi Long. "You." Yi Long had yet to react when Chu Ming's claw-like hand gripped his shoulder. The intense pain caused Yi Long to instantly lose consciousness. This Yi Long was truly troublesome. Chu Ming gazed at the unconscious figure of Yi Long sprawled on the ground. Letting out a deep sigh, he had never anticipated that just as he transformed into Chu Kuang, Yi Long would barge in. He had nearly summoned help to capture him. Capturing oneself? What kind of absurdity is this? What to do now that I still bear the visage of Chu Kuang? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, that he glanced at his reflection in the mirror and discovered no sign of his face returning to normal. Could it be that I am destined to live with this face for the rest of my life? Chu Ming began to feel uneasy. Just then, the door swung open again. "Ming Xiao, I heard a muffled sound just now." Tang Lin rushed over. However, upon seeing Chu Ming, her eyes widened in shock. Chu Kuang." Her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. She could not forget the harrowing experience of nearly being killed by Chu Kuang the previous night. "Wait, don't shout." In a moment of desperation, Chu Ming swiftly moved and embraced Tang Lin, covering her mouth. Tang Lin struggled violently, but appeared powerless against Chu Ming's grip. "Tang Lin, it's me," Chu Ming whispered into her ear. Hearing his voice, Tang Lin froze for a moment, calming down. "Ming Xiao?" she tentatively called out. "Yes, it's me." Chu Ming released Tang Lin and closed the door behind him. Tang Lin turned around, and upon seeing Chu Ming again, she finally exhaled in relief that "It really is you." Carefully scrutinizing Chu Ming's face, she wondered, how could I have mistaken him for Chu Kuang just now? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming took out his phone to check his reflection. His face had returned. How strange. Could it be that I was controlling it myself? Chu Ming was utterly perplexed. "Ming Xiao, you nearly scared me to death. Just now, your face looked so much like Chu Kuang." Tang Lin patted her chest. She had only narrowly escaped death at the hands of Chu Kuang the previous night, and now encountering him again nearly made her legs go weak. The brutal methods of Chu Kuang were still fresh in her memory. "You must have seen it wrong." Chu Ming laughed heartily. "How could I possibly resemble Chu Kuang? A slight similarity is to be expected. After all, he is also somewhat a member of the Chu family. Perhaps I truly did see it wrong." Tang Lin scrutinized Chu Ming once more. The current Chu Ming was indeed Chu Ming. Could it be that I was simply too fatigued, leading to an illusion? Suddenly, she noticed Yi Long lying on the ground behind Chu Ming. "What is Yi Long doing here?" Tang Lin was taken aback. Duh. Chu Ming inhaled deeply, his expression slightly awkward. He had forgotten about the unconscious Yi Long on the floor. This fellow had charged in, and upon seeing his face, had screamed in terror. Chu Ming cleared his throat. "Perhaps he mistook me for Chu Kuang." Tang Lin cast a puzzled glance at Chu Ming, remaining silent. "You both are utterly exhausted. You should rest while I arrange for someone to take Yi Long back to rest as well." Chu Kuang rubbed his nose, chuckling, "A brief rest will surely do him good." Chapter 59. The faceless man. Tang Lin nodded skeptically at Chu Ming. Seizing the opportunity, she took another look at Chu Ming's features. That IT was indeed Ming Xiao. Could it be that I was truly too fatigued? Tang Lin was utterly baffled. She could not comprehend why she had mistaken Chu Ming for Chu Kuang moments ago. All right, go ahead. Chu Ming escorted Tang Lin to the door. You worked hard last night. I will consider what you mentioned. Yes, Ming Xiao. Tang Lin nodded obediently as she exited. Chu Ming closed the door, letting out a long sigh of relief that he had narrowly avoided being discovered by Tang Lin. This technique of disguise still required further study. Chu Ming examined his reflection in the mirror, contemplating the potential efficacy of mastering this art. Logically speaking, since it was called the art of disguise, it should not only transform others, but also allow for subtle adjustments to one's own appearance. Chu Ming took a deep breath, mentally reciting the incantation for the art of disguise. Suddenly, he pinched his nose. That a miraculous scene unfolded. His nose elongated as if made of rubber, stretching to 1/2 meter in length. How intriguing! Chu Ming laughed heartily, affirming that his hypothesis was indeed correct. He hastily began to alter his face, aiming to create a countenance that would not be recognized by others. The nose needed to be lowered a bit more, the face made smaller, the eyes larger, the eyebrows longer. Chu Ming meticulously adjusted his features in the mirror. In the end, he transformed into a bizarre-looking individual. One eye was large while the other was disproportionately small. His nose was nearly invisible, and his face resembled a cone. Oh no, my clumsiness! Chu Ming stared at his reflection, nearly fainting at the sight of his grotesque appearance. This visage was hideously unique, entirely unmatchable in this world. What to do now? Should I call upon that girl Tang Lin for assistance? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. No. If she were to discover that I possessed such abilities, it would surely frighten her to death, gazing at the abominable visage in the mirror. Chu Ming steeled himself. And turning back now, he resolved, deciding to erase all distinctive features. Chu Ming proceeded to repeat the incantation for the art of disguise, smoothing out his eyes, nose, and other features. He became a faceless man. This form was undoubtedly an improvement over the previous one, though it retained an unsettling air. Chu Ming's emotions were complex as he looked at the face in the mirror. It was certainly an improvement over his prior grotesque appearance. And he could only find solace in that moment. Yi Long, who had been lying on the ground, groggily began to rise. Why am I here? Yi Long was bewildered, feeling an intense pain in his shoulder. Suddenly, he recalled everything that had transpired. That's right, Chu Kuang. Yi Long swiftly scanned his surroundings and spotted Chu Ming. The faceless Chu Ming. Yi Long froze, his complexion paling dramatically. Yi Long's body trembled. This was even more terrifying than encountering Chu Kuang. Here, there existed a faceless monster. Why are you awake again? Chu Ming furrowed his brow as he approached Yi Long. Don't come any closer, Yi Long shouted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, Chu Ming continued to advance step by step. Yi Long's face turned ghostly pale, and soon after, he fainted once more. He fainted just like that. Chu Ming patted Yi Long's face. Well, it's better this way. It saves me from unnecessary trouble. Chu Ming cast a helpless glance at the unconscious Yi Long. He needed to establish a distinct appearance promptly to facilitate his upcoming plans. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming acknowledged that if this continued, Yi Long would likely scare himself to death today. He quickly retrieved his own photograph and a photo of Chu Kuang. It was undeniable that, being from the same family, Chu Kuang bore a resemblance to him, by making slight adjustments to the features that were similar. While keeping the rest unchanged, he should achieve an unexpectedly effective result. Chu Ming stood before the two photographs and began to fine-tune his appearance. In just an hour, he stood before the mirror, examining himself from various angles. This should be able to deceive Chu Kuang while still allowing others to recognize me. Chu Ming smiled that he altered several features to be less similar to Chu Kuang, ensuring that even if Chu Kuang were to see him in this guise, he would not recognize him as Chu Ming. After all, it had been 9,000 years since they last met. Even if Chu Kuang were the king of the underworld, his memory could not possibly retain every detail to such an extent that it was precisely these details that Chu Ming had modified. However, others who saw Chu Ming would find him somewhat peculiar, but would still recognize him as Chu Ming. The remarkable aspect of this art of disguise lay precisely in this. Indeed, this was a marvelous tool. Chu Ming smiled slightly, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. With the assistance of this art of disguise, he could proceed with his plan to usurp the protagonist's fortune. The app had warned that as long as the plot progressed, he would successfully seize the fortune that originally belonged to the protagonist. Chu Ming opened his computer to examine the map of Linzhou City. The location of Linzhou High School was clearly marked on the map. If memory served, the school arc was about to commence that in the novel rebirth of the urban underworld king. The protagonist Chu Kuang harnessed the spiritual energy of Chiyue Lake and, leveraging Buddhist scriptures, developed a relationship with the female lead. Consequently, the delinquents in school who were infatuated with the female lead set their sights on him. Under Chu Kuang's ruthless methods, nearly all those delinquents ended up hospitalized. Even the school leaders who sought to protect them found themselves in trouble. Subsequently, the school leaders attempted to leverage connections to deal with Chu Kuang, only to be warned off by the Yi family. That moment, the experience was indeed exhilarating. Chu Ming let out a sigh. If these events were to materialize once more, the protagonist's fortune would undoubtedly increase again, which would be detrimental to me that I cannot afford to remain passive. Contemplating deeply, Chu Ming glanced at the still, unconscious Yi Long. Suddenly, an idea struck him that why Yi Long, awaken. Chu Ming gently tapped Yi Long's face, that why Yi Long remained unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, Chu Ming pinched Yi Long's philtrum with force that why Yi Long's eyes shot wide open as he startled awake from the ground. What the hell? Is there a ghost here? Yi Long? Are you confused from sleep? Chu Ming remarked coldly while giving Yi Long a light tap on the head, that why Yi Long winced in pain and quickly turned his head. Mr. Chu, he exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. What about Chu Kuang? And that faceless monster? What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Ming replied calmly. You collapsed the moment you entered. I was worried something had happened to you. Did I collapse the moment I entered? Yi Long was taken aback, examining his body. Aside from a slight soreness in his shoulder, he felt perfectly fine. Could it be that everything was merely a dream? Yi Long began to doubt himself. Chapter 60. The scheme at Linzhou High School. Enough of this. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively, that I need you to take care of something. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Yi Long immediately cast aside his wild thoughts. Mr. Chu, please instruct me. Find out how much it would cost to purchase Linzhou High School, Chu Ming commanded. What? Yi Long was startled. Purchase Linzhou High School? Why would you want to buy a high school, even if you wish to invest? You can't possibly squeeze money from the students. I told you to check, not to prattle on. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Chu Ming frowned at Mr. Chu. You misunderstand, Yi Long quickly clarified. Linzhou High School is a public institution. It can't be bought. However, if you were to fund the construction of a few buildings, your name might appear on the board of trustees. Chu Ming pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall give you a sum of money. Speak with the principal of Linzhou High School, and let him know I wish to teach there. Yi Long, upon hearing this, could hardly believe his ears. Young Master Ming, what did you just say? You want to teach at Linzhou High School? Why would someone of Chu Ming's stature want to teach at a public high school? Yes, you heard correctly, Chu Ming replied, clearing his throat. Also, find out which class Chu Kuang is in. I intend to teach that class. Upon hearing this, Yi Long immediately understood. Chu Ming was planning to infiltrate the tiger's den. Mr. Chu, you really don't need to go through all this trouble once Chu Kuang shows his face. We can arrange for a new assassination plan. You becoming a teacher, it's utterly absurd, Yi Long hesitantly suggested. You know nothing. Chu Ming glared at Yi Long, as I say, that if you dare to speak out of turn again. You want to be welcome here tomorrow. Why Yi Long's breath caught in his throat, but he sighed softly, and no matter how he reasoned with him, Chu Ming remained resolute. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Mr. Chu, if I may be so bold, how much is this sum of money you mentioned? In my estimation, 1 or 2 million should suffice that I can transfer from the Chiua Lake account shortly. How does that sound? Yilong said helplessly. 1 or 2 million is hardly sufficient. Chu Ming retorted angrily. Are you looking down on me? Then 3 or 4 million? Yilong ventured. Nonsense. Chu Ming scoffed, pulling a bank card from his pocket. 100 million. All to be invested in Linzhou High School. Yilong stood frozen in place upon hearing this. 100 million? He knew Chu Ming was wealthy, but he had no idea he was this affluent. With 100 million, not only could a high school be built, but an entire academy could be established. Are you certain? Yilong asked incredulously. Investing such a sum seems unwise. Is Linzhou High School facing financial difficulties? Then let us drop this sum on them. Chu Ming stated that I not only want a position on the board of trustees, but also the power that comes with it. Here is 100 million. Now go and take care of it. Yilong took a deep breath. Though he was a descendant of the Yi family, this was the first time he had ever handled such a large sum. Yi Wendong had always refrained from allowing Yilong to manage money, fearing he would mishandle it. Yet, here was Chu Ming placing such trust in him. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will see to it that everything is handled properly. Yilong exclaimed, visibly excited to go now. You have 2 days that if you fail, you know the consequences. Understood. Yilong solemnly tucked the bank card into his inner pocket. Watching Yilong's retreating figure, Chu Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. The commencement of the school arc may very well establish my position as a formidable antagonist. Chu Ming pondered for several moments. He must suppress Chu Kuang before he gains an upper hand. Moreover, he must not reveal his true identity. Chu Ming rose, gazing out at the ink-black sky. Dark clouds loomed, thunder crackled. It seemed a heavy rain was imminent in Linzhou City. Meanwhile, at the bottom of Shaoran Lake, there existed a waterway leading to another location. At the end of this waterway was a naturally formed cavern. The cavern was elevated, preventing the intrusion of lake water. Here sat Chu Kuang, meditating to recuperate. The wounds on his body gradually healed as he focused his energy, restoring 30% of his cultivation. Chu Kuang's breath was heavy as he suddenly opened his eyes. The heavens have not forsaken me. I have found a passage at the bottom of this lake to bring me here. Chu Kuang raised his head, surveying his surroundings. The cavern was neither large nor small, and the only entrance and exit was the waterway, allowing him to meditate in peace that he had not returned home tonight and was uncertain of his parents' well-being. A hint of worry flickered in Chu Kuang's eyes that he had stealthily slipped out of his home today, but if he failed to return by morning, it would surely cause his family concern. His rebirth was meant to seek justice for his family, to rise against the capital and confront Chu Ming. Yet, Chu Kuang never imagined that he would encounter multiple assassination attempts right at the onset of his cultivation. Who was that masked man in black last night? After recovering from his injuries, Chu Kuang couldn't help but reflect on the events of the previous night. That it was too bizarre. That person claimed to be the king of the underworld. He must know of my rebirth. Chu Kuang furrowed his brow, and furthermore, he could wield the techniques of the underworld, which was nearly impossible. Chu Kuang had initially believed that by employing the techniques of the underworld, he could regain some ground, only to discover that his opponent could also execute those very techniques, and moreover, his opponent's skills surpassed his own. This left Chu Kuang utterly perplexed. One strike from him had nearly depleted all the spiritual energy in his body, almost costing him his life. Chu Kuang took a deep breath, recalling the fierce battle from the previous night, a tinge of trepidation appearing in his eyes. That masked man's strike was lethal. If he hadn't moved his body to deflect it and used his spiritual energy to protect his vital points, he would have indeed perished last night. Who could that person be? Hundreds of figures flashed through Chu Kuang's mind that he even began to suspect that his time reversal had been discovered by someone else. That individual might have pursued him through the temporal passage of the underworld. After all, this was the weakest moment for the king of the underworld. Should he be slain now, the existence of the king of the underworld would be eradicated. To possess the ability to track through the temporal passage, could it be the demon lord of the Wuxing realm? Chu Kuang inhaled deeply, yet he dismissed his own conjecture. No, it cannot be him. It is said that the demon lord has gone missing. He would not appear here, nor would he have any reason to be my enemy. Then who could it possibly be? Chu Kuang furrowed his brow. If he could not ascertain the identity of that masked man in black, his journey of cultivation would be fraught with unease. Chapter 61. Principal Gu, if it's not the demon lord. Then who could it be? Chu Kuang pondered, unable to discern the identity of the black-clad figure who claimed to be the king of the underworld. Logically speaking, there should be no one who knows his secrets. Alas, Chu Kuang took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. If he could successfully break through to the third layer of the eternal underworld technique, he should be able to contend with that masked figure. Chu Kuang continued to meditate, harnessing the spiritual energy beneath Shaoran Lake, his injuries steadily healing. He was the king of the underworld and would certainly not perish here, that a day later, at the gates of Linzhou High School. It was Sunday, and the school was eerily quiet, yet a number of school officials stood at the entrance. "Everyone, who exactly are we here to welcome today?" a teacher inquired with confusion. "You don't know?" replied a robust middle-aged man in a black suit. He was Gu Hongxing, the vice principal of Linzhou High School. "That no one informed me. The principal was in such a hurry for us to come and greet someone that I'm utterly perplexed." "Indeed, I wasn't he told either. I just came along to meet too." Several teachers echoed, their expressions laden with confusion. "That I heard it's to welcome an investor." Gu Hongxing explained that an investor. "Is that really necessary to go through such elaborate preparations?" "You are mistaken. That investor is quite affluent and has expressed his intention to donate several buildings to us, as well as provide our high school with a complete set of equipment. With the total amount nearing 100 million. What did you say? 100 million? Upon hearing this, all those unaware were left dumbfounded, their breaths becoming noticeably heavier. When Linzhou High School was established, the initial funding was merely in the millions. Even accounting for inflation, it would not exceed 10 million to donate 100 million to a high school. Who is this person? Is he just burning through his wealth? As the crowd murmured, a black jeep appeared on the main road in front of the school. Silence fell. "The person has arrived." At the vice principal's reminder, everyone immediately lined the path. The black jeep came to a halt, and Yi Long jumped out from the passenger seat, respectfully opening the rear door. "Mr. Chu, Linzhou High School has arrived." A faint voice of acknowledgement emanated from within the jeep. Everyone craned their necks, curious to see what kind of person had the means to casually bestow 100 million upon Linzhou High School. Chu Ming alighted from the vehicle, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, Linzhou High School exuded an atmosphere conducive to learning. Chu Ming smiled. This was his first time visiting a place he had only read about in books. Upon seeing Chu Ming, the crowd gasped in surprise. They had expected someone with such financial capability to be an elderly gentleman, yet Chu Ming appeared remarkably youthful. "You are Mr. Chu?" Guo Hongxing stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, my surname is Guo, and I am the vice principal of Linzhou High School. Our principal has been waiting for you in the reception room for quite some time. "You're vice principal Guo?" Chu Ming glanced at him. "Indeed." Guo Hongxing smiled ingratiatingly. "Do you recognize me? I have heard of you." Chu Ming nodded. "That I am the original narrative." Guo Hongxing was a significant antagonist in the school arc. He had a son named Guo Jie, who had a conflict with Chu Kuang over Xiao Mingyue, resulting in Chu Kuang severely injuring Guo Jie and sending him to the hospital. Enraged, Guo Hongxing sought revenge against the protagonist, Chu Kuang, ultimately meeting a tragic fate himself. The author portrayed Guo Hongxing as a cunning, overly protective man, a petty individual. Chu Ming scrutinized Guo Hongxing a moment longer, and understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, the depiction was accurate. "In that case, Mr. Chu, please follow me." Guo Hongxing beamed, eagerly gesturing for Chu Ming to enter the school for a tour. Other teachers and school leaders hurriedly followed the two into Linzhou High School. Moments later, they arrived at the reception room, where an elderly gentleman in a gray suit was already seated. He possessed a commanding presence, his features sharp, and he wore a pair of reading glasses that added to his authority. "Principal Gu, it is a pleasure to meet you," Chu Ming exclaimed with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to shake his hand. "That I have heard much about you, Principal Gu Xingshu. You are indeed a prodigy in education." Surprised by Chu Ming's warmth, Principal Gu responded, "Mr. Chu seems to be quite familiar with my work." "Indeed. Your reputation precedes you." Chu Ming laughed heartily. "Precedes me?" Principal Gu was taken aback. After all, he was merely a high school principal. How could he be so renowned? Yet he would never know that the author had devoted considerable ink to his storyline, etching a deep impression of Principal Gu in Chu Ming's mind. Unlike Guo Hongxing, Principal Gu was known for his integrity, prioritizing the future of his students and refusing to bow to the powerful. That he had an older brother, Gu Xingwu, who held a position in the military. In the original plot, when Chu Kuang caused trouble, Principal Gu intended to expel him, but a phone call from Gu Xingwu thwarted his plans, marking the only regret of his tenure as principal. Chu Ming had come here to reverse that regret. But enough of that. Mr. Chu's presence at Linzhou High School truly brings us great honor. Principal Gu chuckled warmly. "Please have a seat. Let us discuss in detail." "Certainly," Chu Ming replied, beaming as he settled onto the sofa. Principal Gu personally brewed tea for Chu Ming. "That I must confess, we are indeed facing financial difficulties at our high school." Principal Gu sighed. "Last month, we constructed a few science laboratories to aid the students in grasping the knowledge from their textbooks, but the costs soared beyond our budget. It was clear that Principal Gu was willing to invest in the children's education. With a principal like you, Linzhou High School is truly fortunate." Chu Ming remarked with a smile. "Oh, Mr. Chu, you flatter me." Principal Gu humbly replied, "I am growing old and ineffectual. Otherwise, such a significant oversight would not have occurred. I even considered using my own funds to cover the financial shortfall, as I cannot bear to deduct from the students' allowances." Principal Gu's words left the others present with peculiar expressions. They found it hard to believe that Principal Gu would be so foolish as to use his own money. Only Chu Ming understood that Principal Gu indeed had done so. In fact, he had even borrowed money from his brother in the military. Thus, he had turned a blind eye to Chu Kuang's misdeeds. Chu Ming had a clear understanding of the kind of person Principal Gu was. "Since that is the case, let us get straight to the point," Chu Ming said with a smile. "This time, I will be investing 100 million into Linzhou High School." Upon hearing this figure, the breath of everyone in the room quickened. This was a substantial investment indeed. "Mr. Chu, there is no need to rush." Principal Gu replied calmly, "I would like to inquire about your expectations for Linzhou High School." Principal Gu was no fool. He understood that Chu Ming's willingness to invest such a substantial amount was not merely for a share of the students' meager returns. After all, 100 million was a figure that even the total annual tuition fees of all students combined would not cover even a tenth of. Chu Ming must have ulterior motives. "Expectations? Naturally, I have some." Chu Ming smiled. Upon hearing this, Principal Gu's heart tightened. Here it comes. Chu Ming's demands would surely be substantial. However, for the sake of the students, he was determined to meet any challenge. "Feel free to express your expectations." "Mr. Chu," Principal Gu gently urged, "that I have only one request." Chu Ming said, sipping his tea, "that I wish to be a teacher for Class 8 of the senior year." That a profound silence enveloped the reception room as everyone stared in disbelief. This was it. He was willing to invest 100 million just to become a teacher. Was Chu Ming out of his mind? "Mr. Chu, you wish to be a teacher for Class 8 of the senior year?" Principal Gu's brow furrowed. Even he had not anticipated this request. Teaching seniors came with stringent qualifications. "What qualifications do you hold?" Principal Gu probed cautiously. "Qualifications?" Chu Ming pondered for a moment. "Literature, that's simple. All it requires is reading the words in the textbook." "Literature." Principal Gu's expression darkened. That he pressed further. "Do you possess a teaching qualification in literature?" Chu Ming's hand, which had been set to place the teacup down, suddenly froze. That he had made a miscalculation. He did not possess such a credential. "It seems you do not." Principal Gu sighed. that in that case, I cannot allow you to take on the role of teacher. Upon hearing this, Yi Long, standing behind Chu Ming, widened his eyes in shock. Principal Gu, you must think this through. Rejecting Mr. Chu means losing out on a 100 million investment, Yi Long cautioned. His warning prompted other teachers to look at Principal Gu with concern. Could he truly afford to turn down such a significant investment? Principal Gu, what is your stance? Chu Ming inquired coolly. I am sorry, Mr. Chu. Principal Gu sighed. Without that qualification, I cannot allow you to become a teacher at Linzhou High School. The students are currently in their senior year, which is critical. If you disrupt their learning, I will be failing the 40-plus students in Class 8. Principal Guo Hongxing interjected urgently. That is 100 million. Our school is currently facing financial strain. How can you refuse? Other teachers echoed his sentiments. 100 million invested in Linzhou High School would not only improve the students' learning environment, but also enhance the teachers' welfare, directly impacting their salaries. How could they not be anxious at the thought of Principal Gu rejecting Chu Ming? Humans have a peculiar nature. When their self-interests are threatened, they often speak and act against their better judgment. How could 100 million simply be dismissed? Principal Gu's voice was resolute. That is the future of over 40 children, worth far more than 100 million. Even if Mr. Chu were to offer 10 billion or 100 billion today, I would not consent. Principal Gu's stance was unwavering. Hearing this, Chu Ming burst into laughter. He had not misjudged him. This Principal Gu was a man of integrity, and his 100 million was undoubtedly well spent. Since Principal Gu was adamant about my not becoming a teacher, so be it that as long as I can secure a respectable position within this school that relates to Class 8, I am open to alternatives. Chu Ming remarked, taking a step back, that he was not insistent on being a teacher after all. As long as it ensures the protection of Xiao Mingyue, seizing the protagonist's fortune is all that matters. How it is accomplished is of no concern to Chu Ming. Upon hearing this, Principal Gu hesitated momentarily. It must be said that Chu Ming's concession stirred his interest. Did he not desire the 100 million? He certainly did. However, having Chu Ming teach was not suitable. Principal, wasn't Xiao Zhang's position as Director of Education vacant since last week? Gu Hongxing promptly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Principal Gu's eyes brightened. Without the school's arrangement, the Director of Education could refrain from teaching any classes and merely oversee student discipline. Appointing Chu Ming to this role would be far more appropriate than as a subject teacher. Then may I invite Mr. Chu to be the Director of Education at our Linzhou High School? Principal Gu inquired, directing his gaze towards Chu Ming. Trading the position of Director of Education for an investment of 100 million is certainly not a loss. The Director of Education? That is acceptable. Chu Ming nodded. The authority of a Director of Education far surpasses that of a subject teacher. Should Chu Kuang cause trouble, he would possess both the means and standing to contain it. This would be advantageous for the progression of the plot and the usurpation of fortune. Then it's settled, Principal Gu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, rising to grasp Chu Ming's hand, that I shall arrange for someone to draft an employment contract immediately. Formally appointing you as the Director of Education at Linzhou High School. Principal Gu was direct in his manner. Chu Ming smiled in return. An investment of 100 million placed in Linzhou High School would undoubtedly compel Chu Kuang to pay the price. Yi Long, Chu Ming called out in a low voice. Yi Long immediately understood Chu Ming's intent and made a phone call. Merely 5 minutes later, a group of black-clad bodyguards from the Yi family rushed in, carrying several boxes. Mr. Chu, what is this? Principal Gu was taken aback by the scene. This is my sincerity, Chu Ming replied, clapping his hands. The black-clad bodyguards lined up and placed the boxes on the ground. All the teachers and school leaders stood in bewilderment, gazing at the unfolding spectacle, puzzled by Chu Ming's intentions. Open them, Chu Ming commanded, and the bodyguards promptly complied. Inside the boxes lay stacks of red banknotes, with each box filled to the brim. There were at least 10 boxes. This sight caused everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief, with some even betraying hints of greed and envy. This amounts to 20 million in cash. Chu Ming stated nonchalantly. These funds shall serve as the startup capital for the project, to spare you the hassle of dealing with the bank. The remaining sum will be transferred to the school's account by Yi Long. Principal Gu inhaled deeply, his gaze towards Chu Kuang now transformed. That Mr. Chu, with you at Linzhou High School, we are truly fortunate. Haha, henceforth we shall be colleagues, Principal. I hope you will extend your support, Chu Ming replied, a smile on his face. Principal Gu's demeanor shifted immediately. As long as you conduct yourself appropriately, I assure you that I will handle all other matters. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming chuckled. Chapter 63. Principal Gu's concerns. Chu Ming's purpose for coming to Linzhou High School was not to create chaos, but rather to eliminate those who do. That individual is named Chu Kuang. That I shall await your news, Principal. Chu Ming laughed heartily, turning to depart the reception room. That as he walked away, Principal Gu's brow furrowed as he observed Chu Ming's retreating figure alongside the piles of crimson banknotes on the floor. Principal, this is splendid. I initially thought this Chu was merely toying with us, Gu Hongxing said with a sycophantic smile. I never expected he would actually produce such a substantial amount, and in cash no less. Gu Hongxing had never seen so much money in his lifetime. That it must be acknowledged that the sight of such immense wealth could drive one to madness. You all are merely observing the surface and failing to perceive the underlying implications. Principal Gu gradually took his seat, gazing into his teacup with a sigh. Principal, should this investment negotiation be successful, you ought to be pleased, one teacher remarked. Why the long face? Indeed, we should celebrate this success. The teachers chimed in, filled with excitement, for once the investment materialized, their benefits would be assured. Increased personal gain is undoubtedly a favorable outcome. You are all too youthful, Principal Gu remarked, taking a sip of tea and speaking in a solemn tone. If Mr. Chu is spending such a vast sum, is it merely for the position of Director of Education? Why does he insist on being associated with Class 8 of the 3rd year? Why? The teachers questioned, perplexed. This suggests that being the Director of Education or a subject teacher is not his true objective. Principal Gu elucidated. He must have ulterior motives, and this aim is worth 100 million to him. But what about Class 8 of the 3rd year? What individuals or events could possibly merit such an expenditure? Gu Hongxing inquired, bewildered. That I do not know. Principal Gu shook his head. As long as he does not harm the students, I am indifferent. The others fell into contemplation. Chu Ming's motives were indeed intriguing, leaving many in a quandary. Let us observe the developments quietly, Principal Gu stated calmly. Xiao Gu. Yes, yes. Gu Hongxing responded hastily. Draft an employment contract. Ensuring to particularly note the school regulations. Should Mr. Chu violate them, he must be dismissed. What? Gu Hongxing was taken aback. Principal, this involves an investment of 100 million. Such a hasty statement may incite Mr. Chu's displeasure. And if he is displeased, Principal Gu replied nonchalantly, I have stated that I would rather forego this 100 million. Very well, Gu Hongxing reluctantly agreed. You all may proceed with arrangements and leave me to my solitude. Principal Gu spoke softly. The group departed, recognizing that what they perceived on Principal Gu's face was not joy, but rather concern. Gazing at the money on the floor, Principal Gu remained silent for a considerable time. Suddenly, he picked up his phone and made a call. The line connected swiftly. On the other end was his brother, who held a position in the military district. Brother, is that you? I need you to investigate someone. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. It was Monday, and the students returned to school early, some having stayed overnight. The bell rang repeatedly. The morning passed amidst the sounds of students reading and writing. Xiao Mingyue sat by the window, her expression somewhat dazed as she pondered the matter involving that person named Chu. Zhao Niner, unbeknownst to her, had taken a seat in front of Xiao Mingyue and, smiling, inquired, You seem lost in thought. That no, Xiao Mingyue retorted playfully. Chu Kuang has come to school today. And what of that? Zhao Niner responded, her expression changing upon hearing the name. That person has a few screws loose. I think it best you avoid any entanglements with him. That I certainly would not provoke him. Xiao Mingyue replied with a hint of bitterness. But during the morning classes, He glanced my way several times. Do you think he might? Xiao Mingyue's concern was palpable. The earlier incident on the playground left her shaken. Had it not been for Chu Ming's intervention, not only would her scriptures have been torn by Chu Kuang, but Zhao Yin'er would have ended up in the hospital. This was no trivial matter that I doubted. I have bodyguards with me. Zhao Yin'er retorted coldly that if he dares to act, I will ensure he is utterly disgraced. Teaching him a lesson about my capabilities. Although Zhao Dongqing had expressly forbidden Zhao Yin'er from provoking Chu Kuang, she still harbored resentment. Had it not been for Chu Kuang, she would not have encountered that scoundrel Chu Ming. Had it not been for Chu Kuang, she would not have been saved by that same scoundrel. Had it not been for Chu Kuang, she would not need to be accompanied by bodyguards. Living in constant fear. Actually, I want to seek Mr. Chu's assistance, Xiao Mingyue hesitated to admit. You sought him out? For what purpose? Zhao Yin'er was taken aback that I asked him to send someone to protect me. Xiao Mingyue confessed, her face flushing, that I know it must have put him in a difficult position, but he agreed that Mr. Chu is not the scoundrel you portray. In fact, I believe he is quite a good person. Mingyue, Zhao Yin'er exclaimed in despair, are you certain he has no ulterior motives? Do not forget, that night he made me complete so many practice papers. His vile demeanor, but Xiao Mingyue hesitated to what is there? Zhao Yin'er replied helplessly. Mingyue, you cannot possibly have feelings for that Chu Ming, can you? No, absolutely not. Xiao Mingyue quickly shook her head, her face turning crimson, that I merely think you may have misunderstood him. What misunderstanding could there be? If he has agreed to assist you, where is he now? Zhao Yin'er scoffed that I see him as simply afraid of Chu Kuang, too intimidated to show himself. This left Xiao Mingyue momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was already midday, and she had yet to catch a glimpse of Chu Ming. Then am I not correct? This is Linzhou High School. He is an outsider. Zhao Yin'er was only halfway through her sentence when she suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. She had seen Chu Ming walk past outside the window, nodding towards a beautiful female teacher, and oh way. Zhao Yin'er exclaimed, immediately rising to open the window and peer into the corridor that it was lunchtime. And only students roamed the hallway. Not a single teacher was in sight. Did I miss-see? Zhao Yin'er rubbed her eyes, still finding no trace of Chu Ming. Surely, I must have been mistaken. How could Chu Ming possibly be here? Zhao Yin'er took a deep breath and chuckled self-deprecatingly. What is wrong, Yin'er? What did you see? Xiao Mingyue looked at Zhao Yin'er with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend her actions. Chapter 64. Guojie no. Nothing, Zhao Yin'er replied, sitting down with a hint of frustration. She was certain she had misseen. Chu Ming could never come to the school, that I thought you saw something. Your face changed. Xiao Mingyue laughed. Alas, that wasn't the Chu fellow. Zhao Yin'er trailed off. Her eyes widened as she spotted Chu Ming outside the window, handing documents to a beautiful female teacher. Zhao Yin'er was convinced that this time it was no illusion. Chu Ming had truly arrived at Linzhou High School. Impossible. Zhao Yin'er exclaimed, rushing out the door. Did I in the corridor? There were no teachers, let alone Chu Ming. Did I hallucinate? Zhao Yin'er appeared bewildered. Just moments ago, she had seen Chu Ming right there. And in the span of opening a door, he had vanished, along with the beautiful teacher Yin'er. What on earth is wrong with you? Xiao Mingyue questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion, that you've been acting strange since earlier. I think I might have seen things. Zhao Yin'er returned to her seat, her face slightly pale. She could not fathom why she had seen Chu Ming. Logically, it was impossible. You just came back from the hospital. You must still be tired, Xiao Mingyue suggested with a smile. During gym class, you can take a nap while the teacher isn't looking. Zhao Yin'er nodded with a wry smile. Surely she had just been hallucinating. How could she have seen Chu Ming? As an outsider, he should not be here. Linzhou High School, being a national key institution, had always maintained strict access control, rarely allowing anyone in or out. There was no way Chu Ming could sneak in. Enough of that. Zhao Yin'er changed the subject. Mingyue, aside from that Chu Kuang, has anyone been bothering you recently? At this question, Xiao Mingyue's face flushed. She nodded. Recently, a guy named Guijie has been writing me love letters and sometimes comes to talk, asking me to be his girlfriend. Guijie? Zhao Yin'er paused, recalling the name. Isn't he the son of Vice Principal Guo Hongxing? I wouldn't know. Xiao Mingyue shook her head that I've rejected him multiple times, yet he still clings on. Xiao Mingyue looked troubled. She attended school solely to better access ancient texts in the future. She had no interest in the romantic entanglements of adolescence. Master Xuanji had once told her that all things in the world have their causes and effects. The Buddhist concept of cause and effect applied equally to relationships, which undergo cycles of arising and ceasing. Xiao Mingyue preferred not to delve into these matters, for without an arising, there could be no ceasing. Guijie, you say? Zhao Yin'er nodded. I understand. This afternoon during gym class, we happen to be with class 6 of the 3rd year. I'll have a word with that kid. Mingyue, remember this. You must be firm with such individuals. Otherwise, they'll keep coming back. Zhao Yin'er was also quite beautiful. Thus, at the beginning of the school year, many boys had attempted to pursue her, only to be swiftly rebuffed. Consequently, throughout her high school years, no one dared approach Zhao Yin'er with romantic intentions again. For that would be a fool's errand. Enough of that. Zhao Yin'er glanced at the time, realizing gym class was about to start, that I should head back. All right, Xiao Mingyue obediently nodded, watching Zhao Yin'er leave. Her gaze then shifted towards the window. Mr. Chu Ming. Will he really come? Time passed swiftly, and by afternoon, Chu Ming had spent the entire morning wandering the campus. Many teachers greeted him, and regardless of whether they were acquainted, Chu Ming returned their salutations. It seemed my affairs had already spread throughout Linzhou High School. He thought with a hint of delight that as he passed by class 8 of the 3rd year, he noted that Xiao Mingyue and Zhao Yin'er appeared to be fine. So there should be no issues. However, he had not anticipated that Chu Kuang had truly survived. This morning, Chu Ming had inquired about the situation in class 8 of the 3rd year. Chu Kuang sat in the corner of the classroom, appearing entirely unscathed from the severe injuries he had supposedly sustained. Clearly, the app had been correct. The protagonist possessed a certain fortune, and his odds of success were quite slim. Chu Ming felt a bit despondent. He had only progressed by 4%, that if he could advance by 30%, he would have a 30% chance of eliminating the protagonist, that he believed that with a 30% chance, he could create trouble for Chu Kuang daily, that IT was akin to a lottery. With a 30% probability, if he didn't win the first draw, he could try again and again until he struck the jackpot. He decided to continue wandering about, searching for opportunities to set traps. Clearing his throat, he donned casual attire and turned a corner from the teaching building, arriving at the playground. Numerous students were engaged in a game of soccer, while others were scattered across the basketball court and gym. This is Class 7 and Class 6 of the 3rd year. If I recall correctly, Zhao Yin'er should be in Class 7. Chu Ming thought silently. Suddenly, he noticed Zhao Yin'er approaching a dark-skinned boy beside a small storage shed at the corner of the playground. Something was amiss. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. Behind that shed lay a patch of concealed weeds. What were this boy and girl sneaking around for? Without a second thought, Chu Ming followed closely behind them, reaching the side of the shed. Utilizing the cover of a nearby discarded tire, he crouched down, positioning himself to overhear their conversation. Guijie, you should know why I called you here today, right? Zhao Yin'er spoke with an authoritative tone, reminiscent of her earlier threats to Chu Ming by the Chiyue Lake. Zhao, the young lady, made her intentions crystal clear. That I don't understand, Guijie replied, his voice low and evidently irritated. That don't pretend to be oblivious. Zhao Yin'er retorted angrily. I warn you, do not harass Mingyue anymore. She is not someone you can provoke. At this, Chu Ming's understanding deepened. It appeared that Guijie had been bothering Xiao Mingyue, prompting Zhao Yin'er to take action on her behalf. This was akin to the time he had nearly been assaulted by Zhao Yin'er and her friends. This Zhao Yin'er was quite intriguing. Chu Ming hid in the shadows, a subtle smile playing on his lips. That in response to Zhao Yin'er's threat, Guijie also flared up. What does my situation with Xiao Mingyue have to do with you? Who are you to meddle? Guijie had heard of Zhao Yin'er, but that did not mean he feared her. He was not only the sports representative of Class 6 in the third year, but also the captain of the school's martial arts team. In a physical confrontation, Zhao Yin'er might not stand a chance against him. Chapter 65. She feared Chu Ming. Zhao Yin'er was furious. How dare Guojie not only harass Xiao Mingyue, but also speak back to her? Guojie, do you know who I am? Zhao Yin'er coldly inquired, that if you don't want to escalate matters, stop bothering Mingyue. Zhao Yin'er was well aware of Guojie's background, yet she was unafraid. After all, she was the daughter of the Zhao family. Why should she fear Guojie? And who are you? Why should I care who you like? Guojie was equally unyielding, responding with a cold demeanor. Zhao Yin'er, I advise you not to be so arrogant. You may be wealthy, but what does that matter? Can you be with Xiao Mingyue? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin'er was incensed. She raised her right arm, intending to slap Guojie across the face. However, she was taken aback when a fair hand grasped her arm. Zhao Yin'er froze, turning abruptly. Her expression shifted dramatically. You're Chu. Zhao Yin'er's demeanor turned wooden. How could you be here? Why does it concern you how I came to be here? Chu Ming replied with a faint smile that I observed you bullying someone. What is the matter? Was that night's lesson insufficient? At his words, Zhao Yin'er immediately wilted. She had heard certain things about Chu Ming from Zhao Dongcheng that he had warned her. This Chu Ming was not to be trifled with. Chu, this is Linzhou High School. I advise you not to be too reckless. Zhao Yin'er bit her lip defiantly. Reckless? In what manner? Chu Ming pinched Zhao Yin'er's chin, questioning her word by word. Miss Zhao, would you care to enlighten me? Chu Ming's sudden action startled Zhao Yin'er, causing her to pale. What was Chu Ming doing? Teasing her. To her surprise, her face flushed. What do you want, guess? Chu Ming said with a playful smile. Zhao Yin'er's eyes reflected a hint of panic. She genuinely could not fathom what Chu Ming intended to do. Your reaction is rather interesting, Chu Ming remarked, withdrawing his hand, that I will take charge of this matter, but if you do not leave, I shall call your father and have him come personally to fetch you. At his words, Zhao Yin'er's expression shifted dramatically to no. Feeling scared now, Chu Ming asked, a smile playing on his lips. Zhao Yin'er bit her lip, shooting a fierce glare at Chu Ming before huffing coldly and departing the scene. As Zhao Yin'er stormed away in indignation, a faint smile graced Chu Ming's lips that he had yet to reveal to Zhao Yin'er that he was the director of education, that my friend. You're quite something, Guojie exclaimed, approaching Chu Ming and placing a hand on his shoulder. Zhao Yin'er, who fears neither heaven nor earth, was actually intimidated enough to leave because of you. Guojie had prepared himself for a confrontation with Zhao Yin'er today. But he never anticipated that Chu Ming's presence would directly drive her away. So, you are Guojie? Chu Ming inquired, glancing at the boy beside him, that in his recollection, Guojie was a pivotal character in the school's narrative, the first person the protagonist. Chu Kuang had fought was none other than Guojie. To think that on the very first day, Chu Ming would encounter someone capable of advancing the plot. In the original storyline, Guojie, having learned about Chu Kuang from Zhao Yin'er, sent a challenge letter to him through his underlings. This incident stirred up quite a commotion, with everyone doubting that Chu Kuang, the protagonist, could defeat Guojie, and many openly ridiculed him. Yet in the end, Chu Kuang not only silenced his critics but also sent Guojie to the hospital. Chu Ming was all too familiar with this plotline. Yes, I am Guojie, he affirmed, that my friend. Do you know me? Of course, you're the captain of the martial arts team. Chu Ming replied with a smile. Guojie beamed at this compliment, exclaiming, Really? Am I that well known in school now? I suppose so, Chu Ming replied, clearing his throat to impart some wisdom. My dear fellow, some matters cannot be resolved with mere physical confrontation. That in the future, when you encounter Zhao Yin'er, simply ignore her. That the director of education. Chu Ming believed that educating students should be of paramount importance. However, Guojie took offense at this advice. Brother, what do you know? Sometimes strength is the only language that matters. It is what protects everything one desires. Chu Ming paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. He gazed at Guojie and said, Aren't you just worried about others stealing away your affection for Xiao Mingyue? Such grandiloquent words. Upon hearing this, Guijie quickly covered Chu Ming's mouth, casting wary glances around. How do you know that? He asked, puzzled. Even Zhao Yin'er had not directly acknowledged this sentiment, that if Zhao Yin'er approached you, then what reason could she have had? Chu Ming removed Guijie's hand, stating, I overheard your conversation just now. Guijie's eyes widened in shock. Brother, which class are you in? Please don't let this slip. It's rather embarrassing. Seeing Guijie's flushed face, Chu Ming chuckled knowingly. Who hasn't he harbored a secret crush on a beautiful girl? Don't worry, it's just a matter of liking a girl. It's not that big a deal. Chu Ming seated himself on a nearby tire. Xiao Mingyue is indeed quite lovely, and it's perfectly normal for you to have feelings for her. Just make sure it doesn't interfere with your studies, Chu Ming earnestly advised Guijie. This Guijie was not inherently bad. He merely became embroiled in jealousy, leading to his eventual defeat at the hands of the protagonist. In retrospect, the protagonist's methods were indeed heavy-handed. Wait a moment. Brother, Guijie's brows furrowed upon hearing this. You sound like a teacher. Which class are you actually in? Zhao Yin'er referred to you as Chu. Could it be that you are a classmate? Don't concern yourself with which class I belong to. If I could teach you how to deal with Zhao Yin'er, would you be willing to listen? Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. You have a way to handle Zhao Yin'er? Guijie's interest piqued at this suggestion. He could see that although Chu Ming had managed to repel Zhao Yin'er today, it did not guarantee she would leave him alone, that if she pursued him, his days of peace would be over. Indeed, I do, Chu Ming said with a knowing smile. Guijie immediately sat beside Chu Ming, grinning. Brother Chu, if you share this method with me, I will surely repay you. Oh, is that so? Chu Ming countered, observing Guijie's eager expression reminiscent of Guo Hongxing's earlier demeanor. It seemed this father-son duo shared many traits. It certainly is. Guijie patted his chest, vowing, Guijie, am not one to forget a favor. You can rest assured, it's quite simple, Chu Ming replied with a smile. She fears someone named Chu Ming. Chu Ming? Guijie blinked in surprise. Yes, just tell her you're Chu Ming's underling, and she won't dare to trouble you, Chu Ming asserted with unwavering confidence. You want me to claim to be Chu Ming's underling? Guijie frowned, pondering. Who is this Chu Ming? Just by pretending to be his underling, Zhao Yin'er will leave me alone. Precisely. Chu Ming nodded. Wait here. I'll go give it a try. Guijie, though skeptical, dashed off. In about 10 minutes, he returned, his face alight with excitement, practically running back. So, how did it go? Chu Ming asked, looking up. I've decided to befriend you for sure, Guijie exclaimed, grasping Chu Ming's hand enthusiastically. Just as you said. Upon hearing the name Chu Ming, Zhao Yin'er was utterly terrified. Witnessing her fear and fury was simply exhilarating. Guijie burst into laughter, relieved that he had not landed himself in serious trouble. Isn't it so? Chu Ming chuckled, pleased that his advice had proven effective. Observing the grin on Guijie's face, Chu Ming felt a sense of fulfillment in his role as the director of education. Brother Chu, which class are you in? From now on, I'll look out for you. If you ever have any issues, just call for me, and I'll rush to your aid. Guijie clapped Chu Ming on the shoulder. That sounds rather entertaining, Chu Ming replied with a mild smile. It seemed Guijie was treating him like an ordinary student, which was advantageous, as it would help him steer the narrative forward. I don't need your protection. I'm here to assist you by reminding you to steer clear of that Xiao Mingyue.